Chapter 451 Yi Yuanyang. Chapter 451 Yi Yuanyang. Translator, Zayamoj. Huo that. Huo Ji seems to be very sure Xuanhuan big brother Yang Feng, a personal disciple of the great elder Huang Yiha. Huo is his great warlock rank cultivation base. Compared to Fairy Sure Shui, He really too lacking. Lu of course. There are only a few people in the Great Cloud Dynasty who can compare to Fairy Sure Shui. The people from the major forces gazed at Yang Feng with pity in their eyes. On the Tyrannid subcontinent, great warlock rank powerhouses were already pinnacle powerhouses. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty they were nothing much. In the Great Cloud Dynasty Hluchu, most elite Imperial Guard, the weakest soldiers possessed great warlock rank cultivation base. Update.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. In the Battle Demon Sect, where experts were as common as clouds, great warlock rank experts could be seen everywhere, and many outer sect disciples possessed great warlock rank cultivation base. Mo Wuheng glanced at Yang Feng with contempt and disdain in his eyes, and then no longer looked at him. The gap between them was as wide as the gap between a god and a mortal. After taking a deep look at Yang Feng, Sure Shui strolled forward and sat down on a seat in a position second only to that of the sect master Lu Wuchen. As if a proud and noble goddess, she overlooked the people from above.freebnovel.com. Mo Wuheng found a seat next to Sure Shui and sat down. The entire time, his gaze has never strayed from Sure Shui, showing no intention to look at the representatives of the major forces. A bewitching woman in a purple dress followed by 4 disciples dressed in Bright Moon School attires strode into the reception hall. One of the disciples of the Bright Moon School was the genius Zhang Zhiqiao whom Yang Feng has met previously. The bewitching woman in purple walked up to Lu Wuchen and saluted him, and then said with a light smile, Hu El Met, Senior Disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding a Moonlight Warlock to your sect. To be able to advance to a Moonlight Warlock in less than 30 years. She really is a genius as rare as a phoenix Huachu feathers. How enviable. With this genius, your respected sect might birth an Infinity Warlock 1,000 years later. Lu Wuchen smiled faintly. Huoja Junior Disciple Sister Meng, please sit. Hua? Meng Yunhan smiled slightly and took Zhang Zhiqiao and the other 3 to seat their seats. Shortly after Meng Yunhan was seated, glorious Dawn Warlock elders of the Star River Sect, the Golem Gate, the Beast God School, and the myriad Snow Gate bringing people along came to congratulate. Of the 10 Great Sects Hua, Saint Demon Sect and Corpse Demon Sect, one exploited ancient fiends, ancient devils, evil ghosts, kindred, darkness life forms, and the like, while the other dug up the corpses of powerful existences and used them to carry out various kinds of taboo spell research. The behavior of the 2 great sects was extremely savage and strange, and thus they were ostracized by the other 8 great sects. But the Saint Demon Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect were still somewhat restrained, and didn't Huojia carry out the mass slaughter of ordinary people. Even if they used warlocks to carry out various taboo experiments, they purchased them from slave markets. They didn't Huojia cross the bottom line of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, just like the other sects, the 2 great sects sent countless experts to serve the Great Cloud Dynasty, which was why they haven't Huojia been eradicated yet. But as the Saint Demon Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect were ostracized, they naturally wouldn't Huojia send people to participate in the Battle Demon Sect Huochu Moonlight Ceremony. A fascinating, beautiful woman with a fairy-like temperament in a yellow dress, and a middle-aged man with an unearthly aura and hair combed into a bun in white clothing walked into the hall. Behind the fascinating woman in yellow followed 4 beautiful women wearing the Saint Lotus Sect Huochu attires, one of which was a woman as beautiful as an immortal lotus of exquisite features and porcelain skin dressed in a plain white dress. Compared with Sure Shui, who has promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, she was only slightly inferior. Behind the middle-aged man followed 4 men dressed in the Tai Yi Sect Huochu attires, one of which was a very attractive man with porcelain skin wearing yellow clothing. His eyes were as bright as 2 stars and were filled with confidence. His mere presence gave off the impression that he existed far above Mo Wuheng. In the reception hall, Mo Wuheng was originally the most handsome. However, as soon as this man of the Tai Yi Sect appeared, he overshadowed Mo Wuheng Huochu splendor. When Mo Wuheng saw the man of the Tai Yi Sect, There was a flash of envy in his eyes, and he clenched his fists. The beautiful woman in yellow said lightly, Hu El Met, senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding a Moonlight Warlock to your sect. Hua? The middle-aged man smiled faintly, saying Hu El Met, senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding a Moonlight Warlock to your sect. Hua? Lu Wuchen Hluchu eyebrows wrinkled imperceptibly, and he uttered with a dull smile, Hua Chir Hank you. Please take a seat you two, Hua? The people of the Tai Yi Sect and the Saint Lotus Sect were thus seated separately. When the middle-aged man of the Tai Yi Sect who was called Lai Hung sat down, he immediately smiled and pointed to the attractive disciple with an extraordinary temperament of the Tai Yi Sect, saying, Huolun in your disciple Brother Luo, this one is my sect Huachu holy son Yi Yuanyang. The Battle Demon Sect Huachu battle secret methods are the best in the world. However, this kid is too full of himself, and wants to experience the Battle Demon Sect Huachu mysterious battle secret methods. Please give him a chance, have the true disciples of your sect teach him a lesson so that he learns of the heights of the heavens, senior disciple Brother Lu. Hua? With this, the atmosphere in the reception hall changed, and strange looks were shot at Lai Hung and Lu Wuchen, but no one dared to speak out. Of the Great Cloud Dynasty Huachu 10 Great Sects, the Saint Demon Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect were jointly suppressed by the other 8 great sections. However, due to conflicting interests, there was endless infighting between the 8 great sects. As the leader of the 10 great sects, the Tai Yi Sect surpassed the Battle Demon Sect by far. Although the relationship between both parties was harmonious on the surface, but in secret, there was endless struggle. Although Lai Hung Huachu words seemed respectful, but upon a closer look, a hidden evil intent could be perceived in them. His objective was to make the Battle Demon Sect lose face during the Moonlight Ceremony. If no one in the Battle Demon Sect can defeat Yi Yuanyang, and once this gets spread, then the reputation of the Battle Demon Sect will fall. Genius warlocks wanted to enter a powerful sect and have it as their backer. Otherwise, Yang Feng wouldn't have gone out of his way to enter the Battle Demon Sect at the time. But if the reputation of the Battle Demon Sect falls, it will have a huge impact on the sect. The representatives of the various major sects who came to participate in the Moonlight Ceremony were also aware of this fact, which was the reason behind their odd looks. Although the Battle Demon Sect wasn't as strong as the Tai Yi Sect, but it was still part of the 10 Great Sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. If it dispatched a few glorious dawn warlocks, it could destroy a sect. Due to this fact, the representatives of the various major sects didn't dare to easily run their mouth. Lu Wuchen creased his eyebrows slightly, and flames of anger welled up in his eyes as he stared daggers at Lai Hung. Lai Hung smiled back. Yi Yuanyang swept the many true disciples of the Battle Demon Sect with a glance, and then uttered with a cold smile, Hua Yun Kli Teacher Lu, the Battle Demon Sect Huachu name is renowned in the entire world. As such, there should be experts in the same realm as myself willing to exchange pointers with me, right Hua? Shui Yifan got up and said in a clear voice, Huolun ECT Master, please let me fight him. I Huaji heard for a long time now that the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method the Tai Yi Sect Huachu Holy Sun practices is unparalleled under the heaven. I would like to take a look at his ability for myself and see whether he Huachu really as strong as legends paint him to be. Hua? Lu Wuchen frowned slightly and waved his sleeve, Hua Peng right. In this case, you will exchange pointers with him, Shui Yifan, Hua? Bright light bubbled up and converged in the center of the hall. Then spatial fluctuations rippled, and an arena formed. Although the arena seemed to be less than 5 meters in diameter, but in fact it was dozens of meters in diameter inside due to a spatial spell. Due to the numerous spells that enchanted the arena, the people outside the arena could clearly see the battle in the arena without having to worry about the danger of the power of spells spilling outside. Unless it was a battle between bright world warlocks, the arena wouldn't be destroyed. Yi Yuanyang smiled lightly, then stepped forward and elegantly stepped into the arena. Shui Yifan Huachu figure blurred slightly, and he entered the arena as well. As soon as he entered the arena, Shui Yifan silently recited an incantation, and a 10-meter-tall black battle demon suddenly appeared and turned into a beam of black light that entered his body, and a black armor appeared on him. His hands behind his back, a proud expression on his face. Yi Yuanyang sneered, Huahal Adel Demon Possession.
The Black Battle Demon. So this is one of the fundamental secret methods of the Battle Demon Sect. What a letdown, Hua. Zhui Yifan frowned and uttered Huoyun Yi Yuanyang. You aren't Huojia going to use the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method? Hua? The 9 Brilliant Suns secret method was one of the 13 core secret methods of the Tai Yi Sect. When practiced to its limit, it can transform into a golden crow or sun crow. Golden crow was the name from the continent Huochu Eastern world, while golden crow was the name from the continent Huochu Western world. This was a terrifying secret method that could be practiced until the Warlock Monarch realm. Huochuo deal with you? I don't Huojia need to use the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method Hua? Holding his hands behind his back, Yi Yuanyang Huochu eyes flashed with ridicule. Then a rune flashed on his forehead, and a terrific flame domain suddenly broke out and swept towards Zhui Yifan. The flame domain engulfed Zhui Yifan in a flash, and flame crows, flame snakes, flame dragons, and other flame sprites with the power to burn everything rushed towards Zhui Yifan. Ordinary starry sky warlocks would be directly burned to ashes once engulfed by this flame domain. Zhui Yifan Huochu face flickered. With a roar, a war domain with a radius of 5 meters suddenly broke out and enveloped him. Intertwining with the flame domain, the war domain resisted the flames of the flame domain. Chapter 452, 9 Brilliant Suns Secret Method. 452 9 Brilliant Suns Secret Method. The flame domain released by Yi Yuanyang was extremely violent, only a step short from the level of a divine domain. If he had chosen to ascend to godhood, then he could easily promote to a god of flames with tremendous might of another plane. Although Zhui Yifan has unleashed the war domain, but he was still suppressed by the flame domain. Bearing the flames that nearly burned the void coming from all direction, he was practically unable to budge. A moment of carelessness could lead to his demise. How fearsome! What a terrifying flame domain! Amazing! That's the Tai Yi Sect's holy sun for you. The Tai Yi Sect is filled with geniuses. To be able to become the sect's holy sun, he naturally has to be very strong. However, I didn't expect him to be so strong that a personal disciple of a Battle Demon Sect's great elder would be rendered in such a passive state. What a monster! When the warlocks from the major forces saw this scene, their faces flickered, and they stared at Yi Yuanyang with dignified looks in their eyes. The faces of the Battle Demon Sect's true disciples turned unsightly. Yi Yuanyang's strength was far beyond their expectations. Zhui Yifan, Xuanhuan, and Yang Feng, these personal disciples of 3 great elders, were at present the strongest powerhouses among the Battle Demon Sect's starry sky warlocks. The 3 of them were quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts. They were hopeful to promote Moonlight Warlocks within 1,000 years. For such an expert to be suppressed to the point that he couldn't fight back, Yi Yuanyang's strength was too shocking. Frowning, Xuanhuan and Yang Feng watched the fearsome flame domain inside the arena with fear in their eyes. Xuanhuan, who has already promoted to a true disciple, was shocked when he saw this scene. If it was him, he would have been swallowed and burned to ashes by the flame domain that was infinitely close to the level of a divine domain in an instant. Lu Wuchen's eyebrows wrinkled tightly. Lai Heng, on the other hand, revealed a carefree smile. Yi Yuanyang, I didn't expect that you would push me to this point. You do have a bit of skill. However, it won't be that simple to defeat me. Zhui Yifan snarled and flicked his fingers, and a blue level 6 secret treasure inception water bead suddenly flew out, and a blue river capable of engulfing everything swept towards Yi Yuanyang. In the wake of the blue river, the flames of Yi Yuanyang's flame domain extinguished and collapsed in an instant. Level 6 secret treasure. This secret treasure isn't bad. Too bad the person using it is too weak. Looking at the blue river sweeping towards him, Yi Yuanyang smiled faintly and didn't evade. The blue river instantly engulfed Yi Yuanyang, and then eroded him into black smoke. Zhui Yifan suddenly had a bad premonition, and warnings flared up in his mind. In the wink of an eye, the dissipating flames condensed into Yi Yuanyang's true body, and he slammed his fist into Yi Yuanyang's back, and a violent flame force entered his body. Zhui Yifan's body blurred, and he flew out like broken rag doll. Flames rose all over his body, and he spurted out a mouthful of flaming blood and collapsed on the ground. He was seriously injured and was no longer in any condition to fight. Because no one was controlling it, the level 6 secret treasure Inception water bead fell down on the ground. Lu Wuchen frowned, then reached out with his hand, took Shui Yifan out from the arena, and scanned the latter with his tremendous spirit force. He discovered that although the latter's fleshly body was seriously injured, but the soul core wasn't injured. He breathed a sigh of relief and poured a vial of elixir into Zhua Yifan's mouth. A Battle Demon Sect disciple quickly stepped forward and left with Zhua Yifan. Yi Yuanyang glanced at the many true disciples of the Battle Demon Sect, then smiled in contempt and spoke in provocation. That one was really disappointing. The Battle Demon Sect claims to be number 1 among the 10 Great Sects in terms of battle secret methods, but this disciple of your sect couldn't even resist 10% of my strength. What a letdown. Who else dares to fight with me? The gazes of the Battle Demon Sect disciples focused on Xuanhuan and Yang Feng. They were the 2 strongest Starry Sky warlocks in the Battle Demon Sect. The complexions of Xuanhuan and Yang Feng turned ashen, and they balled their fists, silent. They were as strong as Zhui Yifan. As such, they would be asking to be humiliated if they faced Yi Yuanyang. Smiling faintly, Yi Yuanyang's gaze focused on Shi Shui, and he issued a challenge. Fine. Since the Battle Demon Sect's Starry Sky Warlock Realm true disciples aren't willing to fight with me, then I will give you a chance to save face. Junior disciple sister Shi Shui. I want to fight you. Yang Feng, quietly watching the goings-on, raised his eyebrows, and his eyes flashed with a cold glint. Yi Yuanyang challenged her. How daring. She's a Moonlight Warlock. So what if she's a Moonlight Warlock? Zhui Yifan is also an expert comparable to a Moonlight Warlock, but he was still easily defeated by Yi Yuanyang. Although Fairy Shi Shui was a genius who promoted to a Moonlight Warlock in just 30 years, but her foundation might not be solid. She may not be Yi Yuanyang's opponent. Invisible fluctuations traveled between the representatives of the major sects as they communicated with one another. Although they didn't dare to discuss the 10 Great Sects in the open, but stealthy communication through secret methods wasn't a problem. Lu Wuchen creased his eyebrows tightly, and his eyes shimmered coldly. Staring at Yi Yuanyang, his heart filled with anger. Shi Shui has just been promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, so her foundation unstable. If she was defeated by Yi Yuanyang, it might leave a psychological shadow behind, and her future cultivation might become thorny. If there are no accidents, Shi Shui won't find it too difficult to advance to a Bright World Warlock. Lu Wuchen was aware that the Tai Yi Sect not only came to humiliate the Battle Demon Sect, but also to try its best to strike at Shi Shui's confidence. It wanted to have this matchless genius of the Battle Demon Sect stumble and fall flat on her face before she matured. Why should junior disciple sister step in? Yi Yuanyang, I didn't want to be a bully, but since you're so arrogant and overbearing as to challenge a Moonlight Warlock, then let me give you a good taste of the Battle Demon Sect's secret methods. Mo Wuhing snorted coldly, stood up, and walked towards Yi Yuanyang, and Moonlight Warlock rank aura spread with him as the center. Purifying light suddenly illuminated the reception hall and purified the life force diffused by Mo Wuhing. If Mo Wuhing's Moonlight Warlock rank life force was allowed to spread, then many implements in the reception would be transformed into all kinds of weird phenomena. Yi Yuanyang swept Mo Wuhing with his gaze, then smiled lightly and stepped into the arena. If you want to fight, senior brother Mo, then I'll defeat you first, and then challenge junior disciple Shi again. As if a dragon overlooking an ant, Mo Wuhing spoke scornfully. Yi Yuanyang, I want to see if you have any skill. In that case, senior disciple Mo, I want stand-o ceremony. Yi Yuanyang smiled faintly. Then the frightening flame domain suddenly erupted and swept towards Mo Wuhing. The source of this content is frubuvel.cm. The flame domain Yi Yuanyang released this time was twice as powerful as when he had fought with Zhui Yifan. If careless, an ordinary Moonlight Warlocks would be swallowed and burned to ashes by this flame domain. Humph! Trifling flame domain, break! Mo Wuhing smiled coldly and spread the fingers of his hand. A black whirlpool suddenly appeared in his right hand and, as if a black hole capable of devouring everything, swallowed all the force within the flame domain. When Yi Yuanyang saw this scene, he smiled faintly and praised, Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool Secret Method. Senior Disciple Brother Mo? You're really impressive. The Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool Secret Method was a battle secret method of the Battle Demon Sect capable of swallowing all kinds of magic power and turning them into the caster's strength for a short time. When practiced to its limit, the Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool Secret Method could even devour a grade 9 plane and smash it to fragments. Back to you. Mo Wuhing smiled coldly and flicked his fingers, and flames suddenly broke out and formed a 100-meter-long violent fire dragon with a terrifying aura shooting towards Yi Yuanyang. In a single breath, the violent fire dragon swallowed Yi Yuanyang and burned him frantically. The violent fire dragon containing Yi Yuanyang's flame domain could burn even a Moonlight Warlock to ashes. Senior Disciple Brother Mo, you sure aren't a waste like that Xuanhuan. But if you want to defeat me, you'll soon find out that it won't be that easy. Let me show you my 9 brilliant suns secret method. From the violent flames came Yi Yuanyang's voice. A brutal aura rose from the flames, and a 100-meter-long red gold sun python surrounded by 9 small sun-like spheres of light and fearsome golden flames, with a single horn on the head appeared before everyone's eyes. A burning sea seemingly capable of burning everything to ashes bubbled out from the red gold sun python and spread everywhere. When Mo Wuhing saw this, his face fell, and he exclaimed, Red Gold Sun Python, you practiced the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method to this stage. The 9 Brilliant Suns secret method was one of the fundamental secret methods of the Tai Yi Sect. With each stage, the master of this secret method could transform into a horrifying, extraordinary life form. There was a total of 9 stages. The 9 stages were the Flame Elemental, the Flame Fairy, the Flame Snake, the Flame Dragon, the Fire-Eating Dragon Eagle, the Red Gold Sun Python, the Sun God Dragon, the Child of the Sun, the Golden Crow. Chapter 453, Red Gold Sun Python. Chapter 453, Red Gold Sun Python. Translator, Zayamoj. In general, only after the warlocks of the Tai Yi Sect reached the glorious Dawn Warlock rank would they be able to cultivate the Red Gold Sun Python transformation. Yi Yuanyang was just a Starry Sky Warlock, yet he has already practiced the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method to the Red Gold Sun Python transformation, which was simply heaven-defying. Under the premise that he didn't die prematurely and had access to sufficient cultivation resources, Yi Yuanyang could promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock in the future with almost no difficulty. Lu Wuchen stared at the Red Gold Sun Python with a gloomy look on his face. Zhang Hanshan's pretty eyes flashed with a complex glint, and she sighed faintly. So strong! No wonder he's the holy son of the Tai Yi Sect. Amazing! I thought that junior sister Shui was already a unique genius, but little did I know that he already reached the Red Gold Sun Python transformation. Zhou Feng's face was painted with shock, and he exclaimed, Impossible! How can this be? With Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, no matter how outrageous of a genius he was, he should have reached the Fire-Eating Dragon Eagle transformation at most. How did he reach the Red Gold Sun Python transformation? Red Gold Sun Pythons were a kind of extraordinary life form born from suns. Feeding on the golden sun flames, this kind of extraordinary life form was comparable to the gods. When ignited with its golden sun flames, even a glorious Dawn Warlock could be burned to ashes. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there was once a group of people who went to hunt a Red Gold Sun Python. In the aftermath, a glorious Dawn Warlock and 5 Moonlight Warlocks have died. Yet the group still wasn't able to kill the Red Gold Sun Python. Such was the horror of Red Gold Sun Pythons. A look of horror on his face, Mo Wuhing retreated repeatedly, saying, Red Gold Sun Python, how is this possible? How could you have cultivated until the Red Gold Sun Python transformation? Level 6 Secret Treasure Golden Sun Flame Beads. You're using the power of Level 6 Secret Treasure Golden Sun Flame Beads. Mo Wuhing, after all, was an outstanding genius of the Battle Demon Sect with Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. Suppressing his shock, looked at the Red Gold Sun Python, and black light shimmered in his eyes. The Red Gold Sun Python reflected in his eyes possessed 5 sources of magic power that spewed out violent flame force. New novel chapters are published on fruyobnl.com. That's right, I'm using the power of secret treasures to propel the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method to the Red Gold Sun Python transformation. To be defeated by this transformation, you can feel proud of yourself, senior disciple brother Mo. The Red Gold Sun Python showed a look of scorn, then opened its maw and belched out golden sun flames containing the power to burn mountains and boil seas, shooting towards Mo Wuheng. Mo Wuheng's face fell and turned dignified, no longer looking relaxed. He frantically operated a secret method, and a black battle demon suddenly emerged and possessed him, and a black armor formed on him. Next, Mo Wuheng unleashed the Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool secret method once more. He spread the fingers of his hand, and a huge black hole seemingly capable of swallowing everything suddenly sprang up and swept towards the golden sun flames. The nearly endless sea of golden sun flames was swallowed into the huge black vortex. In the next moment, Mo Wuheng's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he briskly retreated. Rumble! The black vortex that has swallowed the sea of golden sun flames exploded, and countless wisps of golden sun flames shot out in all directions. The space in the heart of the explosion distorted. Numerous wisps of golden sun flames landed on Mo Wuheng at once and frantically burned him. The black armor covering Mo Wuheng released black gas that extinguished the remnant golden sun flames. Mo Wuheng turned into a streak of black light and retreated frantically, avoiding the golden sun flames shooting towards him. Mo Wuheng uttered lightly, "You still haven't fully mastered the Red Gold Sun Python transformation. Otherwise, the blow just now would have defeated me." Golden sun flames sprayed by a genuine mature red gold sun python could cover an area of 1,000 kilometers lightning fast. If he received such a blow, Mo Wuheng would have been burned to ashes. Yi Yuanyang's avatar of the red gold sun python revealed a strange smile, and its eyes radiated brilliant light, and then the golden sun flames suddenly doubled in speed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The violent golden sun flames swept towards Mo Wuheng. "Don't think that you're the only one with secret treasures, Yi Yuanyang." Mo Wuheng's eyes shimmered with anger. He reached out with his hand, and a resplendent golden light intertwined and formed a golden greatsword that appeared in his hand. The golden greatsword was a level 6 secret treasure called Golden Dragon King Sword. Mo Wuheng has spent hundreds of years collecting materials, and then requested a Grandmaster of Alchemy of the Battle Demon Sect to refine this secret treasure that possessed frightening might. Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash. Mo Wuheng's eyes surged with killing intent, and he slashed out. He operated his war domain and transformed it into war force as well as the law of war which he poured into the Golden Dragon kind sword. Following which, he unleashed the Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash, one of the Battle Demon Sect's 36 first-class extermination secret methods. Stillness filled the area 100 kilometers in radius, and a black arc suddenly slashed out. Surging with the violent law of war and carrying the aura stillness, the black arc split the golden sun flames into two, and then continued towards Yi Yuanyang. At the time, it was by relying on the Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash that Mo Wuheng has eliminated the white-faced devil Wei Cheng. This was his strongest trump card. Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash. To be able to grasp this extinction secret method, you're really an extraordinary individual, senior brother disciple Mo. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to injure me. A red ancient shield with the image of a child of the sun inscribed on its face suddenly flew out and, surrounded by countless wisps of golden sun flames, blocked in front of the Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash. The Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash sliced through the golden sun flames and landed on the red ancient shield, leaving a white mark behind, and then collapsed and dissipated. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Senior disciple brother Mo, receive a strike from me. The eyes of Yi Yuanyang's avatar of the red gold sun python shone brightly, and the 9 spheres of light around it revolved quickly and formed a strange enneagram. A copious amount of flames converged on the enneagram, and then a golden sun flame god ray as thick as a thumb shot out from the enneagram and barreled towards Mo Wuheng. Mo Wuheng's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation and instantly cast Blink. A spatial fluctuation shrouded him in an attempt to teleport him 100 meters away. However, the spatial fluctuation has just formed when it collapsed. In the wink of an eye, the golden sun flame god ray slammed into Mo Wuheng. It easily penetrated the life force shield as well as the black armor, and then slammed into his body. Golden sun flames shot out from Mo Wuheng's facial orifices, and he threw himself on the ground, rolling and struggling in pain. The golden sun flames could seriously injure or even burn glorious dawn warlocks to ashes. As for Mo Wuheng, he naturally couldn't resist the golden sun flames. "You won this fight." Lu Wuchen sighed slightly, reached out with his hand, and took Mo Wuheng out of the arena, and his powerful life force entered Mo Wuheng and forced the golden sun flames out his body. He then swatted with his hand and extinguished the golden sun flames. The red gold sun python collapsed and reverted into Yi Yuanyang in a flash. Standing proudly in the arena, he looked like an invincible emperor, proud and domineering. The gazes of many beautiful women gathered on Yi Yuanyang, a look of adoration in their pretty eyes. So strong. No wonder this Yi Yuanyang is the Tai Yi Sect's holy son. What an astounding fellow. With Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, to be able to defeat a Moonlight Warlock of the Battle Demon Sect, his strength is terrifying. The Tai Yi Sect's 9 brilliant sons' secret method sure is powerful. I'm afraid that Xuanhuan isn't his opponent. The Battle Demon Sect is destined to get trampled by the Tai Yi Sect. The representatives of the major forces secretly communicated with one another. Yi Yuanyang smiled faintly and spoke. Senior disciple brother Mu Wuheng is really extraordinary. He could force me to use 50% of my strength. The Battle Demon Sect's secret methods do have some merit. When he heard that, Lu Wuchen's face turned even more gloomy. The faces of the people of the Battle Demon Sect flickered and their eyes shimmered with anger. The implication behind Yi Yuanyang's statement was that a Moonlight Warlock rank expert of the Battle Demon Sect was only able to force him to use 50% of his strength, and that the Battle Demon Sect's secret methods weren't a match to the Tai Yi Sect's secret methods. But Yi Yuanyang was indeed strong. Besides, the Battle Demon Sect's strongest Moonlight Warlocks were currently adventuring in different places, or suppressing freaks in places like the demonic realm. As such, there was no one capable of defeating him here. The glorious Dawn Warlock Lu Wuchen could easily defeat Yi Yuanyang. However, if he fought Yi Yuanyang, then even if he won, it would still be a loss of face, and the sect would gain the reputation of using the strong to bully the weak. Yi Yuanyang's eyes focused on Xuanhuan, and he revealed a smile that could bewitch countless girls. Junior sister Xuanhuan, now it's time for you to fight with me, right? Or do you people from the Battle Demon Sect don't have the courage to fight me? Gazes gathered on Yi Yuanyang and Xuanhuan. If Xuanhuan refused to fight Yi Yuanyang, then the Battle Demon Sect would lose a great deal of face today. However, if Xuanhuan was seriously injured by Yi Yuanyang in battle, then the future Bright World Warlock her may not be able to smoothly advance to the Bright World Warlock realm, and then tackle the Infinite Warlock realm. Who are you to challenge my little sister? You're too full of yourself. Since you want to challenge the Battle Demon Sect, then I will oblige you and show you the height of the heavens. At this moment, a voice of contempt came from the side. In the reception hall, countless people looked in the direction of the voice, and their gazes focused on Yang Feng. Chapter 454, Fighting Yi Yuanyang. Chapter 454, Fighting Yi Yuanyang. Translator, Zayamoj. A look of amazement in her eyes, Zhang Hanshan's gaze fell on Yang Feng and flashed with incredulity. It's him, junior disciple brother Yang. Zhou Feng was taken aback. Then his gaze also fell on Yang Feng, and he frowned. You're too impulsive, junior disciple brother Yang. Zhong Sunan also frowned. It's him, senior disciple brother Yang Feng. He actually wants to challenge Yi Yuanyang. Zhang Hanshan and the other true disciples of the Battle Demon Sect knew that Yang Feng was exceedingly strong. Among Starry Sky Warlocks, few people were his match. But Yi Yuanyang was a terrifying existence that could defeat Moonlight Warlocks, his strength comparable to that of gods. No one believed that Yang Feng was his opponent. Yi Yuanyang's face flickered, and he turned to look at Yang Feng. There was a flash of frigid killing intent in his star-like, bright eyes. Since his debut,
This was the first time that someone dared to talk to him like this. Xuanhuan smiled sweetly like a brilliant gem. Big brother, there's no need for you to step in to deal with this fellow that is too full of himself. I am going to beat him. Smiling faintly, completely ignoring Yi Yuanyang, Yang Feng walked out. Swear, with your Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, it's just be the case of the strong bullying the weak. Only when I defeat him will he be forced to realize that he's just a waste. Yuanyang's eyes constricted and shimmered with disdain, and he sneered. A mere Great Warlock dares to challenge me. How conceited. You're not qualified to fight me. Come back when you've promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock and I'll consider whether I fight you or not. Yang Feng retorted sarcastically. According to your logic, what qualifications do you, a Starry Sky Warlock, have to challenge my little sister? My little sister is a Moonlight Warlock, you waste. Come back once you've promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, and then challenge my little sister. However, by then, my little sister will have already promoted to a Glorious Dawn Warlock, and will be able to squash you like the bug that you are. A frigid smile danced on his lips, and Yi Yuanyang stepped into the arena. Fine. Since you're asking to be humiliated, then I'll oblige you and accept your challenge. Frowning slightly, Lu Wuchen's eyes shimmered with worry, and he asked, Yang Feng, are you sure that you want to do this? During the Great Sect competition, when Yang Feng defeated Zhong Sunan, people have already taken notice of him. Even so, Lu Wuchen didn't think that Yang Feng could contend against Yi Yuanyang. Yang Feng responded with a light smile. Sect Master, please let me have a try. Lu Wuchen contemplated for a while, and then nodded. Yang Feng stepped into the arena. Great Warlock. He dares to challenge Yi Yuanyang with a Great Warlock rank cultivation base. How reckless. Even the Battle Demon Sect's Moonlight Warlock Mo Wuheng was defeated in the hands of Yi Yuanyang. Yet this Great Warlock still challenged him. How presumptuous. Spirit fluctuations reverberated in the area and gazes full of ridicule focused on Yang Feng. The corners of Zhao Ilian's mouth curled up into a sneer. For an insignificant Great Warlock to dare challenge Yi Yuanyang, what a fool. How disappointing. It seems that the personal disciples of the four great elders are getting worse with each generation. The eyes of the woman as beautiful as an immortal lotus focused of Yang Feng, and she uttered pensive. Not necessarily. For him to challenge Yi Yuanyang, he should have a bit of a skill. This battle may bring us a great surprise. Zhao Ilian's pretty eyes flickered with a dignified gleam, and she asked in curiosity, Why do you say so? The source of this scentent is freewebnovel.com. The woman as beautiful as an immortal lotus was by Ilian, the current holy daughter of the Saint Lotus Sect. In the Saint Lotus Sect's current generation, she was the most outstanding genius. She possessed an extraordinary intellect and insight. By Ilian answered faintly, In the demonic realm's black ink war zone, this person has collected hundreds of millions of merit points in less than a month. He's definitely not a simple character. Zhao Ilian took in a breath of cold air, and her gaze fell on Yang Feng, a look of graveness in her eyes. To be able to get hundreds of millions of merit points in a forsaken place like the demonic realm in less than a month, then this person really isn't simple. With a flick of his wrist, the god armament holy flame sword appeared in his hand, and he uttered indifferently, Yi Yuanyang, I don't want to be a bully, so I'll give you a chance and let you attack first. This was the first time that Yi Yuanyang was looked down on by another like this, and by a great warlock to boot. His eyes burned with rage, and he spoke coldly. Since this is the case, then be turned to ashes. A fire domain containing violent fire elemental particles suddenly broke out and enveloped Yang Feng in an instant, and countless fire crows, fire snakes, and fire dragons appeared in the domain and pounced at Yang Feng. The entire arena was shrouded in violent flames. Even though they were outside the arena, the people in the reception hall still felt a burning air assault their faces. Xuanhuan and the other true disciples of the Battle Demon Sect had their hearts constrict, a dignified look on their faces. A few weaker true disciples even turned pale, aware that if it was them, they would have been burned to ashes by the fire domain released by Yi Yuanyang. Only this much? Unleash your 9 brilliant sons' secret method.
Otherwise, you're not my opponent. From the sea of fire came Yang Feng's voice. The flames in the fire domain surged and turned into a flame vortex that entered the god armament holy flame sword in Yang Feng's hand. Within a few breaths of time, the flame domain collapsed and disappeared. A level 6 secret treasure? No, this is a god armament from another plane. It looks like you still have some skill. Yi Yuanyang scanned the god armament holy flame sword in Yang Feng's hand with his eyes, then smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, flicked his fingers, and conjured the level 5 spell Shooting Star Butterflies. Flame elemental particles surged, and nimble, palm-sized shooting star butterflies containing terrific flame force flew out. Virtually in a single breath, tens of thousands of shooting star butterflies covered the area, and then turned into a streaks of fire and shot towards Yang Feng. The shooting star butterflies was an extremely powerful spell. Each shooting star butterfly contained frightening fire force, which was only slightly weaker than golden sun flames. Even starry sky warlocks could be easily burned to ashes by the shooting star butterflies. Only this much? The holy son of the Tai Yi Sect is really a letdown. With only this much, it's not enough to force me display my strength. Yang Feng smiled coldly and thrust with the god armament holy flame sword. The law of fire surged, and a fearsome whirlpool bubbled out from the god armament. As if moths flying into fire, the tens of thousands of shooting star butterflies were immediately drawn into the whirlpool, and then swallowed one by one. Yi Yuanyang barked, a cold look in his eyes. Explode! The shooting star butterflies instantly detonated and turned into wisps of flames that exploded the whirlpool and swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng waved his sword, and 9 whirlpools suddenly emerged and frantically devoured the flames unleashed by the shooting star butterflies. freeobnovel.com. In the flames scattered by the explosion, there was a flash of light, and Yi Yuanyang's true body materialized in the blink of an eye. A look of contempt in his eyes, Yi Yuanyang struck with his palm towards Yang Feng's heart from behind. What he just used was the flame light fire body switch secret method, an extremely profound secret method of the Tai Yi Sect. After mastering this secret method, Yi Yuanyang was able to shuttle freely within flames like a ghost. Just as Yi Yuanyang was about to hit Yang Feng, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, Yang Feng leaned to the side and slammed a meteor-like palm into Yi Yuanyang's belly, and a berserk power erupted in a flash and entered Yi Yuanyang. Yi Yuanyang's countenance changed greatly, and he belched a flaming mouthful of blood, and then his body collapsed and turned into sparks and disappeared. In the next moment, in the place where Yi Yuanyang had stood previously, countless flames surged and formed Yi Yuanyang's true body. With blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, he cut a sorry figure. Looking at Yang Feng, his eyes flashed with dignity. Yi Yuanyang was actually hurt. How is this possible? How could he have hurt Yi Yuanyang? Yi Yuanyang was actually hurt by him. But he's just a great warlock. Stunned, the representatives of the major sects within the reception hall could not believe their eyes. Yi Yuanyang has defeated the powerful Moonlight Warlock rank Mo Wuheng, yet now he was injured by the Great Warlock rank Yang Feng. This was as incredible as a dragon being blasted away by an ant. The smile on Lai Heng's face suddenly became stiff, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity as he stared at Yang Feng, who stood in the same place. Lu Wuchen's frown smoothened, and he showed a smile. Even if Yang Feng admits defeat now, he has already done enough to give the Battle Demon Sect a great deal of face. Zhang Hanshan loosened a long breath, and her pretty eyes glimmered with a peculiar gleam, and then she smiled charmingly and said, "Junior disciple brother Yang is really fearsome. I misjudged him." Zhou Feng shook his head and revealed a look of amusement. "This pair of brother and sister are monsters." Zhao Ilian's pretty eyes flashed gravely, and she uttered solemnly, "You were right. He really is extraordinary. He surpassed our expectations by far." Bai Ilian stared at Yang Feng with a brilliant look in her eyes. Yang Feng placed his hands behind his back, shot Yi Yuanyang a look, rose the corners of his mouth, and spoke condescendingly, "Yi Yuanyang, as you have fought 2 times just now, you should have consumed a considerable amount of spirit force. I'll allow you to drink some vials of elixir and rest for a few hours. lest you complain that I took advantage of your situation and bullied you when I win. Chapter 455, Battle Soul Summon. Chapter 455, Battle Soul Summon. Translator, Zayamoj. Eyes leaking out a biting coldness and face revealing a chilling smile, Yi Yuanyang spoke frigidly, stressing each syllable. To defeat you, a puny Great Warlock, I don't need to rest. Yi Yuanyang silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and a cyan rune emerged from his finger and formed a cyan hexagram in the air. A cyan pillar of light shot out from the hexagram. From within the pillar of light, a battle soul wearing a cyan armor and exuding a frightening fighting spirit walked out and entered Yi Yuanyang. A vast battle aura spread from Yi Yuanyang, giving off a frightening feeling. That's the Tai Yi Sect's Battle Soul Summon. The Battle Soul Summon, one of the Tai Yi Sect's 36 strongest battle spells. It seems that Yi Yuanyang wants to defeat Yang Feng in close combat. The demon battle secret method is claimed to be unparalleled in close combat, second to none in terms of body-tempering warlock methods. Yi Yuanyang wants to use the Battle Soul Summon to defeat Yang Feng in one fell swoop. When the representatives of the major sects saw the battle soul in cyan armor enter Yi Yuanyang, their faces flickered at once, and they commented in secret. The Battle Soul Summon was one of the strongest close combat secrets methods of the Tai Yi Sect. Within the Tai Yi Sect, there was a level 9 secret treasure Will of Heaven's Battle Soul Palace. Within the Will of Heaven's Battle Soul Palace, there were souls of countless heroes who died consecrated and transformed into battle souls. Inside the Will of Heaven's Battle Soul Palace, the battle souls were engaged in a fierce, endless battle, refining there the battle techniques. The Battle Soul Summon could summon a formidable battle soul from the Will of Heaven's Battle Soul Palace and have it possess the caster. Once possessed by the battle soul, any warlock will acquire the various battle techniques mastered by the battle soul. With a flick of his wrist, a 2-meter-long cyan lance immediately appeared in Yi Yuanyang's hands, and he pointed with it at Yang Feng. He exuded the invincible aura of a battle-hardened veteran. Yi Yuanyang smiled coldly and said, "This battle soul I summoned was called the Dragon Slayer Freitas during his lifetime. With demigod rank power and this storm dragon lance in hand, he once slayed 136 Inglongs, among which 3 were Moonlight Warlock rank Inglongs. You should feel honored to be defeated in the hands of such an experts. Inglongs were dragons, that is, it was what the people from the Western world called dragons. There were many differences in names between the Western world and the Eastern world, but in fact they were the same thing." Yang Feng spoke flatly. "Battle Soul Summon? Even when possessed by a battle soul, you're still not my opponent." Yi Yuanyang smiled coldly. Then the law of wind inscribed in the storm dragon lance in his hands surged, and a violent storm shrouded his body. In the arena, a raging wind suddenly erupted. Yi Yuanyang's body blurred, and, in the blink of an eye, he turned into 8 avatars that appeared in front of Yang Feng and stabbed at him from 8 directions. Yang Feng's eyes constricted, and he unleashed the Battle Demon Sword art. And then the Holy Flame Sword radiated sparks and released flame afterimages sweeping in 8 directions. Ding, 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 ding. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, the Storm Dragon Lance wildly stabbed towards Yang Feng from tricky angles and exchanged more than 100 strikes with the demigod armament Holy Flame Sword in Yang Feng's hand in the blink of an eye. Possessed by the Dragon Slayer Freitas' battle soul, Yi Yuanyang seemed to have incarnated into a battle-hardened dragon slayer. The storm dragon lance suppressed Yang Feng as countless violent wind blades slashed at him from different directions, opening numerous wounds on his body, drenching him with blood. After hundreds of exchanges, Yang Feng suddenly raised his sword to block, and then retreated briskly by hundreds of meters. After scanning the countless wounds covering his body with his gaze, Yang Feng spoke flatly. "The Battle Soul Summon really is remarkable. It seems that I have to get a little serious." Powerful life force sprang up, and a blue battle demon suddenly appeared and possessed Yang Feng, and a blue armor formed on him. Battle Demon Secret Method. Blue Battle Demon. What can you do with a trifling blue battle demon? You just practiced this fundamental secret method of the Battle Demon Sect to this degree,
How disappointing. Yi Yuanyang smiled coldly and suddenly catapulted out as if a blast of wind, and unleashed numerous spear afterimages. As if the incarnation of a storm dragon, he swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes congealed, and he unleashed the Battle Demon sword art to the limit, and numerous sword afterimages locked with Yi Yuanyang in a violent battle. A violent hurricane dragon and a berserk fire dragon appeared on the arena and engaged in a mad struggle, and terrific fluctuations of power rolled out in all directions. Amazing, the Tai Yi Sect isn't known for its body-tempering warlock secret methods. I didn't think that the Battle Soul Summon would be this powerful. The strength of the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng is also extraordinary, far beyond that of ordinary Starry Sky warlocks. He's just a great warlock. How astounding. No wonder he's a personal disciple of one of the Battle Demon Sect's great elders. Even though they were outside the arena, but the onlooking warlocks could still feel the power of the two people locked in a fight inside the arena, and they spiritedly discussed and praised in secret. Unfortunately, compared with Yi Yuanyang, Yang Feng is still far too weak. That's right, he can't even defeat Yi Yuanyang's battle soul possession, let alone force him to release the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. Add latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. The eyes of the representatives from the major sects flickered with regret. In the arena, Yang Feng's avatar of a fire dragon was already in a bad shape. From time to time, tiny wounds would appear on his body, and blood would ooze out and fall to the ground. Lu Wuchen's eyebrows suddenly relaxed, and he revealed a smile. Lai Heng's eyebrows, on the other hand, wrinkled tightly. He didn't say a word. The powerful warlocks with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation bases stared at Yang Feng with shock and admiration in their eyes. Staring at Yang Feng, Zhang Hanshan's eyebrows suddenly relaxed, and she sighed faintly. What a monster! He's using Yi Yuanyang to hone himself. Zhou Feng's eyes glimmered with a complicated gleam as he has realized that Yang Feng's Battle Demon sword art was becoming more and more sophisticated. It seemed like there was a nearly impenetrable wall protecting in front of him. Little by little, the tide was turning, and less wounds appeared on his body. All right, you no longer have any use. Suddenly, Yang Feng smiled lightly, then a silvery light shone, and a silver battle demon appeared and possessed him. Following the silver battle demon possession, Yang Feng's speed suddenly rose sharply, and the holy flame sword in his hand drew a strange arc. In the blink of an eye, he struck out 9 times and flicked the storm dragon lance away, and then gracefully stabbed towards Yi Yuanyang's head. Yi Yuanyang's face fell. Then he broke out with a violent wind, and his head strangely distorted. The holy flame sword flashed past Yi Yuanyang's face, and tremendous fire force burned a part of Yi Yuanyang's handsome face. Yang Feng took this chance to step forward and struck Yi Yuanyang in the belly with his open hand. Yi Yuanyang's body collapsed and turned into sparks, and then reformed hundreds of meters away in a flash. There was a huge burnt mark on the left side of his face, and an ugly expression has overtook his face. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with derision, and he sneered, "My battle demon sword art was still quite immature. Thank you for helping me refine it, Yi Yuanyang. Now I have completely mastered the sword art. However, the Dragon Slayer's battle soul possession is too weak, Yi Yuanyang. Can't even force my golden battle demon out. How disappointing. If you want to force my golden battle demon out, you'll have to summon 12 battle souls to fight me." An unsightly expression on his face, Yi Yuanyang operated a secret method, and life force pervaded the left side of his face and slowly removed the burn mark. Fine. I'll let you see my 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. Yang Feng. Yi Yuanyang's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he flicked his fingers and removed the battle soul possession. Next, he silently recited an incantation, and endless flames shrouded him in an instant. Amid the endless flames, the red gold sun python appeared again, and boundless might spread in all directions. When the red gold sun python appeared, its eyes fixed on Yang Feng, and it opened its maw and spurted out endless golden sun flames shooting towards Yang Feng. These golden sun flames were enough to seriously injure a Moonlight Warlock and burn a Starry Sky Warlock to ashes.
As for a great warlock like Yang Feng, so long as he got touched by the golden sun flames, only death would await him. When Lu Wuchen saw this, his countenance changed dramatically, and he was about to stop this fight. The power of the golden sun flames was too horrible. Yang Feng was just a great warlock. Once touched by the golden sun flames, he may not be able to save Yang Feng. Lai Hung snorted coldly, and terrific glorious dawn warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly rolled out from him. Inside the Battle Demon Sect, Lai Hung naturally wasn't Lu Wuchen's match. However, he just had to block Lu Wufan for a quarter of an hour to achieve his objective. Moreover, the Tai Yi Sect was the leader of the 10 Great Sects, so Lai Hung didn't have to worry that Lu Wuchen would kill him. Within the reception hall, the atmosphere became tense at once. Glaring at Lai Hung, tyrannical fluctuations of power slowly diffused from the Battle Demon Sect's experts, looking like they were ready to attack at any time. One, Inglong. Chapter 456, Swallowing the Golden Sun Flames. Chapter 456, Swallowing the Golden Sun Flames. Translator, Zayamoj. Locked by the tyrannical auras, Lai Hung showed no fear. He uttered with a faint smile, "Senior disciple Brother Lu, this is a fair duel of the younger generation. Do you want to step in and bully the weak?" With eyebrows locking tightly and eyes flickering irresolutely, Lu Wuchen stared at the arena. If Yang Feng was in a deadly danger, then even if he was to be labeled as a bully, he will still step in and rescue him. Inside the arena, Yang Feng's eyes constricted, and his life force burst out in an instant. A golden battle demon suddenly appeared. After the golden battle demon appeared, it blurred and transformed into a black battle demon, and then landed on his body, increasing his battle prowess by 200%. Zhang Hanshan's pretty face flickered, and her eyes glimmered with admiration. Black Battle Demon! Amazing! It has been less than 30 years since junior disciple Brother Yang has entered the sect, yet he already cultivated the Black Battle Demon. How astounding! Zhou Feng's eyebrows relaxed a little. A complex mood griped him, and he sighed. The brother and sister duo are both monster-level geniuses. Zhong Sunan smiled bitterly, and a feeling of disappointment welled up inside him. Black Battle Demon! He practiced the Battle Demon secret method to this stage, which means that during the Great Sect competition, he hasn't gone all out. I'm afraid that he hasn't even unleashed 10% of his strength at the time. Zhong Sunan was the #1 inner sect disciple of the Battle Demon Sect, which was the source of his pride. After he promoted to a true disciple, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and he wanted to challenge Yang Feng again. But after seeing this scene, he understood that the gap between the both of them was an insurmountable chasm. After all, when he has challenged Yang Feng has easily defeated him without employing any secret method of the Battle Demon Sect. Following the Black Battle Demon possession, a black armor with astonishing defensive strength covered Yang Feng, and his speed suddenly doubled. With the God Armament Holy Flame Sword, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and stabbed out. The law of fire surged, and a whirlpool appeared at the tip of the sword and drew the golden sun flames in. When the Holy Flame Sword absorbed the golden sun flames, it shone more and more brightly. However, after only half a quarter of an hour, the sword gave off a feeling of fullness. Clearly, it couldn't continue to absorb the golden sun flames. Evading the golden sun flames, Yang Feng wrinkled his eyebrows and mused, "What do I do? Do I use the primal chaos annihilation fist? I still haven't learned the powerful offensive secret methods of the Battle Demon Sect." The speed of Yang Feng's progress was too fast. As such, he hasn't got to practice any other offensive secret methods of the Battle Demon Sect apart from the Battle Demon secret method. As for the various spells he currently grasped, it was impossible to hurt Yi Yuanyang in the Red Gold Sun Python form. Even if he used level 5 spells,
Only if he conjured more than 100 level 5 single-target offensive spells might he be able to inflict damage on Yi Yuanyang's avatar of the Red Gold Sun Python. This was the horror of the Tai Yi Sect's 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. The low-level spells like Disintegrate and Fireball couldn't even destroy the red light on the Red Gold Sun Python scales. The light of wisdom flashed in Yang Feng's eyes as he analyzed and rejected one coping method after another. "I've got it!" His eyes brightened. He spread the fingers of his hand, and a strange vortex suddenly appeared, swallowed wisps of golden sun flames, and poured them into his body, and then he directed the wisps into the semi-plane in his sea of consciousness. When wisps of golden sun flames appeared in his semi-plane, wisps of primal chaos force twisted around the wisps of golden sun flames and crushed and turned them into fire elemental particles that filled the semi-plane. As if a ghost, Yang Feng shuttled within the golden sun flames and absorbed the golden sun flames, pouring them into his semi-plane. How can he shuttle freely within the golden sun flames? What's going on? It seems like the flames can't burn him. Amazing! Is he really just a great warlock? What a terrible monster! The representatives from various major forces successively inhaled a mouthful of cold air, and their eyes shimmered with astonishment. The sun-golden flames were terrifying flames that could effortlessly burn Moonlight Warlocks to ashes. Yet the insignificant Great Warlock Yang Feng was able to resist them, which was simply inconceivable. Lu Wuchen's wrinkled eyebrows loosened slightly, and he revealed a smile, his eyes filled with praise. Staring at Yang Feng, Jie Heng's eyes flashed with killing intent. What a terrific fellow! This fellow might be a little stronger than Xuanhuan. He can't be allowed to continue to grow. Yi Yuanyang was the holy son of the Tai Yi Sect. With his Starry Sky Warlock cultivation base, he could easily defeat a Moonlight Warlock. For the Great Warlock realm Yang Feng to be able to contend with Yi Yuanyang, he was a heaven-defying genius. Such a genius was enough for killing intent to arise inside Jie Heng. Killing intent flashed past the eyes of Yi Yuanyang's avatar of the Red Gold Sun Python, and the 9 spheres of light revolving around it quickly formed a weird enneagram. A golden sun flame god ray as thick as a thumb shot out from the middle of the enneagram and barreled towards Yang Feng. Golden sun flame god ray. Yang Feng's complexion suddenly changed, and he placed the god armament Holy Flame Sword horizontally to block the golden sun flame god ray. The law of fire surged, and cyan flames containing the law of fire formed a flame shield blocking in front of the Holy Flame Sword. The golden sun flame god ray easily pierced through the cyan flame shield, sent the Holy Flame Sword flying, and crushed into Yang Feng. Countless wisps of golden sun flames rampaged inside Yang Feng and burned everything. Yang Feng operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and wisps of primal chaos force frantically cleansed his body and drew the wisps of golden sun flames into the semi-plane. When the wisps of golden sun flames entered the semi-plane, they immediately turned into a raging fire that burned the semi-plane and wreaked havoc everywhere. Wisps of primal chaos force suddenly erupted, smashed the wisps of golden sun flames, and turned them into fire elemental particles. Although Yang Feng's semi-plane has completely devoured the power of the golden sun flames, but at the same time, the entire semi-plane was covered by fire elemental particles, and an imbalance began to arise between the 4 elements wind, fire, water, and earth. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. The spectators just saw Yang Feng tremble slightly after getting hit by the golden sun flame god ray. Blocked? He actually blocked the golden sun flame god ray. How is this possible? fgetewebnavuel.com. Have my eyes gone bad? That was a golden sun flame god ray. It's capable of burning Moonlight Warlocks to death and injuring Glorious Dawn Warlocks. How could he have resisted it? How come he didn't die? Dumbstruck, the representatives of the major sects could not believe their eyes. The face of the always calm Jie Heng fell, and he exclaimed, "What's going on? How could he have blocked it?" Zhao Ilian's pretty face flickered and her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, and she exclaimed, "That's inconceivable! What spell did he use? How come he blocked the golden sun flame god ray?" The eyes of the always tranquil Bai Ilian
who was as beautiful as an immortal lotus glimmered with shock. Clearly, Yang Feng's performance exceeded her expectations by far. Zhang Hanshan's delicate body shivered, and she asked Zhou Feng full of incredulity, "Was that a golden sun flame god ray? Have my eyes gotten rotten?" Zhou Feng smiled helplessly and uttered, "The golden sun flame god ray wasn't fake." Shui smiled happily at this scene, filled with pride. "Impossible! What's going on?" Mo Wuheng, who has already recovered 30% of his strength. His face turned ashen and his hands balled into fists. Staring at Yang Feng in the arena, he bit his lower lip, and blood trickled down his chin. He was defeated by the Golden Sun Flame God Ray. For Yang Feng to easily resist the Golden Sun Flame God Ray, it was akin to stating that Yang Feng was a dozen times stronger than him. This fact was a heavy blow to the always proud and arrogant Mo Wuheng. At the same time, it gave rise to an obscure resentment in him. "Impossible! How can you resist my golden fun flame god ray?" The eyes of Yi Yuanyang's avatar of the red gold sun python shimmered with shock, and he exclaimed. Unconsciously, his voice was laced with fear. With its tremendous might, the golden sun flame god ray could restrain countless secret methods. Even Yi Yuanyang's true body could hardly receive a golden sun flame god ray. When he saw Yang Feng easily block the golden sun flame god ray, the mind of the always composed Yi Yuanyang swayed. Yang Feng spoke with a faint smile. "It's very simple. You're just too weak. At most, you can only display less than 30% of the power of the red gold sun python's golden sun flame god ray. This isn't enough to hurt me." In fact, if Yang Feng hadn't implanted the semi-plane seed into his soul seed, and then forced all the golden sun flames into the semi-plane, then even though he cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body, he still would be able to resist the golden sun flame god ray. Furthermore, after absorbing the golden sun flame god ray, an imbalance began to arise between the four elements of the semi-plane. However, Yang Feng naturally wouldn't tell Yi Yuanyang the truth of the matter. Instead, he continued to speak full of confidence, and adopted an inscrutable appearance. The Tai Yi Sect's 9 brilliant suns secret method is only this much. What a letdown. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then blurred into motion and, as if a ghost, shot towards Yi Yuanyang lightning fast. Wherever he passed, the golden sun flames were directly swallowed and sent into the semi-plane. Chapter 457 Sun God Dragon Transformation. Chapter 457 Sun God Dragon Transformation. Translator, Zayamoj. Amid the endless sea of golden sun flames appeared a passage without any flames. The passage extended towards the red gold sun python lightning fast. Fool! The red gold sun python not only can produce golden sun flames, but also possesses a terrifying fleshly body. You're seeking death. Yi Yuanyang's eyes shimmered with a savage light. Bright red light flickered in the eyes of his avatar of the red gold sun python, and it locked on Yang Feng's movement trajectory. Although the red gold sun python couldn't compare to extraordinary life forms with eye abilities, but its eyes could still easily lock on the movement trajectory of experts below the glorious Dawn Warlock rank. This was the horror of extraordinary life forms comparable to gods. If it wasn't for the difficulty in reproduction of terrifying existences like red gold sun pythons and golden crows, then the humans of the Zhangji Plains 8 Warlock dynasties wouldn't have been able to dominate the universe. Locked on Yang Feng's movement trajectory, the red gold sun python flashed, and its tail erupted with mountain-destroying and river-breaking strength and swept towards Yang Feng. In the reception hall, everyone was on edge as they stared at the arena with a dignified gleam in their eyes. However, as if Yang Feng has anticipated it, the moment the red gold sun python moved, he catapulted away and evaded the all-out strike by the skin of his teeth. He appeared next to the red gold sun python's head and mercilessly slashed down. The tail strike of a red gold sun python is really matchless in might. I wouldn't be able to avoid it. However, with your Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, you can't fully grasp the red gold sun python transformation and can't match body and mind. Yet you still want to defeat me with the fleshly body. How delusional. When the holy flame sword landed on the head of Yi Yuanyang's avatar of the red gold sun python, it slashed open a huge gash,
and a copious amount of blood spilled out. If Yi Yuanyang hadn't twisted his neck in the nick of time, his eye would have been split open by Yang Feng's sword strike. After his strike connected, Yang Feng turned into afterimages and flashed around Yi Yuanyang. Sword rays flashed and, as if a wave, slashed the body of Yi Yuanyang's avatar of the Red Gold Sun Python. The repercussion from the avatar of the Red Gold Sun Python exceeding Yi Yuanyang's rank has emerged. The Red Gold Sun Python was a terrifying Glorious Dawn Warlock rank existence. It was a heaven and earth life form superior to ordinary extraordinary life forms. After he turned into the Red Gold Sun Python, it was already very strenuous to operate the Golden Sun Flames, let alone control the fleshly body of the Red Gold Sun Python. If it was a real Red Gold Sun Python, then with just a swing of its tail it could force Yang Feng to go all out. As for Yi Yuanyang's avatar of the Red Gold Sun Python, he couldn't accomplish the same. Even though he swung the tail wildly around, but he still couldn't hit Yang Feng. If not for its exceedingly powerful fleshly body, the Red Gold Sun Python would have been cut into countless pieces by now. Fucking bastard! Yang Feng, I want you to die! Eyes shot with blood and burning with the fire of rage, Yi Yuanyang issued a heaven-shaking bellow, and a copious amount of golden sun flames suddenly broke out and turned into a red golden pillar of flames shooting into the clouds. Yang Feng's figure flashed, and he retreated briskly by 1,000 meters and gazed at Yi Yuanyang with a dignified look in his eyes. And the red golden pillar of light, Yi Yuanyang's avatar of the red gold sun python struggled for a while, and then slowly transformed into the heaven and earth life form sun god dragon. A mountain-burning, sea-boiling, terrifying fire breath spread out from the red gold light column, and the temperature inside the arena rose above 100 degrees Celsius. For the first time, there was a flash of shock in Yang Feng's eyes. Sun God Dragon transformation. What's going on? This transformation can only be cultivated by bright world warlocks. Even with the use of secret treasures, he can't keep this transformation up. The Sun God Dragon transformation could only be successfully cultivated by bright world warlocks. Once successfully cultivated, its might was boundless, and its flames could burn everything. When touched by its flames, glorious dawn warlocks will be burnt to ashes. Moreover, it could restrain countless evil spells. At the same time, the transformation into a sun god dragon required the consumption of a copious amount of life force. The amount of life force required to maintain the sun god dragon transformation for a breath of time could suck a starry sky warlock dry. Inside the red golden pillar of flames, Yi Yuanyang's face has distorted from pain. Suddenly, wisps of world force permeated out of his body and entered the sun god dragon, evolving 1/4 of the red gold sun python's head into the sun god dragon's head. Lu Wuchen's face fell abruptly, and he exclaimed, "Virtual world!" He even condensed a virtual world. Zhao Ilian's pretty face changed, and her beautiful eyes shimmered gravely. Virtual world! He condensed a virtual world. The younger generation will surpass us in time. This saying holds true indeed. Virtual world. Virtual world. To condense a virtual world in the starry sky warlock realm. This Yi Yuanyang is an outrageous genius. The faces of the warlocks of the 10 Great Sects fell, and they cried out. In the Zhangji plane, the strongest warlocks could contend against and even suppress gods from other planes. The strongest warlock path was to implant a semi-plane seed into your soul seed and evolve together, and then ultimately evolve into a true world warlock. The 7 warlock emperors were all absolutely brilliant, and they have evolved a true world inside them. With the help of world force, they were virtually invincible, and suppressed countless planes and killed countless experts. Even the gods inside their divine countries were forced to bow their proud heads in capitulation before them. Treasures like semi-plane seeds, even in the astral boundary, could only be obtained through good fortune. You may not be able to come across a semi-plane seed in 10,000 years. After countless research, the Zhangji Plane's human warlocks have finally devised the virtual world cultivation method. By using foremost precious materials of heaven and earth or unique secret treasures of the 4 elements and implant them into their soul seed, and then using a variety of mysterious secret methods, human warlocks could condense a virtual world somewhat similar to a true world.
When nourished and refined by countless precious materials of heaven and earth, a virtual world could slowly transform into a true world. Of course, the resources necessary to transform a virtual world into a true world surpassed the value of a semi-plane seed by 1,000 or even 10,000 times. Few people could transform a virtual world into a true world. Updat.dfrmfgewebnvel.com. The Dawn Lord of the 8th Warlock Dynasty was a peerless expert who has established a virtual world inside him, and then transformed the virtual world into a true world. To claim that the precious materials of heaven and earth and peerless secret treasures capable of supporting a virtual world were rare would be an understatement. And even if you had access to such treasures, it was still very difficult to establish a virtual world. In the entire Battle Demon Sect, only the two great elders Huang Yi and Yi Yuanyang have established a virtual world inside them. The two bright world warlocks Huang Yi and Yi Yuanyang could contend against some weak infinity warlock rank powerhouses. As such, their status was above the other two great elders. It was because he had the support of the world force provided by his virtual world that he was able to perform the terrifying spell Golden Sun Flame God Ray and defeat the Moonlight Warlock Mo Wuheng. After Yi Yuanyang evolved 1/4 of the red gold sun python's head into the sun god dragon's head, he could no longer continue with the evolution. From the maw of the 1/4 of the sun god dragon's head shot out a wisp of sun god dragon flames that slowly floated towards Yang Feng. When Yang Feng saw that wisp of sun god dragon flames, a dignified look appeared in his eyes. Although the sun god dragon flames was only a wisp, but it was of an extremely high grade. It was more terrifying than the golden sun flame god ray. When touched by this wisp of sun god dragon flames, even a glorious dawn warlock would be seriously injured, while a moonlight warlock would be directly burned to ashes. The wisp of sun god dragon flames seemed to be moving extremely slowly, though in reality, it was approaching very quickly. Within a breath of time, it has very strangely appeared in front Yang Feng. A cold gleam flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he ferociously hacked at the wisp of sun god dragon flame with the god armament holy flame sword. In the blink of an eye, the wisp of sun god dragon flame erupted and turned into a raging fire sweeping towards the holy flame sword. The law of fire sealed inside the holy flame sword trembled and almost collapsed. Detonate! Yang Feng released his grip on the sword, then retreated briskly and barked in a low voice. The god armament sword holy flame sword trembled and exploded in a flash, and then crashed the wisp of sun god dragon flame into a raging storm of flames sweeping towards Yang Feng. There was an eccentric glint in Yang Feng's eyes, and a water domain suddenly broke out and turned into a torrent of water that swept towards the storm of flames. After he ate the apple of wisdom, Yang Feng has already condensed various domains, among which was the water domain. When the water domain met the storm of flames, it immediately collapsed, turned into a fog, and dissipated. Only weakened by a trace, the storm of flames still swept towards Yang Feng with the power of burning mountains and boiling seas. Yang Feng retreated briskly. With a thought, numerous spatial mirrors suddenly appear and blocked in front of the storm of flames. When the violent storm of flames slammed into the spatial mirrors, it was dissected by the spatial mirrors and conveyed to different spaces. Chapter 458, Defeating Yi Yuanyang. Chapter 458, Defeating Yi Yuanyang. Translator, Zayamoj. If it were the sun god dragon flames operated by a true sun god dragon, then Yang Feng's spatial mirrors wouldn't be able to stir them, let alone transfer them to other spaces. However, with his Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, Yi Yuanyang couldn't control the wisp of sun god dragon flames. Otherwise, the wisp of sun god dragon flames wouldn't have been smashed by the holy flame sword's detonation. When the wisp of sun god dragon flames was scattered by the explosion, it no longer possessed the terrific might to seriously injure glorious dawn warlocks and easily burn moonlight warlocks to death. After most of the storm of flames was dissected and banished to other spaces by the spatial mirrors, there was still a fist-sized flame that passed through one space after another and barreled towards Yang Feng like a meteor. Yang Feng's eyes congealed, and he grabbed the flame. A terrific force broke out and swallowed the flame in an instant, and then poured it into the semiplane. When the flame entered the semiplane, a wisp of world force pierced it like a sharp spear and crushed it. The flame was turned into pure fire elemental particles drifting in the semiplane. After the flame was devoured by Yang Feng, Yi Yuanyang, whose eyes were bloodshot, issued a howl that brings to mind a wounded beast. Immediately after, the 1/4 of the red gold sun python's head collapsed. The 5-level 6 secret treasure golden sun flame beads issued cracking sounds and shattered into dust. With a flash of light, Yi Yuanyang was revealed standing in the center of the arena and staring at Yang Feng with fury in his eyes. "We lost this fight," Jiaheng conceded at once, then reached out with his hand. With a flicker of light, he grabbed Yi Yuanyang in the arena and placed the latter beside him. He was afraid that Yang Feng would use the pretext of competition to kill this peerless genius of the Tai Yi secretary Yi Yuanyang. When Yi Yuanyang returned to Jiaheng's side, he still stared at Yang Feng, almost spurting fire from his eyes. Since his debut, his life has been smooth sailing. He has never lost a fight. Now, however, he was defeated by the Great Warlock Yang Feng, which was a great humiliation to him. As if his gaze passed through the arena, Yang Feng, standing in the arena, looked straight at Yi Yuanyang and said with a faint smile, "You admit defeat? Yi Yuanyang, you sure are quite extraordinary. You were able to force me to use 50% of my strength. The Tai Yi Sect's secret methods sure have some merit." Jiaheng's face turned gloomy. Yi Yuanyang's face turned bright red and his body trembled, and he spurted a mouthful of blood and fainted. In fact, Yi Yuanyang was a rare genius of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Before Yang Feng has gotten his hands on the Apple of Wisdom, if he used the peerless secret method Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist recorded in the Primal Chaos Imperishable Body matched with the world force condensed from the semi-plane, he would have a slight edge over Yi Yuanyang. Still, a moment of carelessness could lead to his defeat and even death. After Yang Feng acquired the Apple of Wisdom, his wisdom increased, which was how he was able to easily comprehend the Battle Demon secret method and reach the Black Battle Demon stage, and was able to defeat Yi Yuanyang. Terrific! Truly astounding! This Yang Feng is really fearsome. With Great Warlock rank cultivation base, he was able to defeat Yi Yuanyang, who has cultivated a virtual world. How terrifying! The Battle Demon Sect is destined to prosper. In addition to Shi Shui, it still got such an outrageous genius like Yang Feng. It seems that after a few hundred years, it might be able to catch up to the Tai Yi Sect. I heard that at the time, because his aptitude was too lacking, Yang Feng has passed a very harsh trial in order to enter the Battle Demon Sect. It seems that when we recruit disciples, we must open up more paths. Within the reception hall, both the warlocks from the 10 Great Sects and the representatives from the major sects stared at Yang Feng with conflicting emotion in their eyes. They began to ponder their relationship with the Battle Demon Sect. Some sects who had been on the fence began to think about whether they should lean more towards the Battle Demon Sect. Once a Warlock Monarch or a Holy Spirit Warlock appeared in the Battle Demon Sect, then the Battle Demon Sect could become the leader of the 10 Great Sects. By then, even establishing a 9th Warlock dynasty wouldn't be impossible. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were many Great Warlock rank unparalleled geniuses who could defeat Starry Sky Warlocks. However, Great Warlock rank unparalleled genius who could defeat Starry Sky Warlock rank outrageous geniuses comparable to Moonlight Warlocks were few and far between. The holy son of the Tai Yi Sect Yi Yuanyang was a matchless genius who has defeated Moonlight Warlocks. Yet he lost to Yang Feng. Yang Feng's strength could well be imagined. In addition to the legendary Warlock Emperors, only some peerless geniuses who have once contended against the 8 Warlock Emperors possessed such terrifying accomplishments. If these peerless geniuses who once fought against the 8 Warlock Emperors haven't died early, then they would have amazing achievements. At the weakest, they would have become Infinity Warlocks, and many would have become Warlock Monarchs and even Holy Spirit Warlocks. In addition to envy and jealousy, there was still well-concealed killing intent in the gazes that landed on Yang Feng. After Yang Feng defeated the holy son of the Tai Yi Sect Yi Yuanyang, no one dared to provoke him. The Moonlight Ceremony also proceeded without any disturbances and ended smoothly. At the end of the Moonlight Ceremony, the Tai Yi Sect's people immediately left the Battle Demon Sect. The Saint Lotus Sect left the Battle Demon Sect next. The true disciples of the other great sects took the initiative to make friends with Yang Feng. Yang Feng was also very interested in the true disciples of the other great sections. Hitting it off, the two sides conversed spiritedly and became friends. Add latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. Yang Feng, come to the immortal Huang Hall. When Yang Feng returned to the immortal Huang Palace, a voice echoed in his sea of knowledge. Yang Feng's mind stirred, and then he strode towards the immortal Huang Hall. When he entered the immortal Huang Hall, Yang Feng saw Huang Yi sitting on the dais looking back at him with a kind expression on his face. He immediately came to the seventh praying mat and sat down, well-behaved. Huang Yi's bright eyes looked Yang Feng up and down as the latter was a precious treasure. After a long time he smiled and said, "Well done, Yang Feng, your performance was really beyond my expectations. This time you have greatly increased the prestige of the Battle Demon Sect. What do you want as reward?" Yang Feng's thoughts revolved and he uttered, "Disciple hopes to get some treasures to cultivate planes." Cultivate planes? Huang Yi was taken aback. Then with a thought, a powerful spirit fluctuation swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng quietly retracted the power of the primal chaos imperishable body and allowed Huang Yi's spirit fluctuation to land on him. The spirit fluctuation scanned Yang Feng and then retreated at once. A complicated look in his eyes, Huang Yi sighed. "Semi-plane. You really implanted a semi-plane seed into your soul seed." After implanting a semi-plane seed, and then using various heaven and earth precious materials and secret methods to nurture the semi-plane, it could evolve into a world. Using the force from that world, you could become unparalleled in the same rank. With the Battle Demon Sects giving him full support, Huang Yi has spent countless heaven and earth treasures to establish a virtual world. However, if he wanted to transform the virtual world into a true world, it would be at least 1,000 times more difficult than implanting a semi-plane seed. At the thought that his disciple has already implanted a semi-plane and established a semi-plane, Huang Yi was both happy and envious. However, since Yang Feng was able to defeat Yi Yuanyang with Great Warlock rank cultivation base, Huang Yi has guessed that Yang Feng has either implanted a semi-planet seed or established a virtual world. The treasures required to cultivate semi-planes are best heaven and earth precious materials formed from the four elements. The four elements wind, fire, water, and earth are the four basic elements that prop up the various planes. In the future, you can cultivate the secret methods of the four elements and use heaven and earth precious material to nourish your semi-plane. I don't have many treasures to cultivate semi-planes. These are wind crystal, water crystal, and earth crystal, take them. The flame element in your semi-plane is too rich. After absorbing these three crystals, you can not only recover the balance of your semi-plane, but also increase your strength. Huang Yi waved his hand and sent three crystals flying towards Yang Feng. Yang accepted the three crystals with a look of joy on his face and said, "Thank you, teacher." The four element crystals were born in places rich in elemental particles. The four element crystals were the most common heaven and earth precious material used in the cultivation of virtual worlds and semi-planes. Whenever one such crystal appeared, it would be taken away by the major forces. The crystals were extremely valuable, and the price of each crystal was above 100 million low-grade magic crystals. Huang Yi's prestige in the Battle Demon Sect has increased by a great deal due of Yang Feng, which was why he gave Yang Feng the three crystals to help him balance the elements in his semi-plane. After giving Yang Feng the three crystals, Huang Yi spoke some words of encouragement, and then had him withdraw. When Yang Feng returned to his dwelling, he immediately began to integrate the three crystals into his semi-plane. 3 days later, the three crystals as well as countless low-grade magic crystals were refined by Yang Feng. In the semi-plane, the balance of the four elements was regained. The semi-plane has expanded by 1,000 meters in diameter, giving birth to more world force. Chapter 459 Wei Sea City. Chapter 459 Wei Sea City. Translator, Zayamoj. After he completely refined the three element crystals, Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he mused, "It seems that I should take some time to cultivate the Battle Demon Sect's battle secret methods. Regarding exceptional genius like Yi Yuanyang, Fireball, Blink, Thunderbolt, and other low-level spells below the level 5 had no effect. And once Yi Yuanyang has turned into the terrific existence Red Gold Sun Python, level 5 spells would have basically become useless. The Battle Demon Sect's Battle Demon Secret method integrated offense and defense. Even if you cultivated until the Infinity Warlock rank, the Black Battle Demon possession could still increase your battle strength by 200%, which was why the Battle Demon Secret method was one of the fundamental secret methods of the Battle Demon Sect. With their battle prowess increased by 200%, an Infinity Warlock could crush an expert of the same rank. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. In the Western world, when you advanced by a rank, you would have to begin to cultivate the spells of that rank. In the Eastern world, the methods tended to focus on battle secret methods that improved along with the strength of the practitioner. Both methods had their merits and demerits. Taking the Battle Demon Secret methods as example, although its might was tremendous, but its cultivation requirements were very high. Only Great Warlocks could practice it, and it took hundreds of years just to cultivate the Blue Battle Demon possession. If you mastered the Western world's blink, it would be 100 times more useful than the Blue Battle Demon possession in a fight between Great Warlocks. Of course, in a fight between Infinity Warlocks, the power of blink was greatly limited, and it was nearly useless. As for the Blue Battle Demon possession, it could increase the battle prowess of the practitioner by 30%. This increase could be rated as terrifying. Apart from the biased ancillary subcontinents like the Tyrannid subcontinent, the Eastern world and the Western world of the continent have not only developed many powerful unique spells and secret methods, but have also exchanged many spells and secret methods between one another. In the Battle Demon Sect, there were also a lot of spells developed by the Western world. Of course, there weren't many people who practiced these spells. From among the countless secret methods of the Battle Demon Sect, Yang Feng has chosen the 4 secret methods Skyfire 7 Tones, Divine Wind 9 Revolutions, Earth Embryo, and Water 3 Transformations to cultivate at the same time. In the Battle Demon Sect, these 4 secret methods were the best for nurturing virtual worlds and semiplanes. The cultivation of Skyfire 7 Tones could develop the spell model for the spell 7-color Skyfire, which was divided into 7 colors: yellow, orange, red, green, blue, cyan, purple in order. The cultivation of Divine Wind 9 Revolutions could form the spell model for the spell 9 Revolutions Divine Wind. The cultivation of Earth Embryo could form the spell model for the spell Earth Escape. The cultivation of Water 3 Transformations could form the spell model for the spell Shenin Cold Water. The 4 spells 7-color Skyfire, 9 Revolutions Divine Wind, Earth Escape, and Shenin Cold Water possess the characteristics of the Eastern world spells, meaning that they would increase in might along with the increase in strength of the practitioner. The 4 secret methods Skyfire 7 Tones, Divine Wind 9 Revolutions, Earth Embryo, and Water 3 Transformations were all very difficult to cultivate. These 4 secret methods were comparable to the Tai Yi Sect's 9 Brilliant Suns secret method in terms of level. Even a cultivation genius like Xuanhuan would find it very challenging to cultivate these 4 secret methods at the same time, unable to reach the small completion realm without cultivating for at least 100 years. Prior to acquiring the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng, whose cultivation aptitude was far below that of a true cultivation genius like Xuanhuan, apart from the primal chaos imperishable body, he didn't dare to arbitrarily cultivate other secret methods. But after acquiring the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng rapidly progressed in the cultivation of the 4 secret methods. He easily cultivated the 4 secret methods until the small completion realm and formed the 4 spell models in his knowledge of the sea. After he cultivated the 4 secret methods to the small completion realm, Yang Feng could clearly sense the semiplane inside him grow under the nourishment of the 4 basic elements. But to cultivate these secret methods, he had to consume a large number of low-grade magic crystals. Each day, he had to consume more than 100,000 low-grade magic crystals. Huang Immortal Palace, inside Yang Feng's residence. Data flow flickered in his eyes. Looking at the summary of the various data collected by the Level 2 optical computed, he sighed faintly. The cultivation resources aren't enough. It looks like I have to think of a way to open up a few business lanes to get some more cultivation resources. After Yang Feng implanted the semiplane seed in his sea of knowledge and evolved it into a semiplane, he acquired tremendous strength and embarked on the strongest warlock path. However, the cultivation resources he had to consume also increased exponentially. The resources from the Turandot subcontinent, the Feisua Plains desolate islands and Red Earth wasteland, and the Shadow Prince Mecha's Grade 9 plane weren't able to meet his cultivation requirements. Using the Level 2 mobile fortified strongholds synthesizing ability, Yang Feng has synthesized many precious elixirs, which he threw out to be sold. The resources he obtained from the sale of the elixirs still weren't enough to satisfy his cultivation needs. It seems that I must make a move. Yang Feng pressed a button, and a holographic projector next to him shot out rays of light that formed the complete map of the Zhangji Plains continent in midair. Yang Feng calculated inside. On the Feisua Plain, my clone is currently consolidating his cultivation base. The astral boundary is being explored, and no places with resources were found yet. The Shadow Prince Mecha's Grade 9 plane is too barren. If I want to make a big profit, then it seems that the Zhangji Plains continent is my only option. At present, the Zhangji Plain was the highest known grade plane. It was the plane with the most abundant resources and endless mysteries. Yang Feng could only find a way to acquire the resources that he needed in the Zhangji Plain. The Wei-Si County was one of the 36 counties under the jurisdiction of Lesser Province Linghai Province. To the east of the Wei-Si County was the Wei-Si, which concealed countless powerful sea extraordinary life forms. Deep in the Wei-Si, there were 4 subcontinents, namely the Fuso subcontinent, Indov subcontinent, Krog subcontinent, and Futur subcontinent. The Wei-Si County was a hub that linked the 4 subcontinents and the Great Cloud Dynasty. Every day, there were merchant ships from the 4 subcontinent entering the Wei-Si County, shipping resources from the 4 subcontinents to the Wei-Si County for sale. The surface area of the 4 subcontinents was much larger than that of the Turandot subcontinent. At the same time, resources in the 4 subcontinents were far more abundant than the resources in the Turandot subcontinent. The sea trade between the Wei-Si County and the 4 subcontinents garnered tremendous wealth. Just the annual tax revenue of the Wei-Si County was comparable to the tax revenue of the other 35 counties of the Linghai Province put together. In the Wei-Si County's capital, the Wei-Si City, a 4-seated, convertible red fairy dragon limited edition luxury chariot was speeding along on the road. The person driving the chariot was the gorgeous high elf Lila. In the back of the luxury chariot, Yang Feng, embracing the sensual and fascinating Eunice, and the sultry and charming Cheyenne, was looking around. With the support of a large amount of resources provided by Yang Feng, Eunice has promoted to a Great Warlock. As for Cheyenne, after she has converted to Yang Feng's clone, the ruler of shadows, and was nourished by divine force of shadows, she has promoted to a shadow high priestess comparable to a starry sky warlock. Human, high elf, dark elf. The beautiful women of the 3 races attracted the gazes of many men in the Wei-Si city. Gazes of greed gathered on Yang Feng and his party. However, as if he hasn't seen anything, Yang Feng continued to show off on the street, all the while enjoying the gazes of envy and jealousy. When he has just arrived at the continent, Yang Feng could only keep a low profile, not daring to bring along the stunning women from the Turandot subcontinent. Or else, once he was targeted by some expert, he would be powerless to protect his women. But now Yang Feng was a personal disciple of the great elder Huang Iha of the Battle Demon Sect and was attached great importance by the sect. Besides, his true body possessed battle prowess comparable to a Moonlight Warlock's. He already possessed the strength and confidence to protect his women. In the Wei-Si city, in addition to humans, there were many bizarre merfolk. The Zhangji Plains and Feisua Plains merfolk were different. In addition to the Zhangji Plains native merfolk, there were still many merfolk human warlocks have brought from other plains, or mutant merfolk created by human warlocks trough various dangerous experiments. The strength of the Zhangji Plains merfolk was terrifying. In the ocean, the 3 imperial courts, Lan Imperial Court, Sea Dragon Imperial Court, Legu Imperial Court, could even contend against the human continent's Great Cloud Dynasty and Breast Dynasty, Bajor Dynasty, and Cater Dynasty. The merfolk that climb onto the human continent without permission were naturally all killed by human warlocks. However, it was impossible for human warlocks to conquer the merfolk. The luxury carriage that attracted the attention of countless people stopped in front of the luxurious building called Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. With sunglasses on his face, Yang Feng walked into the luxurious building along with the 3 stunning women in tow. A capable-looking, Rather pretty woman in cyan clothing smiled and greeted. "Mister, may I help you?" Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and Lila promptly stepped forward and opened a box, from which the sweet fragrance of apples wafted out. There was an apple of wisdom leaf inside the box. With the arrogance of a high elf, Lila spoke indifferently in an aloof tone. "This is an apple of wisdom leaf my lord got from the Feisua plain. Have Shi Yuebing come out and talk to my lord." Chapter 460 Shi Yuebing. Chapter 460 Shi Yuebing. Translator, Zayamoj. The face of the rather pretty woman in cyan clothing flickered, and she spoke in a more respectful tone. "The Feisua Plains apple of wisdom leaf. I understand. Please wait a moment. An apple of wisdom leaf could increase a pinnacle starry sky warlock's probability to advance to a moonlight warlock by 50%. Such a treasure, even bright world warlocks would be moved by it. In the Zhangji Plain, great warlocks were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and pinnacle starry sky warlock experts were also many. As for moonlight warlocks, they were very rare. A moonlight warlock could establish a sect and carve out a place for themselves in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Not long after, a petite girl that looked to be 14 or 15 years old dressed in a plain white dress, with slightly yellowish skin that made her look malnourished, exquisite facial features, big gem-like eyes, and a light smile on her face walked over. The girl smiled softly and said, "I am Shi Yuebing of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. How do I address you, mister?" Yang Feng responded arrogantly, "My surname is Yang." Shi Yuebing spoke with a sweet smile, "Young Master Yang, please come with me." Shi Yuebing brought Yang Feng and his party to the 9th floor of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. Two beautiful maids came forward and handed everyone a cup of special tea. After she took a light sip of the tea, Eunice's beautiful eyes lit up, and she praised, "This is red leaf dragon tea. It can improve the soul aptitude of a warlock with level 4 soul aptitude or lower. Long-term consumption of this tea can also increase spirit force by a small amount." "What a good tea!" Cheyenne gracefully picked up a cup of red leaf dragon tea and took a sip. Feeling the faint fragrance dancing on her tongue, she showed a look of satisfaction. The red leaf dragon tea was a specialty of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although this tea was only considered to be a third-rate product in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but in the Tyrannid subcontinent it was a rare treasure. In the past, even the leader of one of the 6 major forces of the Tyrannid subcontinent, Carolina, could only afford to buy a few tael of this tea per year. When Yang Feng took a sip of the tea, his eyes narrowed a little. Feeling the fragrance lingering on his tongue, he quietly sized Shi Yuebing sitting before him up. Looking like she didn't care about Yang Feng's gaze, Shi Yuebing smiled sweetly and uttered, "Young Master Yang, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is very interested in the apple of wisdom leaf in your possession. We are willing to purchase the leaf for 10 million magic crystals. What do you think?" Yang Feng sneered, "That's not enough. Even bright world warlocks would be tempted by an apple of wisdom leaf. How could someone sell such heaven and earth precious treasure for a mere 10 million magic crystals?" Shi Yuebing asked immediately, "Then what do you want?" Yang Feng showed a meaningful smile. "I want the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion." The smile on Shi Yuebing's beautiful face faded. Now only coldness remained in her pretty eyes. With derision on her face, she uttered frigidly, "You have a big appetite. With just a mere apple of wisdom leaf, you want to swallow the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's 1,000-year-long foundation. How delusional. Please leave, you're no longer welcome here." 2 men exuding starry sky warlock rank aura slowly walked out from the side and looked coldly at Yang Feng. Yang Feng spoke with a faint smile. "As far as I know, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion has recently 5 Taisheng-class merchant ships sink and the cargo disappear from the ships. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is currently insolvent. Besides, Miss Shi of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's 4 elders, 2 oppose you continuing to be the pavilion master. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is not far from a collapse. I may be your only hope, yet you want to drive me away? Do you want the 1,000-year-long foundation of your Shi family to be destroyed?" Shi Yuebing suddenly turned pale. A glimmer of shock appeared in her eyes, and she waved her hand. The 2 starry sky warlock rank experts retreated immediately. Shi Yuebing spoke icily, You deliberately inquired about the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's circumstances? What are you after? Yang Feng responded domineeringly. I need a merchant group that has maritime trade with the 4 subcontinents. I chose the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion because its circumstances suit me the best. I can either ruin or rebirth the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. Miss Shi, what are you going to choose? The destruction of the Shi family's 1,000-year-long foundation, or to hand the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion to me and let it rebirth? Shi Yuanyang raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, Who are you? Yang Feng answered with a faint smile, I am Yang Feng, a personal disciple of the Battle Demon Sect's Great Elder Huang Aha. Shi Yuanyang's beautiful eyes shimmered with shock, and she exclaimed, A personal disciple of the Battle Demon Sect's Great Elder Huang Aha. After Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang during Shi Shui's Moonlight Ceremony, his name became known to many top powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty. As the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion was just an ordinary third-rate force within the Wei Sea City, Shi Yuanyang hasn't heard of Yang Feng's name. However, the 4 great elders of the Battle Demon Sect were world-famous experts. Any warlock with just a little bit of knowledge would have heard of their names. Shi Yuanyang was naturally aware of the weight the title personal disciple of a great elder of the Battle Demon Sect carried. The status of a personal disciple of a great elder of the Battle Demon Sect was comparable to that of the Wei Sea City's city master. And within the sphere of influence of the Battle Demon Sect, the county masters would bow their heads respectfully and fawn on the personal disciples of the great elder of the Battle Demon Sect. The reason why Yang Feng went to great length to join the Battle Demon Sect, apart from the precious secret methods and resources, was because he wanted to borrow the sect's power. Shi Yuanyang frowned and uttered in an apologetic tone, Please wait a moment. I need a bit of time. With that, Shi Yuanyang immediately turned and left the room. Yang Feng smiled and quietly tasted the red leaf dragon tea. Before long, Shi Yuanyang came back and sat down. Looking at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in her eyes, she smiled sweetly and said, So your senior disciple brother Yang Feng who defeated the Tai Yi Sect's holy son. Sorry for not recognizing you. Shi Yuanyang continued promptly. Since it's you, senior disciple brother Yang, then I can give you 80% of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's shares. Follow current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. The Tai Yi Sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang was a peerless genius who could defeat Moonlight Warlock rank experts. For Yang Feng to be able to defeat Yi Yuanyang, it meant that he was far stronger than ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's strongest fighting strength was just 2 elders who were pinnacle Starry Sky Warlocks. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's 1,000-year-long foundation wasn't enough to recruit a Moonlight Warlock to work for them. Now that Yang Feng wanted to take over the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, Shi Yuanyang promptly chose to rely on him. When he saw Shi Yuanyang's decisiveness, Yang Feng revealed a satisfied smile. A few days later, 4 old men sat at a huge white marble round table in a building belonging to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. The 4 old men were the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's 4 elders. Back in the day, they were the subordinates of Shi Yuanyang's father Shi Lai. The burly second elder with a black eye patch on his right eye exuding a violent aura said gravely, 1 month ago, another Taishan-class merchant ship of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion sank. This is already the 5th Taishan-class merchant ship. Now that the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is insolvent, no one is willing to give us credit. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is finished if things go on like this. The other 3 elders went silent. The burly and robust first elder with some gray hairs on his head shot the second elder a look and uttered flatly, Old second, if you have something to say, then just say it. freewebnovel.com. The second elder was silent. Apparently too embarrassed to speak, he looked at the third elder. The third elder spoke with a faint smile. The Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion's young master fancies Yuanyang. If Yuanyang is willing to marry him as his concubine, then the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion and the Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion will integrate into one. We can have a comeback. The foundation the old lord passed down to us won't wilt down in our hands. The first elder went silent for a while, then looked at the fourth elder who has been silent all this time and asked lightly, What do you think, old for? The fourth elder lowered his head. As if a dead person, he kept his silence.
Only the drawn-out breathing indicated that he was still alive. The first elder's eyes flashed with anger, and he said frigidly, every word laced with emotion. The debt of gratitude we owe the Lord is as weighty as a mountain. We were nurtured from orphans to starry sky warlocks, and are enjoying a lifespan surpassing 1,000 years. If not for the Lord, then we, a bunch of homeless, petty orphans, would have become piles of bones in less than 100 years. The Lord has died only 20 years ago, yet in order to seize the young Lord's property, you want to force her to marry that animal from the Xuanhuan pavilion. Has your conscience been eaten by the dogs? As one of the top 10 sea merchant groups of the Wei Sea City, the Xuanhuan pavilion possessed a great number of experts. But the Xuanhuan pavilion's young master was a complete scum. He was already in his 40s, yet despite assistance of the Xuanhuan pavilion's tremendous resources, he was only a level 1 warlock. Moreover, he led a life of debauchery and liked to murder beautiful women. Every year, there would be many bodies of female slaves thrown into the sea. The second and third elders wanted to push Shi Yuanyang directly into a fire pit for their own prosperity, which made the first elder angry to the extreme. Listening to the angry shouts of the first elder, the eyes of the fourth elder flickered with shame and his body trembled slightly. Yet in the end, he just gave a long sigh and kept silent. The third elder smiled coldly and said, "Old one, these words of yours are uncalled for. We have fought hard to reach our position in the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. For the sake of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, which one of us hasn't spilt blood? Even though we have some debt of gratitude with the old Lord, but after serving him for hundreds of years, I reckon that we already paid it off." Chapter 461, Coercion. Chapter 461, Coercion. Translator, Zayamoj. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. With an expressionless expression, the second elder raised his hand. "Since we can't come to a consensus, then let's vote." The third elder smiled lightly and also raised his hand. "Yes, since we can't come to a consensus, then let's vote according to the convention." The fourth elder was silent for a while before speaking indifferently. "I abstain." The second elder showed a smile of ridicule and said, "Old 4 abstained. It's 2-1. Then it's decided. Big brother, even if you oppose, it's no use. This is the collective decision of the council." The first elder smiled frigidly and directly turned hostile, saying, "Hee, counsel my ass. Old 2, old 3, if you want to lick the ass of the Xuanhuan pavilion's young master, then do it yourselves. As long as I'm here, I will never let you arbitrarily manipulate the young lord. If worse comes to worst, then the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion might as well dissolve." The second elder spoke with a light smile. "With your temper, I knew that you wouldn't relent that easily, old one. However, today you can't be presumptuous." In the room, a drawing distorted, and a handsome man dressed in an embroidered robe, with an arrogant expression on his face and a folding fan in hand, slowly came out. Beside the young man followed 2 men with ordinary appearances yet gave off a dangerous aura. When the first elder saw the young man's eyes, he exclaimed, "Xuanhuan." Xuanhuan was the son of the Xuanhuan Pavilion's pavilion master Xuanhuan, as well as the Xuanhuan Pavilion's young master. Xuanhuan revealed a sinister smile and uttered full of malice, "Yes, it is I, old man. In the Wei Sea City, the women I fancy can't escape my clutches. When I took a fancy to that slut Shi Yuanyang, she actually dared to refuse me. What nerve! After I have some fun with her, I'll sell her to the amorous fragrance pavilion as the cheap whore that she is. That'll certainly be fun." When the second and fourth elders heard this, their expressions turned unnatural, yet they kept silent. Smiling, the third elder praised, "Your wise young master. That whore Shi Yuanyang has always been very proud. It would be indeed very fun to see her be reduced to a whore." When the first elder heard this, his eyes shot with blood. An advanced starry sky warlock rank life force slowly seeped out of him. Throwing an apprehensive glance at the 2 men beside Xuanhuan, he asked, "Are you Lu San and Li Si?" Lu San and Li Si were guards that the Xuanhuan Pavilion's pavilion master Xuanhuan dispatched to protect Xuanhuan.
They both possessed advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation bases. More than 10 Starry Sky Warlocks have died in their hands. Under their protection, Xuanhuan could run amok in the Wei Sea City. Smiling gloomily, Lu San replied, "Old man, if you know our names, then you should also know that if you don't agree to the young master's request, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Li Si revealed a sinister smile. Exuding advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank aura, he locked on the first elder. There was a look of impatience in Xuanhuan's eyes, and he spoke coldly. "Why are you talking so much nonsense with this old dog? Just go ahead and kill him." "Wait a minute." A crisp voice sounded, and Shi Yuanyang with a fragrance wafting from her walked in. Following her were 3 people, namely Yang Feng, Lila, and Eunice. When he saw Lila and Eunice, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he revealed a lascivious smile. Lila was a pure-blooded high elf from the Sandra Plain. In the Zhangji Plains continent, the number of pure-blood elves like her was very small. Pure-blood elven slave girls were a symbol of status, a luxury good among luxury goods. Eunice was also a stunning Caucasian beauty with a fiery figure. When these 2 beautiful women appeared, they nearly stole the soul of the lustful Xuanhuan. Looking straight at Xuanhuan, Shi Yuanyang spoke coldly, "Xuanhuan, I can give you the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. However, please give me and Uncle Lei a way out. If you agree, we can go through the handover procedure immediately. Within 10 days, Uncle Lei and I will leave the Wei Sea City with our people." The first elder wanted to say something, yet in the end, he looked deeply at Shi Yuanyang and sighed, saying nothing. He also understood that even if the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion was abandoned, but as long as Shi Yuanyang and her party could leave the Wei Sea City, it would already be very fortunate. When Shi Lai was still alive, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion was united and could barely contend against the Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion. But after he died, the unity of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion was no more. Faced with a bigwig such as the Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion's young master, if they could retreat unscathed, then it would already be amazing. Xuanhuan showed a smile of contempt and tossed a low-grade magic stone in front of Shi Yuanyang. "You want to leave just like that? The Council of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion has already agreed to marry you off as my 109th concubine. While your dowry is the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, this is my betrothal gift. Now behave and be my 109th concubine." Xuanhuan swept Yang Feng with a vicious glance, and he spoke with a cold smile. "As for the man who came with you, I'll castrate him. The 2 women can become my 110th and 111th concubines." Although Xuanhuan was only a level 1 warlock himself, but he didn't care about the Great Warlock Yang Feng. The frowning Shi Yuanyang suddenly broke into a smile, took a step back, and stood next to Yang Feng like a pure flower. Yang Feng scanned Xuanhuan with his gaze, revealed a look of amusement, and uttered indifferently, "You waste want to dispose of me, what a joke!" When Xuanhuan saw this scene, he could help but have an ominous premonition. Freeobnovel.com. "Do it!" Yang Feng shouted. A shadow suddenly popped out from Lu San's back, and a dagger fused with the shadow sliced at Lu San's neck like a meteor. Lu San's body shone brightly, and 6 or 7 magic shields suddenly appeared and enveloped him. The dagger fused with the shadow was the God Armament Shadow Dagger that the Shadow Prince Mecha has spent a lot of time and divine force to forge. When it was unleashed, it could freeze the space within an area of 10 meters in diameter and dispel spatial spells. In addition to spatial spells, defensive spells were as useful as paper in front of the Shadow Dagger. The God Armament Shadow Dagger, the God Armament Assassin Dagger, and the God Armament Slaying Dagger were known as the 3 God Assassination Daggers in the Feisua Plain, and they were in the hands of 3 gods proficient in assassinations. These 3 God armaments were mid-grade God armaments, and were comparable to human warlocks level 7 secret treasures in power. They could only see a shadow sweep past, and then Lu San's head fell to the ground. There was a look of astonishment on the severed head. After the shadow easily beheaded Lu San, it rushed towards Li Si. Li Si's body lit up with numerous radiances, and then his head turned in the air and fell to the ground. A large amount of blood sprayed out from the neck of the headless corpse. After the shadow succeeded in its assassination, it merged back into the shadows and disappeared. A scent of blood pervaded the room. When he saw this, Xuanhuan's face changed dramatically, and he flew into a rage and barked, "Lu San, Li Si, you dare to kill my men! You bastard! Are you sick of living?" The face of the third elder fell, and he silently recited an incantation, and a pair of thunder eagle wings grew on his back. With a flap of the wings, a booming sound echoed, and, with lightning twining around him, he flew towards the outside. Following a disagreement, Yang Feng had the two Starry Sky warlocks Lu San and Li Si killed. His methods were extremely ruthless. When the wily old fox third elder felt that things were anything but reassuring, he chose to escape. A spatial gate strangely appeared before the third elder. Unable to stop his momentum in time, he rushed into the spatial gate, and then weirdly appeared next to Yang Feng. A shadow swept at the third elder from Yang Feng's shadow, and the third elder's head fell on the ground. Face deathly pale, teeth clattering, the second elder knelt in front of Yang Feng and implored, "Sir, spare me. Spare my pathetic life. I didn't meant to. They forced me." The third elder possessed advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank strength. Compared with the second elder, the former was only slightly inferior. When he saw Yang Feng easily dispose of such an expert, the second elder felt like he was submerged in a mire, and immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded for mercy. Yang Feng glanced at the second elder kneeling on the ground, and Lila immediately fished out a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, stabbed the vial into the second elder's neck, and injected the elixir into his body. As if a god gazing at something mundane, Yang Feng scanned the fourth elder with a glance and spoke flatly, "Do you want to live or die?" The fourth elder sighed, "I want to live. Sir, I have never coerced the young lord. I am willing to surrender all my rights and leave the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. Please give me a way out." Yang Feng's eyes surged with killing intent, and he said coldly, "In other words, you want to die?" "I want to live." Feeling the biting killing intent coming from Yang Feng, the face of the fourth elder changed several times, and then he knelt of the ground and spoke respectfully. Lila stepped forward and injected the liquid metal nano-robot elixir into the fourth elder's neck. Chapter 462, Suppressing Xuanhuan. Chapter 462, Suppressing Xuanhuan. Translator, Zayamoj. Xuanhuan smiled coldly and said, "Scoundrel, you dare to oppose me in the Wei Sea City. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of one of the 10 top sea merchant groups, the Xuanhuan Pavilion. In the Xuanhuan Pavilion, experts are as common as clouds, and there are even 2 Moonlight Warlocks. My father Xuanhuan is more so a peerless intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank expert. You killed my guards and ruined my plans. You're dead. I will wipe you and your entire line out. I will enslave and torment your friends and family." Yang Feng glanced coldly at the third elder and ordered frigidly, "I'm curious, what makes you so confident in front of me? Catch him." "Yes, master." The third elder suddenly extended his hand towards Xuanhuan. Effusing the aura of a flood dragon from all over, a tremendous devouring force broke out from his right hand and swept towards Xuanhuan, like a flood dragon swallowing the sea. A red bead on Xuanhuan's waist crumbled and turned into specks of light that enveloped him and turned into a red streak of light shooting into the sky. The devouring force released by the third elder's right hand could not stop the red streak of light that was Xuanhuan. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with his finger, and a spatial mirror suddenly appeared before the red streak of light. The red streak of light that was Xuanhuan entered the spatial mirror. After crossing layers upon layers of space, the streak crumbled little by little, and finally twisted and strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. When Xuanhuan landed on the floor, an expression of fear welled up on his handsome face, and he cried out, "What have you done to me?" The red bead was called Red Light Escape Bead, and it had the level 6 spell Red Light Escape sealed inside. When the Red Light Escape was unleashed, the caster will be teleported to a designated location, and even Moonlight Warlocks will be unable to stop it if caught off guard. Xuanhuan has spent 10 million magic crystals to purchase this treasure. This trump card was the source of Xuanhuan's arrogant and unscrupulous behavior. You seem to have a lot of treasures on you, you good for nothing. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Let me take them off your hands. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with his finger, and the level 4 spell legend dominate person hit Xuanhuan. The jade pendant hanging from Xuanhuan's neck suddenly flew out, radiated a faint blue light, and easily offset legend dominate person. Xuanhuan only possessed a level 1 warlock cultivation base. Within the Great Cloud Dynasty, he was very weak and could only bully some ordinary people who couldn't step on the warlock path. In order to protect his only child, Xuanhuan didn't spare any cost to collect numerous precious defensive secret treasures. The third elder's face turned fierce, and scales covered his body. His figure blurred. In a flash, he reached Xuanhuan and grabbed at him. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth, and was just about to unleash some secret treasure. But then he saw the fourth elder's pupils suddenly change and turn into triangles that locked on the former's eyes. When Xuanhuan saw the fourth elder's triangular pupils, his consciousness suddenly became a blur, and he sank into a strange state, unable to budge. When the third elder was about to grab Xuanhuan, magic shields suddenly burst out and covered the latter. The third elder broke the shields one after another. After 8 shields were broken, a powerful spatial force enveloped Xuanhuan, who was in a strange state. Yang Feng pointed with his finger. Then the law of space surged, and spatial ripples reverberated in the area. The spatial fluctuation that enveloped Xuanhuan crumbled. The third elder slapped at Xuanhuan's head, and the other party passed out. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the various treasures on Xuanhuan flew out and fell into his hand. He swept the various treasures with his gaze and revealed a look of delight. How rich! Sea trade is indeed the best way to make money. The amount of magic crystals that Xuanhuan has spent on this waste should exceed 100 million. Xuanhuan had 13 level 5 and 1 level 6 secret treasures on him. The secret treasure that has resisted Yang Feng's legend dominate person was the level 6 secret treasure Focus Sea Moon Pendant. This level 6 secret treasure could withstand illusion and control spells. At the same time, it possessed the effect to calm the mind and resist the invasion of external evil forces. Inside Xuanhuan's storage ring, there was a large pile of more than 30 million low-grade magic crystals. The Wei Sea City was a sea trade city, and magic crystals were the hard currency in this city. As long as you had enough magic crystals, you could even hire Moonlight Warlocks. Not long after, Xuanhuan, who has been stripped bare like a pig, was doused in a basin of cold water, and woke up. Follow Current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. Sitting on a sofa, embracing Eunice and Cheyenne, Yang Feng looked at Xuanhuan from above and said coldly, "Xuanhuan, do you want to live or die?" Xuanhuan looked up and smiled haughtily, saying, "You don't dare to kill me. My father is Xuanhuan, an intermediate Moonlight Warlock. He can squash you like a bug. Release me and give me the women around you to play with, and maybe I'll spare you if I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, when my father comes, it'll be it for you." Yang Feng frowned and waved his hand. Smiling malevolently, the third elder stepped forward, grabbed Xuanhuan's pinky, pulled hard, and tore the pinky off, and blood splattered. Xuanhuan's face distorted, and he issued heart-wrenching screams. "It hurts! It hurts! How dare you harm me? My father will never let you off. He'll never let you off." Yang Feng looked at Xuanhuan with frigid killing intent in his eyes and smiled icily, saying, "You just said that you wanted to castrate me. I have always been a fair person, and I live by the motto an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Go ahead. Give the young master Xuanhua the taste of being an eunuch." The third elder trembled slightly, then grinned malevolently, and strode towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's face turned pale white. All his haughtiness disappeared, and he screamed miserably, "No! No! Stop! Stop! No! I was in the wrong. Please, please spare me. It was all my fault. I know I was in the wrong. Spare me. I'm sorry. I was in the wrong. I don't want to become an eunuch. Shi Yuanyang came to Yang Feng's side and uttered in a low voice, Sir, Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion is one of the top 10 sea merchant groups in the Wei Sea City, with 3 Moonlight Warlocks standing guard. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is powerless to fight against it. In the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, there were a total of only 10 Starry Sky Warlocks. Apart from the 4 elders, the other 6 Starry Sky Warlocks were at the Junior Starry Sky Warlock rank. Compared to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, where the first elder was the strongest expert, the Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion had more than 20 people stronger than him. The strength of the two sides was as different as night and day. This was the source of Xuanhuan's unrestrained behavior. Xianna interjected with a smile. Miss Shi, my master has his reasons for what he does, although Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion is strong. But it is nothing in front of my master. Shi Yuanyang took a deep look at Xianna. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear, and she went silent. She saw with her own eyes Xianna kill the 2 advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank experts Lu San and Li Si as if they were chickens. Such a terrifying expert was only a female slave of Yang Feng's, making her feel that Yang Feng was unfathomable. There was a heart-wrenching scream, and then Xuanhuan was dragged over like a dead dog, his ashen face contorted into an expression of despair. Shi Yuanyang looked at Xuanhuan, who looked like a dead dog, and conflicting emotions welled up in her heart. As if a god in control of an ordinary person's life and death, Yang Feng looked at Xuanhuan from above with derision in his eyes and said indifferently, Xuanhuan, do you want to live or to die? Resentment flickered in Xuanhuan's, and he implored in a crumbled voice, I want to live. Please let me go. I'll promise you anything you want. After some torture, Xuanhuan already understood that Yang Feng was different from anyone he has ever met. He was a lawless and merciless fellow. After being tortured, Xuanhuan's arrogance was no more. Yang Feng continued with a light smile. All right, then let's play a game and have a wager. If you win, I'll let you leave her. But if you lose, the Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion has to give me 5 Gale-class merchant ships. As if he has fallen into an ice cave, Xuanhuan shivered and uttered loudly, Impossible! The Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion only has 20 Gale-class merchant ships. The cost of each ship is at 1 billion magic crystals. Even me, I'm not qualified to bet 5 Gale-class merchant ships. Compared to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's Taishan-class merchant ships, Gale-class merchant ships were a class above. A Taishan-class merchant ship only cost about 50 million magic crystals, while a Gale-class merchant ship cost more than 1 billion magic crystals. Only sea merchant groups at the level of the Wei Sea City's top 10 sea merchant groups could obtain approval from the Great Cloud Dynasty to buy Gale-class merchant ships. Looking at Xuanhuan with a smile on his face, Yang Feng spoke flatly, Do you want to die here? Chapter 463, Xuanhuan Xiongtian. Chapter 463, Xuanhuan Xiongtian. Translator, Zayamoj. Xuanhuan's countenance changed several times, and he finally responded loudly, I'll do the wager. Compared to the 5 Gale-class merchant ships, Xuanhuan cared more about his life. Big or small, Yang Feng grabbed a dice, threw it into a dice cup, shook the cup, and placed it on the table, and then said indifferently, looking at the dice cup with rapt attention, Xuanhuan's brows relaxed slightly. Small. Lila stepped forward, lifted the dice cup, and revealed the dice inside with the result too. Shi Yuanyang's pretty eyes shimmered with a bleak gleam. The first elder shook his head and sighed. Xuanhuan showed a pleased smile, and some color returned to his pale face. Yang Feng glanced at the dice and said indifferently, You lost. Xuanhuan's smile stiffened and his eyes nearly spat out fire, and he uttered, The result is 2. It's obviously small, so why did I lose? Reclining on the sofa, enjoying the fragrance wafting from Eunice, Yang Feng showed a smile of ridicule and responded indifferently, It's simple. I make the rules for this bet, and according to my rules, 1, 2, and 3 are big, while 4, 5, and 6 are small. Understood, you good for nothing? Lila stepped forward and handed a certificate of indebtedness to Xuanhuan. Enraged and furious, Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with resentment, but he still gritted his teeth and signed his name of the certificate of indebtedness. Yang Feng said lightly, "Pray that your old man values you enough to ransom you for 5 Gale-class merchant ships, otherwise you'll die 3 days later." Xuanhuan shivered at once. He looked at Yang Feng as if the other was a demon lord, then grabbed the certificate of indebtedness and quickly wrote a lot more words on it. At the same time, he bit his finger and let his blood drop on the certificate, and handed the certificate to Yang Feng. Within the Xuanhuan pavilion, a tall middle-aged in a white robe with his hair combed into a bun exuding a rugged temperament was sitting in a white jade chair and holding the certificate of indebtedness in his hand. His eyes were almost spurting fire. This middle-aged man was the Xuanhuan pavilion's current palace master Xuanhuan. It was under his lead that the Xuanhuan pavilion gradually developed into one of the top 10 sea merchant groups with 3 Moonlight Warlocks from a first-rate sea merchant group with 1 Moonlight Warlock. Xuanhuan's eyes shimmered with a frosty light, and he disintegrated the certificate of indebtedness in his hand. "A bunch of wretches! They dare to capture my son! The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion doesn't want to live anymore." Xuanhuan was a fierce and ambitious character who has experienced countless storms. Feeling that something smelt fishy, he sank into his thoughts. "No, there's something odd about this incident. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's Shi Yuebing doesn't have the courage to attack my son. Besides, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's 4 elders are a bunch of rubbish. They don't have the guts to provoke me. There must be someone behind them, and their strength isn't weak. Could those guys have united to deal with me? Damn it, that little bastard will anger me to death one day." Xuanhuan spoke frigidly, a gloomy expression on his face. 5 Gale-class merchant ships? What a great appetite. They want to break the Xuanhuan Pavilion's foundation. The Gale-class merchant ships were the best ships of the Xuanhuan Pavilion. With enough magic crystals to power it, a Gale-class merchant ship with 5 Starry Sky Warlocks and 100 Great Warlocks could contend against a Moonlight Warlock in the sea. The reason why the top 10 merchant forces could surpass other merchant forces by a large margin was because they possessed Gale-class merchant ships. In the Wei Sea, the many pirate groups didn't dare to provoke them. Although the 5 Gale-class merchant ships were worth around 5 billion magic crystals, but they were treasures with demand but no market. There were people willing to buy them for 10 billion magic crystals. After all, the best ships of the Fuso subcontinent, the Krog subcontinent, the Indov subcontinent, and the Futur subcontinent were slightly inferior to Taishan-class merchant ships. However, Gale-class merchant ships were subject to strict restrictions. They were one of the top secrets of the Great Cloud Dynasty's shipbuilding industry. Once someone was found selling a Gale-class merchant ship to people from the subcontinents, the seller's family would get implicated, and everyone would meet tragic ends. After Xuanhuan's fury passed, he recovered his calm. His eyes flickered with a dreadful light, and, after muttering under his breath for a long time, he finally got up and walked outside the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, in a manor's rear garden. Holding an invitation from the Wei Sea City's City Master's mansion, Yang Feng frowned and mused. This Xuanhuan doesn't seem to be a simple character, able to take setbacks. He's a tricky character. Yang Feng has treated Xuanhuan this badly because he wanted to rile Xuanhuan up. If Xuanhuan sent Moonlight Warlocks to suppress the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, then Yang Feng could dispose of the dispatched Moonlight Warlocks one by one. In the Wei Sea City, where experts were as common as clouds, the Wei Sea City's City Master Mo Lanshan, representing the power of the Great Cloud Dynasty, held the greatest power. In times of emergency, he could mobilize the power of the Wei Sea City's Warlock Towers, plus a Glorious Dawn Warlock, 10 Moonlight Warlocks, and hundreds of Starry Sky Warlocks. Even if a Bright World Warlock came to make trouble, they would be directly suppressed. With the support of the Warlock Towers, he could even contend against an Infinity Warlock for a period of time. Of course, the Glorious Dawn Warlock and Moonlight Warlocks in the Wei Sea City wouldn't act easily. The Glorious Dawn Warlock, in particular, possessed a status higher than that of the Wei Sea City's City Master Mo Lanshan. If the Wei Sea City wasn't thriving, then it wouldn't have been able to invite a Glorious Dawn Warlock to keep watch. Xuanhuan didn't dare to act recklessly in the Wei Sea City. Due to this, Yang Feng had the opportunity to nibble away at his power step by step. However, Songyue Xiongtian went directly to the official channels and invited Yang Feng through the Wei Sea City's city master Mo Lanshan instead, ruining Yang Feng's plans. Using his privilege as the personal disciple of a great elder, Yang Feng collected information about the various sea merchant groups in the Wei Sea City. He picked the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion because he could deal with the Zhongyue Sea Pavilion through it. The Zhongyue Sea Pavilion committed all sorts of wicked deeds, and it was one of the top 10 sea merchant groups. As such, it was extremely wealthy. If he swallows it, he'll not only enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, but will also obtain tremendous wealth, killing two birds with one stone. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he decided to accept the invitation. If he wants to lay a foundation in the Wei Sea City, then he cannot do without the support of the Wei Sea City's city master. The city master's mansion was located in the center of the Wei Sea City. With its area of hundreds of hectares, the 6 9-story tall warlock towers, and imposing style, it didn't lose out to mansions left behind by the ancient warlocks in the Tyrannid subcontinent. In a room of the city master's mansion, there were 2 people seated, one of which was Songyue Xiongtian, and the other was the city master Mo Lanshan. As soon as Yang Feng entered the room, the gazes of the 2 ambitious and ruthless characters focused on him. When the somewhat plump city master Mo Lanshan in an embroidered robe saw Yang Feng, his eyes brightened, and he stood up and greeted him with enthusiasm. "I am the Wei Sea City's city master Mo Lanshan. Brother, you should be the #1 genius of the Battle Demon Sect Yang Feng who defeated of Tai Yi Sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang, right? Sure enough, you're a dragon among men." When Songyue Xiongtian heard this, his eyes narrowed and shimmered with alarm. He defeated the Tai Yi Sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang. Yi Yuanyang was a world-renowned genius. In the younger generation, less than 10 people could compete with him. Yang Feng was able to defeat such a peerless genius, which was simply heaven-defying. Songyue Xiongtian couldn't help but develop a bit of fear towards the other party. Yang Feng smiled lightly and greeted back, "I am indeed Yang Feng. Well met, Sir City Master." Mo Lanshan was a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. As the Wei Sea City's city master, God knows how much wealth he has accumulated over the years. No one dared to look down on him because those who did were already dead. Mo Lanshan gave a beaming smile, saying, "Come, let me introduce you. This is the Zhongyue Sea Pavilion's pavilion master Songyue Xiongtian. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you. Let's talk about it." With that, Mo Lanshan sat back in his seat. Narrowing his eyes, he quietly savored the tea in his hand as if it was the best-tasting tea in the world. Songyue Xiongtian spoke in a deep voice, "Yang Feng, if my son has offended you, then please let me apologize to you on his behalf. Please return him to me. In exchange, you'll get the Zhongyue Sea Pavilion's friendship." Smiling coldly, Yang Feng leaned against a sofa, threw Songyue Xiongtian a scornful glance, and uttered coldly, "Your son not only wanted to make a move on my woman, but also wanted to ruin her and throw her into a brothel. With just some words, you want me to return him to you. Is there some problem with your head?" Mo Lanshan's plump hands trembled minutely. He threw Songyue Xiongtian a startled glance, shook his head, and quietly tasted his tea. Songyue Xiongtian was in the wrong here. As such, Mo Lanshan had even less desire get involved. freewebnovel.com. The Battle Demon Sect was one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 Great Sects. The sect was not only filled with experts, but also had ties to the Great Cloud Dynasty's court. Suffice to say, it was very powerful. Although Mo Lanshan had a strong backing, but he wasn't unwilling to offend a true disciple of the Battle Demon Sect like Yang Feng, well acquainted with the nature of his good-for-nothing son. Songyue Xiongtian's heart sank and his eyes flashed with a downcast glint. Chapter 464, Shieling Sea Wolf King. Chapter 464, Shieling Sea Wolf King. Translator, Zayamoj. Songyue Xiongtian asked with a gloomy expression on his face, "What do you want in exchange for my son's release?" Yang Feng responded flatly, "Your son lost 5 Gale-class merchant ships in a bet with me. Give me 5 Gale-class merchant ships, and I'll return you your son. Songyue Xiongtian shook his head. Impossible! The Gale-class merchant ships are the Songyue Sea Pavilion's foundation. Not even one ship can be given to others. How about this? I'll offer you 1 billion magic crystals on behalf of my stupid son. Yang Feng gave Songyue Xiongtian a meaningful look and said dully, Pavilion Master Songyue, you only have one child. In your younger days you were afflicted with a curse of a powerful evil god, and can no longer have children. The only male of the Songyue family's lineage is your son Songyue Xuanhuan. If he died, won't the Songyue family have its roots severed hundreds of years from now? By then, no matter how many magic crystal you have amassed, you'll have prepared a hope chest for others. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. When Songyue Xiongtian heard this, his face suddenly fell, and his eyes flickered with dignity as he stared at Yang Feng, aware that his lifeline has been seized by Yang Feng. Songyue Xiongtian's complexion changed several times before he clenched his teeth and said, 1 ship. I can give you 1 Gale-class merchant ship. This is my bottom line. You'll soon see Songyue Xuanhuan's dead body. 1 ship, plus 1 billion magic crystals. I'm already being very sincere. You'll soon see Songyue Xuanhuan's dead body. No matter how Songyue Xiongtian increased the price, Yang Feng only looked coldly and responded with 1 sentence, forcing Songyue Xiongtian to increase the price again. As if a puppet, Mo Lanshan just drank his tea with a smile on his face, looking like the tea was delectable. Okay, 5 Gale-class merchant ships. In the end, unwilling to let the Songyue family's bloodline be severed, Songyue Xiongtian gritted his teeth and agreed to Yang Feng's condition. With Mo Lanshan as the witness, Yang Feng and Songyue Xiongtian signed an agreement, and then left. When Songyue Xiongtian returned to the Songyue Sea Pavilion, he went directly into a secret room, then silently recited an incantation and pointed to a mirror. A blue ripple rose on the surface of the mirror, and a voice came from the mirror. What's the matter? Songyue Xiongtian responded respectfully, My lord, the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng came to the Wei Sea City and captured my son. He coerced me to give him 5 Gale-class merchant ships. A surprised voice came from the mirror. Yang Feng? It's the Yang Feng who defeated Yi Yuanyang. The name Yang Feng was common. Within the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were more than 100,000 people named Yang Feng. But there was only one person who defeated the Tai Yi Sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang. Songyue Xiongtian said, Yes, my lord. The voice from the mirror suddenly was laced with killing intent and turned biting cold. Kill him! Use all the resources at your disposal to kill him. Songyue Xiongtian's heart shook, and he uttered deferentially, As you command! A few days later, the 5 Gale-class merchant ships were delivered to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, and Yang Feng returned the waste Songyue Xuanhuan to Songyue Xiongtian. After Songyue Xiongtian saw that Songyue Xuanhuan was castrated, he immediately flew into a rage. However, warlock means were strange and mysterious. Songyue Xiongtian took out some rare materials from his storage and used them on Songyue Xuanhuan, reverting him from an eunuch to a normal person. If Songyue Xiongtian hasn't been afflicted by a weird curse of an evil god, then he would be able to sire a huge family by himself. The merchant groups in the Wei Sea City were gobsmacked when they saw Songyue Xiongtian give 5 Gale-class merchant ships to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. Surveying and vigilant gazes fell on the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. Additionally, greedy and cold gazes hidden in the shadows also focused at every move of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. When the 5 Gale-class merchant ships entered his hands, Yang Feng sent people to buy a variety of goods that were scarce in the Fuso subcontinent, which he had loaded on the 5 Gale-class merchant ships. Shortly after the purchase, the 5 Gale-class merchant ships set into motion and sailed towards the deep sea. The Gale-class merchant ships were more than 3,000 meters long, possessed 5 6-story-tall warlock towers arranged into a pentagram, and were engraved with profound and mysterious runes, looking like mobile islands floating in the sea. Although the Gale-class merchant ships were called merchant ships, but in fact they were very powerful warships. As long as 5 starry sky warlocks plus 100 great warlocks were aboard, then a Gale-class merchant ship could display Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. The routes leading to the 4 subcontinents were replete with pirates and countless sea monsters. In order to successfully reach the 4 subcontinents, you had to go through numerous battles. There were even many Moonlight Warlocks who died en route to the 4 subcontinents. Several Gale-class merchant ships that were like mobile fortresses in the sea coupled with a Moonlight Warlock keeping watch could ensure the safe passage of a fleet. Although the Gale-class merchant ships could exert Moonlight Warlock rank fighting strength, yet their movement speed was a far cry from true Moonlight Warlocks. Therefore, a Moonlight Warlock was a must to guarantee complete safety. Compared with Gale-class merchant ships, the Feisua Plains legendary warships were like a bunch of tattered ships not worth mentioning. If the gods didn't take action, then a Gale-class merchant ship could destroy all the legendary warships of the Feisua Plain. Sitting on a dais of a Gale-class merchant ship, Yang Feng with Eunice in his embrace drank fine liquor and watched Lila's elven dancing. Sitting next to Yang Feng, Yuanyang's eyebrows were wrinkled, and her beautiful eyes flashed with worry. After entering the sea, Yang Feng delegated everything to his subordinates. Yet he himself indulged in merrymaking every day, looking like he lacked any sense of crisis. The lack of preparation left Yuanyang rather worried. En route to the 4 subcontinents, even Moonlight Warlocks may die. As such, it was normal for Yang Feng's behavior to worry Yuanyang. With her eyebrows wrinkled, Yuanyang forced a smile and persuaded, "Sir, in the Wei Sea, there are countless pirates, powerful sea monsters, and fierce merfolk. On the sea, even the Wei Sea city's top 10 merchant groups may turn into pirates. We can't be careless." Yang Feng smiled slightly and said, "You have a point." Yuanyang heaved a slight sigh, and her pretty eyes flickered with relief. She was most worried that Yang Feng was an expert with just a powerful cultivation base yet no sense of the world who never listened to the advice of others. Yang Feng looked into the distance and showed a smile. "Here they are. They should be pirates." Yuanyang suddenly took a cold breath, then silently recited an incantation and pointed into the sky, and black light flickered and formed a huge magic eye. The huge magic eye has just taken shape, when it suddenly distorted, crumbled, and disappeared. Yuanyang's heart shook at once, aware that their situation wasn't too encouraging. For the magic eye to collapse, it meant that there should be a spell disruption in the area and that low-level detection spells couldn't be used. Only level 4 detection spells and above will be effective. Freewebnovel.com. Countless human warlocks have gone to other planes and have gained numerous bodies of knowledge and developed various battle spells. At the same time, spell disruption and counterspells have matured in the Zhangji plane. After he saw the magic eye collapse, Yang Feng smiled and pressed a button. Lights shot out and formed a holographic projection in front of Yang Feng. On the holographic projection, Yuanyang could see 10 black warships surround their 5 Gale-class merchant ships like a pack of wolves. When she saw the holographic projection, her eyes lit up, and she praised, "What an amazing spell! In a war, such a holographic projection is a cheat-like device that could clear the fog of war and provide a huge advantage. These are Sea Wolf-class pirate ships. Shieling Sea Wolf King, that's the fleet of the Shieling Sea Wolf King. Sir, let's run." Shieling Sea Wolf King has the strongest pirate group in the Wei Sea. The Shieling Sea Wolf King is a Moonlight Warlock, and the Shieling 8 dogs under his command are all quasi-Moonlight Warlocks. Additionally, he still has 40 Starry Sky Warlocks and countless Great Warlocks. Although we have obtained 5 Gale-class merchant ships, but it'll take at least half a year to fully grasp them. With our current fighting power, we are no match for the Shieling Sea Wolf King. Let's withdraw, sir. After carefully looking at the holographic projection, Yuanyang's face turned ashen, and she persuaded at once. If the 5 Gale-class merchant ships had adequate manpower, each ship could contend against a Moonlight Warlock. However, the Starry Sky Warlocks had to get familiar with and study the 5 Warlock Towers to fully display the power of the Gale-class merchant ships. As soon as he got the 5 Gale-class merchant ships, Yang Feng immediately bought some goods and entered the Wei Sea. Although Yuanyang didn't say anything, but in fact, she felt rather puzzled, and secretly complained. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes, and he revealed a smile. "Shieling Sea Wolf King, It just so happens that I lack a hunting dog. I hope he won't let me down. Chapter 465, Ghost Mirage Demon Pupils. Chapter 465, Ghost Mirage Demon Pupils. Translator, Zayamoj. Shi Yuanyang looked at Yang Feng with an expression of shock on her face and promptly advised, Sir, I know that you're as strong as a Moonlight Warlock, but 2 fists can't match 4 hands. The Shieling Sea Wolf King and the Shieling 8 dogs under his command are extremely tyrannical. Unlike the matches in a sect, they will try to win by hook or by crook. They will besiege you. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to resist their siege. There was an odd look on Yang Feng's face, and he smiled faintly. Siege! The last thing I fear is a siege. Ignoring Shi Yuanyang's words of advice, the 5 Gale-class merchant ships calmly sailed in the direction of the Shieling Sea Wolf pirates. Not long after, the 10 Sea-Wolf-class pirate ships of the Shieling Sea Wolf pirates approached from different directions. Sea Wolf-class pirate ships were warships of the same class as Taishan-class merchant ships. They were more than 500 meters long, and were entirely built from extraordinary plant black iron drift wood, whose defensive strength was far beyond steel even without any runes engraved. On each Sea Wolf-class pirate ship, there stood a single 5-story tall Warlock Tower. The Warlock Towers were the backbone of each ship, enchanting them with various movement and defensive spells. The Sea Wolf-class pirate ships were inferior to Taishan-class merchant ships in all aspects except for movement speed, in which they surpassed the latter by far. Compared with Gale-class merchant ships, Sea Wolf-class pirate ships were only slightly inferior in terms of movement speed. Additionally, the manpower required to operate Sea Wolf-class pirate ships was by far lower than that to operate Gale-class merchant ships. Among the 10 Sea Wolf-class pirate ships, there was a unique Sea Wolf-class pirate ship. It was 1,000 meters long with 9 5-story tall Warlock Towers and 1 6-story tall Warlock Tower constructed on the hull. This modified Sea Wolf-class pirate ship was the flagship of the Shieling Sea Wolf pirates. Although this flagship was still inferior to a Gale-class merchant ship, but it could already contend against a Gale-class merchant ships in some aspects. When the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion sailors aboard the 5 Gale-class merchant ships saw the Shieling Sea Wolf pirates' fleet from afar, their faces showed looks of fear. Although the combat power of the Gale-class merchant ships was formidable, but the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks could not give full play to it. If the Shieling Sea Wolf pirates' flagship displayed its fighting strength to the fullest, then even the 5 Gale-class merchant ships together may not be its opponent. In the center of the flagship, a burly, bald man with a black eye patch covering an eye boldly sat on a litter made of numerous skulls radiating a gloomy aura. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it crossed the void and locked on Yang Feng. Behind the man wearing a black eye patch stood 8 warlocks of different appearances exuding terrific auras. The strength of any one of them was far above that of the first elder of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. The man wearing a black eye patch was the Shieling Sea Wolf King with a fierce reputation in the Wei Sea, and the 8 warlock behind him were the Shieling 8 dogs under his command. Great Warlock! A puny Great Warlock dares to come and provoke me. What a reckless thing! The Shieling Sea Wolf King took a deep look at Yang Feng. Then his pupils suddenly twisted, and a strange hexagram with numerous mystic runes engraved on it appeared, and an evil, strange force gushed out from his pupil. When Yang Feng looked at the Shieling Sea Wolf King's pupil, his vision blurred, and countless dark chains appeared on his body. He couldn't see nor budge, and his tremendous life force seemed to be stripped from him. A huge demonic hand extended from the netherworld, ripped open the void, grabbed Yang Feng, and pulled him into the netherworld. Go for a swim inside Styx. A cold voice came from the demonic hand, and it threw Yang Feng towards Styx. Running through the countless planes, Styx was a river of death that guided the souls of the deceased from the countless planes to the netherworld. Even mighty Infinity Warlock rank experts, when splashed by the water of Styx, will have all their memories washed away and turn into pure and transparent souls without an ego, which was no different from death. What an astounding ability! Just when Yang Feng was about to enter Styx and become a pure soul that lost all its memories, he uttered 5 words with difficulty. The netherworld space collapsed, and Styx twisted and disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes regained their luster as if he had returned to the real world from the netherworld, and the nether chains binding him disappeared. A soothing feeling came from the level 6 secret treasure focus C moon pendant around his neck. In the vast universe, there were countless evil and powerful beings, some of which could wipe out a bloodline warlock family with a gaze or a sound. The eye ability performed by the Shieling Sea Wolf King was called Ghost Mirage Demon Pupils. It was a secret method created in the era of the Magic Note Dynasty by imitating the innate eye ability of the extraordinary life form Ghost Mirage Demon found in the astral boundary. There was once a glorious Dawn Warlock who encountered a Ghost Mirage Demon in the astral boundary and was targeted by its eye ability. In the aftermath, not only did the glorious Dawn Warlock die, but all his descendants died as well. The Magic Note Dynasty has sent 7 Infinity Warlocks and 1 Warlock Monarch to capture the Ghost Mirage Demon. After extensive research on the ghostly magic ghost, the Ghost Mirage Demon Pupils was developed. freewebnov.com. Just now, if Yang Feng hadn't awoken in time, he would have been cleansed by the illusory sticks, his soul would have shattered, and he would have died directly. If it wasn't for the protection provided by the level 6 secret method focus C moon pendant, he might have come a cropper. Regarding Yang Feng, whose battle prowess were formidable yet the strength of the soul and cultivation base were far behind, such a direct attack to the soul was a great threat. After his soul seed integrated with the semi-plane, the strength of his soul was at the Starry Sky Warlock rank, yet it was still a long way off from the Moonlight Warlock rank. After all, the evolution from a Great Warlock to a Starry Sky Warlock and then to a Moonlight Warlock involved 2 great transformations. With each transformation, the strength of a warlock's soul increased exponentially. If it wasn't for the protection of the level 6 secret treasure focus C moon pendant, then the great warlock Yang Feng, whose soul was his weakness, might have suffered a big loss this time. After all, without an appropriate spell to resist Ghost Mirage Demon Pupils, even a true Moonlight Warlock might suffer a great injury, or even die. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. After the eye ability was broken, the abnormality in Shieling Sea Wolf King's pupil suddenly disappeared, and blood slowly oozed out from his eye. The evil eye ability Ghost Mirage Demon Pupils was very powerful, but at the same time it was a double-edged sword. If the eye ability was broken, then a backless would hit and injure its host. One of the Shieling 8 dogs, the Black Dog, stepped forward and said with a malevolent smile, "The Shieling Sea Wolf King is here. Give up resistance and offer your ships, and we'll spare your lives. Or else, after we capture you, we'll make you into human candles and offer you as a sacrifice to the evil gods." When they heard the Black Dog's words, the faces of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks turned pale, and fear overtook their eyes. The cultivation of the warlocks in the 4 subcontinents tended to the worship of evil gods. Via blood sacrifice and other vicious methods, they tried to please the evil gods, and then were granted various evil powers by the evil gods. Such warlocks were called evil god warlocks. During the era of the 8 warlock dynasties, the 4 subcontinents were the territory of the warlock dynasties, and the evil god warlocks could only hide in the darkness, not daring to appear in the open. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the continent's human warlocks fought one another and split into 4 dynasties, and the numerous forces of the 4 dynasties struggle among themselves. Taking advantage of the turmoil in the continent, the evil god warlocks occupied the subcontinents and turned them into the land of evil god warlocks. Human Candle was an evil spell that evil god warlocks used to offer sacrifice to the evil gods. Once warlocks were transformed into Human Candle by the evil secret method, their soul will be ignited. After suffering a horrible torment for 7 days and 7 nights, they will die in despair and suffering. The pain, resentment, despair, and other twisted negative forces will be absorbed by the evil gods from the souls, and strengthen them. Faith force of intelligent life forms was the source of power of the gods, while negative force of intelligent life form was the source of power of the evil gods. With an indifferent expression on his face, the Shieling Sea Wolf King looked at the expressions of the people from the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion with derision in his eyes. Moonlight warlocks were in human existences comparable to gods in terms of strength. Many planes in the astral boundary were occupied by human moonlight warlocks who became those planes' divine guardians. Human candles?
What a bunch of fierce fellows. Sure enough, all pirates are scum. Yang Feng glanced at the Shieling Sea Wolf King and his men, sneered, and continued indifferently. Shieling Sea Wolf King, who sent you scum here to die? Chapter 466, Natural Disasters. Chapter 466, Natural Disasters. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present possessed Great Warlock rank physique. Even though they were separated by dozens of kilometers, they could still hear his words clearly. Are you looking to die? You son of a bitch, you dare to scold the Shieling Sea Wolf pirates? I'll extract your tendons and pull out your bones. You won't have an easy death, you son of a bitch. The eyes of the pirates congealed, and they hurled all kinds of abuses. The eyes of the Shieling Sea Wolf King shimmered frigidly, and he waved his hand as if a callous god. Kill everyone! Leave no one behind! Magic light flickered, and numerous warlocks flew out from the Seawolf-class pirate ships and shot towards the 5 Gale-class merchant ships. Most of the Zhangji Plains pirate battles in the seas were like this. The pirate ships served as air carriers, while the pirates they carried served as aircraft. This configuration naturally couldn't withstand the most elite naval troops of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, pirates only plundered merchant ships to begin with. Once they came across elite naval troops of the Great Cloud Dynasty, they would run away in disarray. Yang Feng spoke flatly. Get rid of them! Suddenly, the surface of the sea billowed, and huge battleships, cruisers, frigates, and other steel ships rose from the sea. The huge fleet's countless muzzles quickly adjusted their aim, and the dense rain of light shot towards the pirates in the sky. The pirates were fierce individuals with plenty of experience. In a flash, various defensive spells enveloped them. A burly pirate has cast the level 4 defensive spell Skyflower Water Curtain, and an azure shield enveloped him. When a positron beam slammed into the Skyflower Water Curtain, a dent appeared on the azure shield. Before the pirate could rejoice, 6 more positron beams crashed into the azure shield almost at the same time and instantly shattered the Skyflower Water Curtain. In the next moment, a dozen railgun beams skewered the Great Warlock rank pirate, and he fell from the sky. Amid the dazzling hail of light, one pirate after another was blasted full of holes and fell into the sea. The pirates carrying out an exploratory offensive were suffering disastrous casualties. How astonishing! That's our Lord for you. Long live the Lord! When the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks saw this, excitement flashed in their eyes, and they cheering loudly. Among the pirates in the air, there were also 7 starry sky warlocks. When they saw that things were anything but encouraging, the 7-star sky warlocks frantically cast various spells and shot back towards the direction of the Seawolf-class pirate ships. Since you have come, then stay behind. Smiling coldly, a spatial fluctuation pervaded Yang Feng, and he pointed at the 7 starry sky warlocks. Spatial mirrors appeared before the 7 starry sky warlocks, and they plunged into the spatial mirrors. The space twisted in front of Yang Feng, and a starry sky warlock suddenly flew out. The mechanical black dragon with the body of a human and the huge head of a black dragon bit down and crushed the head of the starry sky warlock. Starry sky warlocks flew out from the space one after another, and then were devoured by the huge black dragon head. It didn't take long for the 7 starry sky warlocks to be eaten by the mechanical black dragon. The complexions of the Shieling Sea Wolf King and his men changed dramatically when they saw the warlocks that have flown out get annihilated, and their eyes flashed with graveness. Updated from freeobnul.com. Great Warlock experts didn't matter much, but Starry Sky Warlock weren't as common as cabbages. Working laboriously for hundreds of years, the Shieling Sea Wolf King was only able to recruit more than 40 Starry Sky Warlocks. Now, however, 7 of them were killed by Yang Feng. For the Shieling Sea Wolf King, this was definitely a large blow. After annihilating all the pirates in the air, the muzzles of battleships, destroyers, cruisers, frigates, and other warships quickly adjusted and flickered with light, and positron beams, railgun beams, and other kinds of beams rained down on the 10 Shieling Sea Wolf pirates' warships. The warlock towers of the 10 Seawolf-class warships shone brightly, and azure specks of light suddenly covered the warships.
Waves surged, extended along the specks of light, and formed huge azure shields. The Seawolf-class warships level 5 Warlock Towers conjured up level 6 defensive spells protection of the sea. Once the spell was activated, it could use the spirit force of warlocks as the core, absorb the power of the water element in the sea, and form an azure shield. With the level 6 spell protection of the sea in place, even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would have to conjure several powerful level 6 spells to destroy the azure shield. Countless beams slammed into the azure shields and set off ripples. Yang Feng frowned and ordered, "Concentrated fire!" The muzzles of the hundreds of warships quickly adjusted, and a dense rain of light concentrated on a single Seawolf-class warship. The azure shield around the Seawolf-class warship trembled and collapsed in an instant, and numerous light beams bombarded the warship. Boom! 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 Amid heaven-shaking blares, the Seawolf-class warship was blasted apart along with the 5-story-tall Warlock Tower. The warlocks aboard the Seawolf-class warship flew into the air, and then, as if moths flying towards a net of fire, were blown into pieces. Destroyed! Impossible! How could this be? Even a Moonlight Warlock can't destroy our warships with a single hit. What's going on? The pirates aboard the remaining 9 Seawolf-class warships were stunned, and a chill shrouded their hearts. The Seawolf-class warship that could even escape a Moonlight Warlock once the level 6 spell protection of the sea was unleashed was now easily destroyed by Yang Feng, making them feel uneasy for the first time. How brazen! You bastard! You dare to destroy my warship! You're dead! I will catch you, make you into a human candle, and sacrifice you to the great evil god. Follow me! Kill them all! With bloodshot eyes, the Shieling Sea Wolf King roared, flew into the air, radiated black light, and turned into a 100-meter-long sea extraordinary life form ichthyosaur wolf with fins, a wolf-like head and limbs, and a long fishtail exuding a frightening aura. Ichthyosaur wolves were overlord-level life forms from a plane completely covered by seawater. Each adult ichthyosaur wolf possessed Moonlight Warlock rank fighting strength, was innately proficient in the law of water, and possessed the innate ability to manipulate the sea and storms, to name a few. In short, they were very powerful in the sea. The reason why the Shieling Sea Wolf King could run amok in the way sea was that he had the 2 secret methods Ghost Mirage Demon Pupils and Ichthyosaur Wolf Morph to rely on. When the Shieling Sea Wolf King turned into an ichthyosaur wolf, he plunged into the sea. Tremendous law of water surged, and pillars of water suddenly rose from the originally tranquil sea. The pillars of water crashed into the steel warships and sent them flying like toys. Billowing waves rolled out and slammed the steel warships into one another. Following rumbling sounds, the energy shields protecting the steel warships shattered like eggshells, and the warships collided together. Countless steel fragments sputtered, and then were swept away by the waves. The area where Yang Feng and entourage were located was overcome with gales, torrential rain, giant waves, and other natural disasters that chipped away at the mighty steel fleet. In a suitable environment, the power a Moonlight Warlock rank existence could unleash made them into mobile natural disasters. In the sea, if a Glorious Dawn Warlock proficient in fire spells had no targeting secret treasures, they may not be the opponent of the Shieling Sea Wolf King. The 5 Gale-class warships activated azure shields. At the same time, a spell inscribed on the warships to pacify the wind and waves was activated. No matter how the violent waves swept towards the Gale-class warships, they would collapse when they got near. The Gale-class warships engraved with various mysterious spells were sharp weapons. Even though the Shieling Sea Wolf King has transformed into an ichthyosaur wolf and operated its innate abilities, it was still difficult to destroy the Gale-class warships. It was for this reason that the Gale-class warships were so precious. The eyes of the mad dog of the Shieling 8 dogs shimmered coldly, and he shouted, "Let's go together and kill them!" Magic light shone, and 4 of the Shieling 8 dogs cast flying spells and flew in the direction of the enemy. The other 4 people transformed into sea life forms and plunged into the water. The pirates about the pirate ships conjured their own spells, either flew into the air or plunged into the sea, and shot towards Yang Feng and his party under the cover of the gales, torrential rain, and huge waves. Chapter 467 Killing 4 Dogs. Chapter 467 killing 4 dogs. Translator, Zayamoj. Bring it on. When he saw the dense numbers of pirates flying his was, Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a scorching light. With a thought, a spatial domain spread from him as the center and swept towards the pirates. A steady stream of power gushed out from Yang Feng's semiplane that had the support of the 4 elements. After going through the primal chaos imperishable body's transformation, the power turned into life energy that propped up the spatial domain. When the vast spatial domain rolled out, pirates were immediately drawn inside. Alarmed, the pirates silently chanted incantations and pointed at Yang Feng, and a rain of offensive spells blasted towards Yang Feng. A bunch of idiots digging a hole for themselves. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth curved into a smile of ridicule. Spatial mirrors suddenly appeared before the various offensive spells, and the spells plunged inside. In the next moment, countless spatial mirrors appeared in front of the pirates, and the spells slammed into them. In a split second, dozens of Great Warlock rank pirates were killed. The law of space, which was only second to the law of time in the universe, was exceedingly difficult to comprehend. But once you comprehended it, you would gain incredible means of offense, defense, movement, and others. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's lacking cultivation base, then after the pirates were enveloped by his spatial domain, he could cut them apart via different spaces and insta-kill them. Spatial domain. Sure enough, you're strong. As expected from a disciple of one of the 10 Great Sects. However, no matter how strong you are, you're only a Great Warlock and only one person. Therefore, you're going to die. There was a flash of coldness in the Mad Dog's eyes, and he transformed into a 20-meter-long extraordinary life-form devil manatee with fish scales, fins, and a bull's head and roared. An azure water domain suddenly broke out and fiercely collided with Yang Feng's spatial domain. Although the power of the Mad Dog's water domain was by far lower than that of Yang Feng's spatial domain, but it could already offset a greater half of the power of Yang Feng's spatial domain. Like this, his spatial domain could no longer form spatial mirrors in an instant and reflect the various offensive spells. With a faint smile, Yang Feng retracted the spatial domain and unleashed the Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool's secret method, and a frightening whirlpool suddenly appeared and erupted with a violent devouring force that swept towards the sky. The quasi-Moonlight Warlock's golden dog, white dog, black dog, and yellow dog flew towards Yang Feng involuntarily like broken rag dolls. The eyes of the golden dog transformed into a golden dragon flashed fiercely, and he belched a golden dragon breath beam blasting towards Yang Feng. The white dog's incarnation of a 100-meter-long white dragon eagle spread its wings, and white feathers containing the law of light turned into a rain of light that shot towards Yang Feng. The black dog's incarnation of a black dragon belched a black dragon breath beam barreling towards Yang Feng. A pair of yellow wings sprouted on the yellow dog's back. Radiating yellow light, the yellow dog distorted and turned into a yellow beam of light shooting towards Yang Feng. The cooperation between the 4 of the Shieling 8 dogs was seamless. In this natural disaster environment, even a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse may be seriously injured by the 4 people if a little careless. Yang Feng looked up and smiled loftily. Taking a step forward, he trod on air. Looking like he was moving slowly though in reality was advancing at great speed, Yang Feng rose into the sky. The golden dragon breath, the white feathers, and the black dragon breath appeared in front of Yang Feng virtually at the same time. Yang Feng extended his hand and unleashed the Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool's secret method, and a frightening whirlpool suddenly appeared and swallowed the golden dragon breath, the white feathers, and the black dragon breath like a black hole. Using the law of space, he opened a passageway into his body and sent the 3 powers into the semiplane. In the semiplane, a wisp of primal chaos force brushed the golden dragon breath and black dragon breath, and they collapsed at once. The rain of white feathers containing the law of light slammed into the semiplane and blasted hundreds of large holes open, and the semiplane trembled. For Yobnul.com. Furrowing his eyebrows, Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he came to a conclusion. It still won't do. The semiplane's tolerance is still too weak, so it can't bear too much power. If I haven't cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body, then the semiplane might have crumbled if I rashly introduced alien energy. Using the Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool secret method, Yang Feng could easily move any attack into the semiplane inside him. However, Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses whose every movement carried tremendous might were mobile natural disasters, and some small semiplanes can't resist a strike from them. If Yang Feng hadn't practiced the Primal Chaos Imperishable Body and used Primal Chaos Force to shatter alien forces into the most basic elements, then in the battle with Yi Yuanyang, his semiplane would have burned into ashes by the golden sun flames. If it's a single junior Moonlight Warlock, then their power can barely be absorbed. If it's a simultaneous attack of two Moonlight Warlocks, then their power cannot be moved. As for the power of a Glorious Dawn Warlock, it cannot be moved into the semiplane or else the semiplane will be in danger of being crushed. I want to create my own spells, but it seems that I'm still not there yet. Yang Feng sighed slightly. Tremendous life force gushed out, and a black battle demon suddenly emerged, attached itself to him, and turned into a black armor full of barbs that concealed mysterious runes. When the black armor emerged, intense light flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, then black light condensed on his left fist, and he lightly punched out to the side. As his fist whistled through the air, the space appeared to distort, and, with the power of a thunderclap, it blasted into the void. The Ost up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. A large amount of blood mixed with countless pieces of meat exploded from the void and sputtered away. The yellow dog of the Shieling 8 dogs who was proficient in assassinations had died. After killing the yellow dog as easily as squashing a bug, Yang Feng stepped forward, very strangely appeared on the head of the white dog's incarnation of a giant white dragon eagle, and stomped down. Under the tremendous force, the head of the huge white dragon eagle burst apart like a watermelon, and its corpse fell into the sea. Countless sharp ice cones shot out from the sea and barreled towards Yang Feng. Wind blades, fireballs, disintegrate, and many other spells blasted towards Yang Feng from all directions. Disregarding the various spells, Yang Feng took a step forward in midair, instantly appeared above the quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank Black Dragon, and stomped down on its head. The head of the Black Dragon burst open, and then the headless corpse fell. Flapping its wings, the mechanical Black Dragon shot out in a gust of black wind, then appeared before the headless Black Dragon, bit down at it, and flew away with the core in its maw. The mechanical Black Dragon was a mechanical soul life form made using a top-grade soul stone, an ancient Black Dragon core, and Shizu technology, and it possessed great evolution potential. By devouring the Black Dragon corpse along with the blood essence, it could gain great benefits. It might even evolve to the Moonlight Warlock realm. In a Moonlight Warlock rank battle, the mechanical Black Dragon with endless evolution potential could be smashed at any time, so Yang Feng had it take the Black Dragon corpse and leave. When Yang Feng killed the quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank Black Dragon, countless spells immediately blasted into him. Black gas appeared on Yang Feng's black armor, and all spells below the level 5 collapsed and disappeared, unable to harm him. The power of level 5 spells was weakened by more than 80%, and the remaining less than 20% of destructive power was endured by his true body. When cultivated to the pinnacle, the Battle Demon Secret method was indomitable, finally showing its terrifying might in group battles. In the Battle Demon Sect, Yi Yuanyang could easily defeat Shui Yifan and Mo Wuheng because he had the virtual world, and the secret method he used was of the same level as the Battle Demon Secret method, making the Battle Demon Secret method appear weak. Now that Yang Feng was fighting the pirates, the Battle Demon Secret method's might was revealed. Except for the spells of the dozens of Starry Sky Warlocks, the spells of the Great Warlocks weren't able to penetrate the defenses of the black armor. Amid the countless magic attacks, Yang Feng took a step in midair and appeared above the golden dog's incarnation of a golden dragon. Having expected as much, the golden dragon's bulky tail swung towards Yang Feng. The fleshly body of the golden dog's incarnation of a golden dragon possessed tremendous strength, and even surpassed that of many human Moonlight Warlocks. After all, the forte of human warlocks didn't lie with the physical body. With a slash of Yang Feng's hand, spatial fluctuations surged, and he entered another dimension. When the bulky dragon tail hit Yang Feng, it passed directly through his body and hit empty air. In the next moment, Yang Feng walked out of the other dimension and stomped on the head of the golden dragon, squashing it. Chapter 468, Suppressing the Shieling Sea Wolf King. Chapter 468, Suppressing the Shieling Sea Wolf King. Translator, Zayamoj. This content is taken from fga-iwabnavyo.co. Sure Yuabing watched Yang Feng shuttling amid the numerous spells, and her pretty eyes surged with astonishment. So strong! So this is a peerless genius who is a personal disciple of a great elder of the Battle Demon Sect, and who can contend against the Tai Yi Sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang. How powerful! What guts! You dare to kill my men? A cruel and fierce voice rose from below the surface of the sea, and the Shieling Sea Wolf King's incarnation of an ichthyosaur wolf shot a water column from its maw barreling towards Yang Feng. Useless! Your spell can only destroy my warships, but it can't hurt me at all. Yang Feng smiled coldly and reached out with his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared and brushed towards the water column containing the law of water. When the water column entered the huge whirlpool, it was moved into Yang Feng's semiplane and formed a vast seawater lake. Waves churned on the surface of the sea, and water beams containing the law of water shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and whirlpools appeared around him and drew the water beams into his semiplane, increasing the water element in his semiplane. Matched with the primal chaos imperishable body, his semiplane could devour most of the forces of the Zhangji plane. He could devour the 4 basic elements almost without end. Besides, those forces were beneficial to the growth of the semiplane. The only constraint was that he must ensure the balance of the 4 elements. Once the balance of the 4 basic elements could not be maintained, then the plane will be in danger of collapse. Spatial mirrors strangely appeared beside Starry Sky Warlock rank pirates. The spatial mirrors drew the Starry Sky Warlocks into the void, and then transported them in front of Yang Feng. With a pat, Yang Feng squashed Starry Sky Warlocks like crickets, which made the Shieling Sea Wolf King even more furious. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was able to dominate the Wei Sea by relying on the countless minions he gathered. If all his minions were to die, then even though he was a Moonlight Warlock, but he wouldn't be able to run amok in the Wei Sea. You're courting death. When he saw Yang Feng kill another Starry Sky Warlock rank pirate, the Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes turned bloodshot, and his incarnation of a ichthyosaur soared into the air accompanied by billowing waves and sent a claw slamming at Yang Feng. Ichthyosaur wolves were extraordinary life forms known for their tyrannical fleshly bodies, and even Moonlight Warlock rank experts could hardly resist their all-out blow. The law of water surged, and the sea waves transformed into rune ropes that entangled in and sealed the space. The spatial domain that Yang Feng was expert at was suppressed, and water elemental particles shrouded the area. No matter what secret methods Yang Feng used, he could not dodge that claw. At a glance, the Shieling Sea Wolf King could tell that although Yang Feng's secret methods were powerful, but after all, he was only a great warlock. As long as he forced Yang Feng into a dogfight, then he was certain of his victory. Idiot! I'd have to spend a lot of effort to deal with you in the sea. However, you came out of your own volition. How stupid can you be? Yang Feng glanced at the Shieling Sea Wolf King, revealed a scornful smile, and pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. A ferocious-looking, 4-meter-tall ancient devil flew out of the dimension badge, and a vast advanced Moonlight Warlock rank aura spread from it. This was a mechanical ancient devil forged from the ancient devil core Yang Feng got in the Feisua Plains Golden Strait coupled with Shizu technology and numerous rare materials. When he saw the ancient devil, there was a look of alarm in the Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes. His true body was only a junior Moonlight Warlock, and after he transformed into an ichthyosaur wolf, he possessed intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. If it was in the sea, he could fight the ancient devil, but in the sky he didn't have any assurance of victory. The mechanical ancient devil showed a savage smile, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with its finger. Immense demonic chi surged, and the projection of the sky devil goo exuding a desolate and ancient aura appeared, slowly opened its only remaining eye, and indifferently looked at the Shieling Sea Wolf King's incarnation of an ichthyosaur wolf. An intense demonic light shot out of Ji's eye and slammed into the Shieling Sea Wolf King. The azure magic shield around the Shieling Sea Wolf King's incarnation of an ichthyosaur wolf broke as easily as an eggshell.
although he desperately twisted his body, but half of his body was still hit by the black demonic light and crumbled little by little. Sons of a whore, they even claimed that he didn't have any Moonlight Warlock rank guards. Then what is this ancient devil? A bunch of bastards. They used me to test his strength. Damn it all. When the Shieling Sea Wolf King was heavily injured by the mechanical ancient devil, he lost his fighting spirit, and fury rose inside him. Enduring the pain, he silently recited an incantation, and his body turned into 36 blue rays that frantically shot towards the sea from different directions. 36 Ichthyosaur Wolf Avatar Escape Secret Method was one of the innate abilities of Ichthyosaur wolves. So long as one of the avatars escaped, then, after a period of time, the Ichthyosaur wolf could recover. Once the Shieling Sea Wolf King entered the sea, he could unleash the Ichthyosaur wolf's innate abilities. By them, even a glorious Dawn Warlock would have a hard time killing him. You want to run? Shieling Sea Wolf King, aren't you underestimating me too much? Now that you are here, don't go. Yang Feng smiled, then flicked his fingers and launched the secret method Skyfire 7 tones. And a streak of yellow skyfire suddenly emerged and turned into a net of fire covering the sky and completely sealing the Shieling Sea Wolf King's escape routes. When the Shieling Sea Wolf King's 36 avatars knocked into the net of fire, they issued sizzling sounds, and then shot back and formed his true body. If he hadn't retreated, he would have been burned to ashes. The Shieling Sea Wolf King has just formed. When the mechanical ancient devil revealed a sinister smile, shrouded in dense demonic chi, it turned into black afterimages that smashed into the Shieling Sea Wolf King's incarnation of an Ichthyosaur wolf. Large swaths of flesh and blood splashed around, and the Shieling Sea Wolf King's incarnation of an Ichthyosaur wolf released heaven-shaking sorrowful howls. When the pirates hidden under the surface of the sea saw the mechanical ancient devil blast the Shieling Sea Wolf King's fleshly body apart, their minds reeled with shock. This was the first time that the Shieling Sea Wolf King, who has tyrannized the Wei Sea for hundreds of years, has cut such a sorry figure. Even though there were many existences more powerful than the Shieling Sea Wolf King in the Wei Sea, but he could avoid them or escape them unscathed. Now, however, he was in a deadly danger, which left the pirates horrified. While resisting the attacks of the mechanical ancient devil, the Shieling Sea Wolf King sent out a heart-wrenching roar. "Save me! Come and save me!" Virtually without hesitation, the remaining 4 of the Shieling 8 dogs in the water blurred into motion and escaped. It was commonplace for pirates to betray each other. The Shieling 8 dogs submitted to the Shieling Sea Wolf King due to his strength. But now the Shieling Sea Wolf King was trapped by the mechanical ancient devil, and there was still Yang Feng standing motionless in the air. The remaining 4 dogs weren't willing to throw their lives away for the Shieling Sea Wolf King. When the 4 dogs escaped, the rest of the pirates turned into streaks and fled. The 9 Seawolf-class pirate ships shone brightly and turned into 9 black arrows fleeing towards the depths of the sea. Once the pirates fled, there were no more variables. The Shieling Sea Wolf King's dogged resistance persisted for an entire hour before only 1/3 of his body, including the head, remained. Yang Feng glanced at the Shieling Sea Wolf King on his last gasp and said frigidly, "Shieling Sea Wolf King, submit to me or die. When you're dead, I can use your corpse to forge a Moonlight Warlock rank golem. Although the golem won't be as strong as you are, but it still will be of use." Face contorted in pain, eyes flickering coldly, the Shieling Sea Wolf King reluctantly squeezed out a smile, saying, "The winner is king. Since I have lost to you, then as long as you're willing to give me a way to live, I am willing to serve you, sir." "Very good." Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and a vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir darted towards the Shieling Sea Wolf King like shooting stars. Compared to the Shieling Sea Wolf King's vow of allegiance, Yang Feng believed more in the power of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir. When the Shieling Sea Wolf King saw the vials of elixir, his face suddenly fell, and he was about to struggle. The mechanical ancient devil smiled malevolently and slapped the other party's head, and demonic chi inflicted great pain upon him and blocked his life force. The target's immune system is powerful. At present, 89% of the elixir has been eliminated. Please inject more vials of elixir. Hundreds of vials of elixir pierced into the Shieling Sea Wolf King, and most of the liquid metal nanorobots were eliminated by the Shieling Sea Wolf King's powerful immune system. Chapter 469 Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 469 Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. Translator, Zayamoj. After the mobile fortified stronghold was upgraded to level 2, and the level 2 optical computer was manufactured, the computing power has increased exponentially. Coupled with the Moonlight Warlock rank Ancient Devil Flesh he got, a liquid metal nano-robot elixir capable of controlling Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses was finally developed. After injecting more than 10,000 vials of elixir, the Shieling Sea Wolf King entered Yang Feng's control. After subduing the Shieling Sea Wolf King, Yang Feng asked, "Mo Gu, who told you to attack us?" There was a bitter expression on the Shieling Sea Wolf King's face, and his eyes shimmered with resentment. It was the top 10 merchant group Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's Moonlight Warlock Lei Zhangjiao gave me the secret treasure sea search compass to find you in the sea. He told me that you have 5 Gale-class merchant ships and that you went out into the sea without breaking them in, my lord. Blinded by greed, I impudently came to attack you, my lord. FREOWebnovel.com. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise and his eyebrows wrinkled, and he uttered slowly, "The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion? I shouldn't have offended them, so why did they act against me?" Surprised, Shi Yuebing looked at the Shieling Sea Wolf King standing respectfully next to Yang Feng, and then said, "The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion and the Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion have a good relationship. The third daughter Jiang Zile of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's Pavilion Master Jiang Wanghai has been saved by Xuanhuan Xiongtian in her youth. If Xuanhuan Xiongtian didn't have a wife at the time, then Jiang Zile might have become his wife. It was by relying on the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion that Xuanhuan Xiongtian finally led the Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion to become one of the top 10 merchant groups in the Wei Sea City. As an overlord rank powerhouse of the Wei Sea, the Shieling Sea Wolf King was an unruly character who didn't even care about glorious dawn warlocks. For such a hegemon to willingly become Yang Feng's servant, Shi Yuebing felt even more reverence for Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned. In other words, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion is also an enemy. Interesting. 6 Moonlight Warlocks coupled with countless subsidiary forces. How troublesome. There was a vicious gleam in the Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes as he spoke gravely. "My lord, I have a base in the Wei Sea. Please take over it quickly, lest something unexpected happens." When he thought of the 4 dogs who have abandoned him at the most critical time, resentment flashed past the Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes. The 4 dogs were quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts. With their trump cards and some secret treasures, they could even unleash Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. However, the 4 dogs had no intention to sacrifice themselves for the Shieling Sea Wolf King. After seeing that things were anything but encouraging, they abandoned the Shieling Sea Wolf King and let Yang Feng capture him. "All right, but before that, we have to take care of some damn bugs first." Yang Feng flicked his fingers. The image on the holographic projection changed, and the scene of another part of the sea appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In that part of the sea, there were 10 Taishan-class merchant ships and 1 Gale-class merchant ship, and every one of the ships was inscribed with a lifelike and magnificent sea dragon. When the Shieling Sea Wolf King saw this fleet, his eyes shimmered with rancor, and he clenched his teeth and uttered while stressing each syllable, "Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion." Were it not for the design of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, the Shieling Sea Wolf King wouldn't have made Yang Feng his enemy, nor would he have been enslaved by the latter, losing all freedom. Dealing with a fearsome character like the Shieling Sea Wolf King, Yang Feng had no intention to give him any freedom. As soon as the liquid metal nano-robots entered the Shieling Sea Wolf King's body, they merged with his soul and took a firm hold of him. If he had any strange thoughts, he would be suppressed and thrown into a world of pain. Even though the Shieling Sea Wolf King deeply hated Yang Feng, but he couldn't do anything about it. He could only take his anger and hatred out on the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. Yang Feng asked, "How much strength do you still have left?" The Shieling Sea Wolf King smiled bitterly and answered, 30%. It'll take me at least a month to fully recover.
The mechanical ancient devil has unleashed the devil's secret method Devil's Eye and summoned the Sky Devil Gu. The power of the Sky Devil Ji's eye was tremendous, and it could seriously injure even someone as strong as the Shieling Sea Wolf King. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy to capture him. The Shieling Sea Wolf King spoke gravely. "My lord, let's let them be this time. The fleet sent by Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion has a Moonlight Warlock keeping watch." The Moonlight Warlock coupled with the Gale-class merchant ship and 10 Taishan-class merchant ships can form a Sea Dragon Swallow the Moon Array. Once the array is formed, then even Glorious Dawn Warlocks may not be their opponents. In the Zhangji Plain, there were countless freak in the seas, and many of them were comparable to gods in strength, having reached the Moonlight Warlock or Glorious Dawn Warlock realm. There were also Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank freaks, but they were very few in numbers. Compared with the rest of the seas of the Zhangji Plain, the Wei Sea was just a small corner. It wasn't within the jurisdiction of the 3 merfolk imperial courts. In this sea you could come across Bright World Warlock rank sea monsters at most, and they were very few to boot. In the Wei Sea, human warlocks would encounter Starry Sky Warlock and Moonlight Warlock rank sea monsters most of the time. Occasionally, they would come across a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank sea monster. New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. In this sea, the 10 Taishan-class merchant ships and 1 Gale-class merchant ship that could form the Sea Dragon Swallow the Moon Array and contend against Glorious Dawn Warlock rank sea monsters could run rampant. There were very few things that could threaten them. There was a flash of killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said coldly, "Sea Dragon Swallow the Moon Array? The thing I'm least afraid of is this kind of array. Watch me break their Sea Dragon Swallow the Moon Array." When Shieling Sea Wolf heard this, his eyes flickered, and he lowered his gaze. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge, and a huge engineering air carrier suddenly flew out and landed on the sea, and a copious amount of water splashed. A large number of marine engineering robots jumped out of the engineering air carrier, dived into the sea, and began searching for the wreckage of the warship destroyed by the Shieling Sea Wolf King. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge again, and a level 2 mobile fortified stronghold with a diameter of 500 meters flew out and landed on the sea. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the level 2 mobile fortified stronghold twisted and deformed like a transformer and transformed into a naval warfare-type island stronghold ship with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The mechanical island was covered in a variety of turrets and equipped with countless defensive devices and looked very daunting. Although the naval warfare-type island stronghold was only 1/3 as long as the Gale-class warship, it was much wider and taller. Yang Feng took Eunice and the other women as well as a few important characters of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion to the naval warfare-type island stronghold. With enough Moonlight Warlocks and Starry Sky Warlocks taking charge, the defensive strength of the Gale-class merchant ship was much greater than that of the naval warfare-type island stronghold. However, the warlocks aboard the Gale-class merchant ship weren't aware that the Shieling Sea Wolf King was enslaved by Yang Feng. Caught off guard, they won't be able to maximize the Gale-class merchant ship's performance. Sure, Yuebing strolled about the naval warfare-type island stronghold and looked at the thick, heavy artilleries with shock in her eyes. These are mechanical constructs. Did senior disciple Brother Yang obtain an inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty? But why haven't I seen such a steel ship before? The first elder who also walked around and looked at the various positron artilleries and railgun artilleries with shock in his eyes. Amazing. Is this the alchemy of the 6th Warlock dynasty? As expected of a true disciple of the Battle Demon Sect, he is really knowledgeable and possessed a profound foundation. In fact, Shizu technology was very different from the 6th Warlock dynasty's technology. Shizu technology was a purely mechanical technology, while the Golem dynasty's technology encompassed many disciplines such as soul research, alchemy, golem research to name a few. The Golem dynasty's golem legions were most famous. As such, a look at these mechanical constructs will make you think of the Golem dynasty. Astounding! How can such a heavy steel warship float in the sea? Why aren't there any magic runes inscribed? Where are the magic arrays? The warlocks of the Sly Blue Sea Pavilion were like country bumpkins who entered a magnificent city for the first time as they excitedly explored the naval warfare-type island stronghold and sighed in admiration. Under Yang Feng's command, the huge naval warfare-type island trembled a little, and then swam in the direction of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's fleet. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's fleet, the Gale-class warship, in a 6-story tall warlock tower. A burly man with short hair, thick eyebrows, and a small flood dragon tattooed on his forehead reclined on a soft bed. There were 4 gorgeous and sexy girls dressed in revealing clothing on the big bed wrapping around the man like beautiful snakes, having fun with him. This man with a flood dragon on his forehead was the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's Moonlight Warlock Lei Jiangjiao. There was a knock on the door. Lei Jiangjiao frowned and waved his hand, and the door opened, and a beautiful maid was drawn into the room. Chapter 470 Assassination of Lei Jiangjiao. Chapter 470 Assassination of Lei Jiangjiao. Translator, Zayamoj. Lei Jiangjiao clasped the beautiful maid's face, a brutal gleam in his eyes, and he revealed a cruel smile, saying, "I said that I don't want to be disturbed if there's nothing urgent. If it isn't urgent, then when I'm done with you, you'll be reduced to a plaything of this ship's men." Just when Lei Jiangjiao was about to ravage the several gorgeous women, he was disturbed by this maid. Anger and killing intent surged in his heart. The beautiful maid's face turned ashen and her eyes shimmered with dread, and she responded respectfully, "Master, the Shieling Sea Wolf King is here to see you." The Shieling Sea Wolf King? Has this good-for-nothing been defeated by Yang Feng? Lei Jiangjiao frowned and then muttered, "Fine, let him come see me. After all, he is also a Moonlight Warlock." The beautiful maid quickly uttered, "Master, the Shieling Sea Wolf King wants to see you on the deck. He said that if it's not on the deck, then let it be. He's going to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion to seek shelter and spill the beans about everything." Lei Jiangjiao's thoughts revolved, and he said with a cold smile, "The deck? He is really careful." On the Gale-class merchant ship, there stood 5 6-story tall warlock towers. Once a hostile Moonlight Warlock entered a warlock tower, they may get suppressed at a moment's notice. Only when they were close friends would a warlock enter another warlock's warlock tower. Although Lei Jiangjiao was only a junior Moonlight Warlock, but inside this 6-story tall warlock tower, he was certain that he could suppress an advanced Moonlight Warlock. "Fine, I'll go meet him." Lei Jiangjiao smiled faintly, then magic light shrouded him, and he disappeared. On the deck of the Gale-class merchant ship, a cyan light emerged, and Lei Jiangjiao stepped out, looked at the Shieling Sea Wolf King leaning on the edge of the deck with a strange light in his eyes, and said with a light smile, "Shieling Sea Wolf King, it seems like you've been seriously injured." The Shieling Sea Wolf King was seriously injured by the mechanical ancient devil's eye, and had just under 30% of his strength left. When Lei Jiangjiao saw how weak the Shieling Sea Wolf King was, killing intent welled up inside him. Inside their sea of knowledge, Moonlight Warlock rank experts have condensed a Moonlight Core, which contained their soul force, various secret method and spell models, and a part of Moonlight Warlock rank power. Unlike a godhead, although a Moonlight Core couldn't provide you with countless bodies of knowledge and enable you to become a god, but it also possessed great value. It could be used to forge a golem or a secret treasure. Some peerless experts who practice special secret methods could even extract some secret methods from inside the Moonlight Cores. The Moonlight Cores were also valued treasures in the various planes. "Lei Jiangjiao, do you want to kill me? Although I currently have less than 30% of my strength left. But if I want to escape here, then even you can't stop me." Tui. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was very keen to catch the faint killing intent released by Lei Jiangjiao, and he spat out a fruit kernel shooting towards a dark corner of the Gale-class merchant ship and smiled coldly. Aboard the Gale-class merchant ship, everyone's gazes were focused on the Moonlight Warlock, the Shieling Sea Wolf King. After scanning the fruit kernel with a detection spells and finding nothing strange, no one paid it any more attention. The fruit kernel hit an iron wall of the Gale-class merchant ship and ricocheted. Then a wind swept it and tossed it into the sea. Cleaning was one of the spells solidified on the Gale-class merchant ship. With it, things that have been identified as trash were automatically cleaned. No one noticed that a shadow entered the Gale-class merchant ship without any sound or sign and without releasing any fluctuations,
and then slowly moved along the shadows. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Lei Zhangjiao restrained the killing intent in his eyes, then gave a straightforward smile and said, "Shieling Sea Wolf King, there seems to be a misunderstanding. How could I do that kind of a thing? We have a common enemy, namely Yang Feng. Why don't you join the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion? With your strength, once you join the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, you'll certainly be enshrined in the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion and gain countless secret methods and resources. You might even promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock in the future." The Shieling Sea Wolf King was a famous powerhouse in the Wei Sea. In the deep sea, even glorious Dawn Warlocks can't deal with him. If such a powerhouse joined the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, then the pavilion's strength could increase by a large margin. The Shieling Sea Wolf King responded coldly, "I'm used to being free. I came here to claim the reward of 100 million magic crystals. Give me the magic crystal and I'll leave." Lei Zhangjiao's eyebrows wrinkled and his eyes glittered, and he stared at the Shieling Sea Wolf King with an enigmatic look in his eyes. The Shieling Sea Wolf King flicked his wrist, and a blue bead appeared in his hand. "Lei Zhangjiao, I am not your opponent right now, but I have 3 secret treasures that can help me escape from you. The first secret treasure is this blue light sea bead. With it, I can dive into the sea within 1 breath. Even you can't stop me." Lei Zhangjiao took a closer look and saw a blue water thread extend from the blue light sea bead and enter the sea. With a thought, the Shieling Sea Wolf King could escape from the Gale-class merchant ship with the help of the bead. Lei Zhangjiao retracted his killing intent and smiled lightly, saying, 100 million magic crystals was the reward for after you destroyed the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's fleet. To ask for the 100 million magic crystals without harming their fleet, isn't that inappropriate? How about this? I'll give you 10 million magic crystals and we'll be quits. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was a Moonlight Warlock rank expert, and he could transform into an ichthyosaur wolf after all. In the sea, his battle prowess was formidable. Without being sure that he could kill the other party, Lei Zhangjiao wouldn't easily offend such a Moonlight Warlock. The Shieling Sea Wolf King frowned. His countenance changed several times. He muttered under his breath for a while, and then uttered with a fierce expression, 30 million magic crystals. Because of you, I lost all my warships. God knows how long it'll take me to recover my losses. If you don't give me 30 million magic crystals, then I'm leaving." Lei Zhangjiao naturally understood what the Shieling Sea Wolf King was implying. If he left now, then a few years down the line, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion would gain a deadly Moonlight Warlock rank enemy. If the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion was stronger, it still wouldn't feel at ease with the Shieling Sea Wolf King as its enemy in the Wei Sea. His thoughts revolved, and Lei Zhangjiao said promptly, "Okay, 30 million magic crystals it is." The Shieling Sea Wolf King revealed a smile and uttered, "Forthright. I like to cooperate with people like you." Lei Zhangjiao secretly loosened a sigh, then took out a storage ring and tossed it towards the Shieling Sea Wolf King. At that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged behind Lei Zhangjiao, and a dagger enveloped in shadows stabbed at his abdomen. A premonition of death welled up in his mind. Without demur, Lei Zhangjiao willed, and a teleportation bead concealed on his person shattered, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped him in an instant. The teleportation bead was a triggered defensive secret treasure that Lei Zhangjiao has commissioned an alchemist to forge for 30 million magic crystals. With a thought, it could teleport him back to the 6-story-tall Warlock Tower. Even if a Moonlight Warlock rank expert hurriedly conjured a spatial interference spell, they still wouldn't be able to interrupt the teleportation bead's spatial force. Even Yang Feng proficient in the law of space wouldn't be able to interrupt the teleportation bead's spatial force. The God Armament Shadow Dagger, however, unleashed a strange fluctuation and dissipated the teleportation bead's spatial force. Lei Zhangjiao felt a chill in his heart, and he lit up with one magic light after another. The Shadow Dagger broke through various teleportation spells, pierced through magic shields, and stabbed Lei Zhangjiao in the abdomen, and 12 curses instantly erupted and covered his whole body. At this time, the shadow revealed itself. It was Yang Feng. After he killed the Shadow Prince Mecha, Yang Feng gained the Shadow Godhead. His clone was the ruler of shadows proficient in the law of shadows. Yang Feng's true body has also easily comprehended the law of shadows. As an assassin, he was second only to the Shadow Prince Mecha, and so he was able to seriously injure Lei Jiangjiao with a single strike. After he injured Lei Jiangjiao, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and the mechanical ancient devil flew out with a flash of light. When the ancient mechanical devil appeared, it grinned fiercely and erupted with advanced Moonlight Warlock rank aura in a flash. It blurred into motion and flitted towards the dozen or so starry sky warlocks brought by Lei Jiangjiao. A streak of black light flickered, and 6 of the dozen or so starry sky warlocks lost their heads and collapsed on the ground. The mechanical ancient devil radiated demonic light, then surged with spatial force, instantly appeared in front of the 6-story tall warlock tower in which Lei Jiangjiao lived, and smashed the barrier around it with a tyrannical punch, and then rushed inside. If the warlock tower was guarded by Lei Jiangjiao, then it would be nearly invulnerable. By then, if the advanced Moonlight Warlock rank mechanical ancient devil entered the warlock tower, it would die without the shadow of a doubt. But without Lei Jiangjiao standing guard, the 5 warlock towers were instead the weakest link of the Gale-class merchant ship. Chapter 471, Defeating the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 471, Defeating the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. Translator, Zayamoj. Quick! Activate the barrier! Hurry up and activate the barrier! Cries of alarm sounded on the Gale-class battleship. Magic light shone above the Gale-class warship. The remaining 4 warlock towers lit up with light, and azure magic light entered the sea, drew away a copious amount of sea water, and turned the water into pure water elemental particles, forming a giant blue shield 10 meters thick. After seeing this scene, the warlock towers above the surrounding 10 Taishan-class merchant ships also lit up with light, and magic light extended from them and fused with the blue shield. Suddenly, the blue shield blurred slightly, then a tremor ran through it, and it crumbled little by little and eventually collapsed completely. Boom! Along with a loud blare, a 6-story tall warlock tower aboard the Gale-class merchant ship exploded. The entire ship shook violently, and a huge hole suddenly appeared on the ship. The light on the remaining 4 warlock towers of the Gale-class merchant ship dimmed, flickered unstably for a moment, and then extinguished. freewebnovel.com. Once the Gale-class merchant ship's 5 warlock towers combined and exerted their full strength, they could even compete against Glorious Dawn warlocks. However, this large array was also very fragile. Once one warlock tower was destroyed, the remaining 4 warlock towers would become useless. After the mechanical ancient devil destroyed the warlock tower, it blurred into motion and shot out into the open. The other 4 warlock towers shone with light, and the warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion fled in different directions like shooting stars. Without the power of the large array, and with the sole Moonlight Warlock seriously injured, these warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion lost all fighting spirit and chose to escape. The 10 Taishan-class merchant ships turned into streaks of light and sped away. Without the protection of the Gale-class merchant ship, the Taishan-class merchant ships couldn't compete with Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. They would be sitting ducks if they stayed here. In the sky, starry sky rippers suddenly emerged, formed a steel flood that covered the sky, and rushed towards the 10 Taishan-class merchant ships. When the hundreds of thousands of starry sky rippers appeared, they immediately surrounded and attacked the warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. Facing the starry sky rippers, the warlocks of Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion cast various spells barreling towards the starry sky rippers in the sky. Under the frenzied attack of the warlocks, one starry sky ripper after another were crushed and dropped from the sky. However, the starry sky rippers were just too fast. In their wake, Great Warlock Rand experts and below were chopped into countless fragments and scattered on the sea. Radiating demonic light, the mechanical ancient devil flittered across the battlefield and sneak attacked starry sky warlocks. With its advanced Moonlight Warlock rank strength, it easily disposed of the starry sky warlocks entangled with the starry sky rippers. When the Shieling Sea Wolf King saw the starry sky rippers with Great Warlock rank combat strength, shock welled up inside his eyes, and he sighed. "My lord's means are really great. I'm convinced." In the Great Cloud Dynasty, Great Warlocks were ordinary experts.
The Shieling Sea Wolf King had tens of thousands of pirates under him, but the Great Warlocks numbered only more than 1,000. The tens of thousands of Starry Sky Rippers with Great Warlock rank fighting strength were a terrifying force. Faced with the hundreds of thousands of fearless Starry Sky Rippers, even if the Shieling Sea Wolf King was stronger, he could only hide in the sea. Using the geographical advantage, he could only slowly whittle their numbers. Watching the warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion being reaped apart by the Starry Sky Rippers, Lei Jiangjiao's eyes widened from anger, and he thought full of pain and regret. Bastard! Wretch! That idiot Songyue Xiongtian! He brought this terrifying enemy upon us. If I had known that things would turn out this way, I would have persuaded the pavilion master to sever the connection with that idiot. The god armament shadow dagger stabbed in Lei Jiangjiao's abdomen continuously extracted his life energy, making this Moonlight Warlock so weak that he couldn't even speak. By relying on his Shadow Divine Domain and the Shadow Dagger, the Shadow Prince Mecha could even seriously injure weak Divine Force rank gods. On the Feisua plane, the gods were rather fearful of this assassin of gods. Even intermediate Divine Force rank gods didn't dare to look down on him. In his entire life, the Shadow Prince Mecha has refined only the god armament Shadow Dagger. As for the godheads that he obtained from the gods, he exchanged them for various rare materials with other gods. As he didn't have a divine country, he poured everything into the Shadow Dagger. As such, the power of the Shadow Dagger could well be imagined. The warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion resisted for half an hour before the remaining one-third of the warlocks finally surrendered to Yang Feng. Of the 10 Taishan-class merchant ships, the captains of 2 merchant ships resolutely destroyed their merchant ship. After Yang Feng ordered for the warlocks of the 2 merchant ships to be executed, the captains of the other merchant ships submissively offered the 8 Taishan-class merchant ships to Yang Feng. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's fleet was originally en route to the Fuso subcontinent, so the merchant ships were loaded with all kinds of goods to be sold in the Fuso subcontinent. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. After making an inventory of all the goods, Yang Feng found out that the goods alone were worth more than 800 million magic crystals. And that was the price in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Fuso subcontinent, the 800 million magic crystals worth of goods could be easily sold for more than 2 billion magic crystals. After adding the 8 Taishan-class merchant ships to the huge fleet, the fleet swam towards the Shieling Sea Wolf King's base. Although the Shieling Sea Wolf Island was called an island, but it was an island state with a radius of 1,000 kilometers and an area of approximately 2 million square kilometers. The population of the Shieling Sea Wolf Island was approximately 5 million, and it was ruled by the state called Shieling State. The Shieling State's ruler was the Shieling Sea Wolf King. Although the Shieling Sea Wolf Island had an area of 2 million square kilometers, but it wasn't rich in cultivation resources. As the ruler of the Shieling State, the Shieling Sea Wolf King had to hunt merchant ships in the Wei Sea to seize various cultivation resources to advance his cultivation. A cyan light descended from the sky and flew into the Wolf Imperial Palace. When the Shieling State's Prime Minister Chen Mo saw the cyan light land, he immediately greeted him and frowned. "Sir Mad Dog, why are you back? Where is His Majesty the Wolf King?" An exceedingly beautiful girl dressed in white, looking to be 21 or 22 years old, with a slender figure, porcelain skin, clear eyes, and a pure temperament raised her eyebrows and asked worriedly, "Uncle Mad Dog, what happened to my imperial father? His Majesty the Wolf King?" There was a queer look in the Mad Dog's eyes. Without any warning, he suddenly stepped forward and stabbed out. Dull blue blades ejected from the fingers of his right hand, and he stabbed the Prime Minister Chen Mo in the chest and squashed the other party's heart. As the Prime Minister Chen Mo was a Starry Sky Warlock powerhouse, his life force was tremendous. With a look of horror on his face, he pointed with his finger and said, "Mad Dog, you! Chen Mo, that idiot Mo has provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. He should be a dead by now. I know you are loyal to him, so I'll send you to meet him in hell." A sinister smile on his face, the Mad Dog's dull blue claws shot abruptly and sliced Chen Mo into numerous pieces. After Chen Mo's body was torn apart, the fragments emitted cyan smoke and crumbled bit by bit. The Mad Dog frowned and scolded, "Golem substitute, That bastard Mogu held back a trick or two. Instead of giving me such a treasure, he gave it to a rubbish like you. However, third princesses, come here. The mad dog smiled malevolently, exuding quasi-moonlight warlock rank aura. He pointed to the girl dressed in white. A black vortex emerged on the mad dog's finger and crushed towards the girl in white like a mountain. Faced with the quasi-moonlight warlock mad dog, the girl in white, who only possessed a great warlock rank cultivation base, couldn't even recite an incantation. She watched helplessly as the mad god's finger touched her forehead. A strange curse imprint appeared on her forehead, and the girl's magic power was sealed. A sinister smile on his face. There was a gleam of greed in the mad dog's eyes. Third princesses, I have long since wanted to taste your nectar. Your stupid father went to provoke a Battle Demon Sect's true disciple to seek his own death. How wonderful. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have gotten you so easily. There was a look of grief in her eyes, and the third princess asked, Uncle Mad Dog, my father has never mistreated you, so why are you doing this? Indignation flickered past his eyes, and the mad dog laughed wildly and uttered, Ha ha! Hasn't mistreated me? The son of a whore Mogu robbed my beloved woman without so much as a word. A woman I fancied was snatched by his son, and I still had to smile apologetically to his son. In his view, the Shieling 8 dogs were just dogs. So you tell me, did he mistreat me or not? I'm glad that he's dead. Chapter 472, Shieling Treasury. Chapter 472, Shieling Treasury. Translator, Zayamoj. A ferocious smile on his face, the mad dog grasped the third princess's slender neck and barked, Chan-mo, take me to the Shieling Treasury, otherwise, I'll kill the third princesses. For warlocks, the most important thing was their cultivation base and various cultivation resources. If the mad dog could advance to a Moonlight Warlock, then no matter where he went, he would be valued. There was suddenly a frosty voice. Mad dog, I have always treated you well, yet you repay me by attacking my daughter. How unscrupulous of you. After the mad dog heard the voice, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, and he turned around and saw the Shieling Sea Wolf King gloomily standing behind him. There was a person standing behind the Shieling Sea Wolf King. It was Yang Feng. Shivering, the mad dog's eyes shimmered with dread, and he uttered gravely, Mogu, you're still alive. When the mad dog saw Yang Feng standing behind the Shieling Sea Wolf King, he promptly knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Sir, this person is the king of the Shieling State. He's extremely proud and will never yield to another. His surrender is only an act. If you don't kill him, then he'll definitely turn on you sometime in the future. Sir, please kill him. I am willing to submit to you, serve you, and help you gain control of the Shieling State. The Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes flickered with ridicule, and he silently watched the mad dog. Yang Feng glanced at the mad dog and said indifferently, Very well, since you want to submit to me, then let me place a restriction on your body. Behind the mad dog, the space distorted, and the mechanical ancient devil suddenly emerged and pointed at his head. A demonic chi gushed out and placed a curse on his head, completely sealing the mad dog's strength. Yang Feng waved his hand, and syringes suddenly flew out and pierced towards the mad dog. Frightened, the mad dog wanted to resist, but weak as he felt, he could only let those syringes filled with the liquid metal nano-robot elixir prick him, and the elixir was injected into his body. When the liquid metal nano-robot elixir entered his system, the mad dog twisted his eyebrows, and then rolled on the ground in pain and struggled wildly. He hadn't intended to really submit to Yang Feng. As such, after the liquid metal nano-robot elixir entered his body, the liquid metal nano-robots inflicted unbearable torments upon him. The third princesses standing aside watched everything with a shocked expression. She took a deep look at the Shieling Sea Wolf King, and suddenly understood why her proud father would stand next to Yang Feng so well behaved. My lord, please follow me. The Shieling Sea Wolf King took a deep look at the third princesses, and then brought Yang Feng to his treasury. The Shieling Sea Wolf King has been traveling the way sea for hundreds of years, plundering numerous ships and accumulating tremendous wealth. When the door of the treasury opened, Yang Feng saw chests of magic crystals scattered on the ground, almost filling the treasury. That's sea essence immortal lotus. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a crystal box entered his hand. He took a closer look, and a gleam of surprise flashed past his eyes. In the crystal box, there was a blue lotus flower covered in a layer of dense blue gas. This blue lotus was one of the heaven and earth wonders of the water element, the sea essence immortal lotus. It was an item that could only be obtained through good fortune. The people who need it would even be willing to fork out 200 million magic crystals for it. There was a flash of praise in the Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes, and he spoke. This is the sea essence immortal lotus which only the experts who have set up a virtual world can use. It is used to evolve the 4 elements of a virtual world, and then finally transform it into a real world. My lord, so you have set up a virtual world. I accept my loss to you wholly. From his defeat, the Shieling Sea Wolf King understood that Yang Feng was definitely an outrageous expert who established a virtual world. Only freaks who set up a virtual world could possibly compete with Moonlight Warlocks while in the Great Warlock realm without resorting to secret treasures. Seeing Yang Feng take the sea essence immortal lotus, he had spoke half flatteringly and half sincerely. Yang Feng picked up a storage ring and scanned it with a glance, and a look of surprise flittered past his eyes. This is a deep sea dragon. A pinnacle Moonlight Warlock rank deep sea dragon. How did you get it? The Shieling Sea Wolf King answered. This deep sea dragon was discovered by a fisherman on a sandy beach decades ago. After the news reached me, I went to retrieve this corpse. After all, the Shieling Sea Wolf King was the ruler of a state, so he could use the power of the state to collect all kinds of heaven and earth precious materials. The deep-sea dragon body was one of his gains over the centuries. Yang Feng carefully looked at the deep-sea dragon corpse and revealed a smile. With this corpse, I can get another Moonlight Warlock rank combatant, and it's a naval warfare type Moonlight Warlock rank combatant to boot. Since soul stones weren't used during the forging process of the mechanical deep-sea dragon and the mechanical ancient devil, they possessed very poor growth potential, unlike the mechanical black dragon who could consume various powerful life forms to further its evolution. However, they possessed Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess, which was enough to make them powerful helpers of Yang Feng. Looking to the side, Yang Feng saw a dragon core and showed a smile. Dragon core! And it's a quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank dark demon dragon core to boot. Great! By devouring this dark demon dragon core, Aesop may evolve into a Moonlight Warlock rank combatant. Freewebnovel.com. After searching the Shieling Sea Wolf King's treasury, Yang Feng still found a few minerals that could be used to produce a level 3 stronghold. There were very few high-level secret treasures in the treasury. There were no level 6 secret treasures, and there were only 5 level 5 secret treasures. Yang Feng didn't care about those secret treasures. The Wei Sea City, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. In an elegant courtyard, a tall old man in blue silk clothing, with thick eyebrows, was sitting opposite to Xuanhuan. The old man in blue silk clothing was the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's Pavilion Master Jiang Wanghai, a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock powerhouse. A beautiful woman in cyan silk clothing, with shoulder-length hair, Neil sitting to the side, poured 2 cups of tea and placed the cups before the 2 people, a somber expression on her face. Visit freewebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. Xuanhuan took a sip of tea, closed his eyes, revealed a look of intoxication, and exclaimed in admiration, "Good tea! This is Lingwu Immortal Tea, a first-grade immortal tea in the Great Cloud Dynasty. No wonder the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion is the top merchant group of the Wei Sea City. To be able to get your hands on such an immortal tea, you're indeed the most outstanding pavilion master in the history of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, bothered Jiang. Long-term consumption of the first-grade immortal tea Lingwu Immortal Tea could sharpen the mind, and it could even enhance the spirit force of Infinity Warlocks. This Lingwu Immortal Tea was extremely precious, and it was even more precious than Purple Sage Demonic Gold. Generally, only the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 Great Sects, 7 Great Families, Court, and other forces of their class could obtain such a treasure like Lingwu Immortal Tea. Jiang Wanghai showed a smile, and quietly took a sip of the Lingwu immortal tea that generally only Infinity Warlocks were entitled to enjoy. A mist filled with impurities escaped from Zhang Wanghai's facial orifices. With a look of satisfaction on his face, Zhang Wanghai slowly opened his eyes and said lightly, "The thing you asked, I have sent people to take care of it." The Shieling Sea Wolf King is a very formidable character who proclaimed himself a hegemon in the Wei Sea and shuttled the sea for centuries. Besides, there are still the quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank Shieling 8 dogs and dozens of Starry Sky Warlock rank experts by his side. In the sea, even Yi Yuanyang may not be the opponent of the Shieling 8 dogs. Coupled with the Shieling Sea Wolf King, even if Yang Feng doesn't die, he certainly won't come out unscathed. This is a Norin sea god pearl that an extraordinary life-form sea dragon child of the Norin plane has spent thousands of years to form. Please accept it. With a smile, Songyue Xiongtian fished out a crystal box and opened it. Inside the crystal box was a pearl-sized blue bead engraved with numerous mysterious runes. Extraordinary life-form sea dragon children were overlord rank life forms of the grade 3 plane Norin plane. Adult sea dragon children possess Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess, and Norin sea god beads were weapons they have formed over many years. The Norin sea god bead not only had a magical effect on human warlocks who practiced water-attributed secrets methods, but it could also increase the chances of a human warlock breaking Trough the Glorious Dawn Warlock bottleneck by 50%. The further along the warlock path you went, the more difficult it became to advance. There were countless Moonlight Warlocks who die of old age. As such, treasure like the Norin Sea God bead that could increase the chances of a human warlock breaking through the Glorious Dawn Warlock bottleneck was extremely valuable. Even if you offered 2 billion magic crystals, people may not be willing to sell it. There was a glint of excitement in Zhang Wanghai's eyes, and he beckoned with his hand, and the crystal box entered his hand. After examining it, he revealing a smile of satisfaction. With the Norin Sea God bead and the various treasures he has collected to break through the bottleneck, his odds at making the breakthrough have reached 20%, which was already very impressive. A middle-aged man from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion broke into the courtyard with an anxious expression and said, "Sir Pavilion Master." Zhang Wanghai frowned, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. "Zhang De, what's the matter?" Zhang De answered in a trembling voice. The Shieling Sea Wolf King and his fleet were defeated. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was captured by Yang Feng, and he submitted to the latter. Chapter 473 Shocking. Chapter 473 Shocking. Translator, Zayamoj. The face of the always tranquil Zhang Wanghai suddenly fell, his hands trembled, and he spilled some of the Lingwu immortal tea. What? The Shieling Sea Wolf King was defeated, and he even submitted to Yang Feng. How is that possible? Songyue Xiongtian's face fell as well, and he exclaimed, "How can that be? Yang Feng is just a great warlock." The Shieling Sea Wolf King had the advantage of terrain, and he still had the Shieling 8 dogs as his subordinates. So how could he have lost to Yang Feng? Zhang De responded with a bitter expression. Yang Feng is proficient in the spatial domain and is extremely powerful himself, and he still had a steel fleet concealed at his side. What's worse, he has an advanced Moonlight Warlock rank devil hidden beside him. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was lured out of the sea, and then severely wounded by the devil. In the end, he was captured by Yang Feng, and then yielded to Yang Feng. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. Zhang Wanghai's expression became very ugly. If the Shieling Sea Wolf King didn't die, then he would surely spill the beans about the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. By then, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion would have gained a frightening enemy in Yang Feng. Zhang Wanghai shot the hesitant Zhang De a glance and snapped, "What else do you have to report?" Zhang De trembled and hesitated for a while, and then gritted his teeth and said, "After Yang Feng subdued the Shieling Sea Wolf King, he used the latter as bait to lure Sir Lei Zhangjiao out, and then mounted a sneak attack and murdered Sir Lei Zhangjiao. The fleet commanded by Sir Lei Zhangjiao has also been wiped out. It was not easy for us to obtain this information." Crash. When he heard this, Zhang Wanghai's vision went dark. Then the teacup in his hand fell to the ground, and the precious Lingwu immortal tea spilled on the ground. He felt a pressure in his chest and a fishy taste in his throat, and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, Moonlight Warlocks were very rarely seen. But because the Wei Sea City was prosperous thanks to the sea trade with the 4 subcontinents, it attracted many Moonlight Warlocks. Even so, the Sea Dragon Pavilion has spent 1,000 years just to recruit 2 Moonlight Warlocks. Now that one of its Moonlight Warlocks has died, it was equivalent for the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion having one of its roots severed. The Sea Dragon Pavilion was a powerful top 10 sea merchant group. But now that Lei Zhangjiao died, they don't know that Lei Zhangjiao has been captured by Yang Feng. Their position suddenly dropped to a level slightly above that of the Cangyu Sea Pavilion. After receiving such terrible news, even someone as strong as Jiang Wanghai suffered a huge blow. Yang Feng, you wretch! The Sea Dragon Pavilion and you are sworn enemies now. Jiang Wanghai's eyes bulged from anger. His quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank life force involuntarily effused from his body and spread in all directions, and he slapped his hand on the table in front of him. The jade table in front of Jiang Wanghai shattered silently. Looking at Songyue Xiongtian with bloodshot eyes, Jiang Wanghai's heart filled with disgust. He uttered coldly, stressing each syllable, "Get out of here, I don't want to see you now." With the destruction of the fleet with a Gale-class merchant ship, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's losses have exceeded 10 billion magic crystals. Puny Norin Sea God Pearl could not make up for this loss. Songyue Xiongtian frowned, smiled wryly, and stood up, ready to leave. Jiang Wanghai's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he restrained his anger and said, "Come back!" Songyue Xiongtian returned and sat back in his seat. Jiang Wanghai glared coldly and said frigidly, "As you just heard, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion received a big blow because of you. You must compensate us." Songyue Xiongtian promptly responded, "A Gale-class merchant ship, 10 Taishan-class merchant ships, and 1 billion magic crystals." Although the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion was severely damaged, but it was still a top 10 sea merchant group in the Wei Sea City, and it was a bit stronger than the Cangyu Sea Pavilion. freewebnov.com. Jiang Wanghai nodded and relaxed his eyebrows a little. There were countless warlock in the Wei Sea City, and you could recruit a bunch of Starry Sky warlocks. But the same wasn't true for Moonlight Warlocks. After all, every Moonlight Warlock that could be recruited has already been recruited by various sea merchant groups. There was a chilly killing intent in Jiang Wanghai's eyes, and he spoke frigidly. "That bastard Yang Feng mustn't leave the Wei Sea alive. What's your plan?" In the Great Warlock realm, Yang Feng could already contend against Moonlight Warlocks, and once he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, God knows how strong he would be. Jiang Wanghai shuddered at the thought of such an enemy with infinite potential. Songyue Xiongtian's eyes flickered with determination, and he said coldly, "I have spent a lot of money to bribe the Prime Minister Minamata Shinichi of the Fuso Subcontinent's Nishino state, and he agreed to deal with Yang Feng. However, this isn't enough. Brother Jiang, please take action. I will go to the Fuso Subcontinent with Gong Sun Yang and Xiaohuba to eliminate Yang Feng." When Jiang Wanghai heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. Gong Sun Yang and Xiaohuba were 2 junior Moonlight Warlock rank experts of the Cangyu Sea Pavilion. Coupled with Songyue Xiongtian, it was equivalent to mobilizing the whole Cangyu Sea Pavilion. With this, the Cangyu Sea Pavilion won't have any Moonlight Warlock standing guard in the Wei Sea City, which was very dangerous. Although the law and order in the Wei Sea City was good, but once all the Moonlight Warlocks left the nest, then there will be numerous people coveting their treasury. Besides, who knows how many experts the great forced Cangyu Sea Pavilion has offended during its rise. Once those experts got wind of it, they were bound to act against the Cangyu Sea Pavilion in secret. Jiang Wanghai muttered for a while, then there was a flash of graveness in his eyes, and he spoke decisively, "All right, since you're going this far, then I'll go with you to the Fuso subcontinent." In the sea, a huge fleet of 5 Gale-class merchant ships and 8 Taishan-class merchant ships was heading for a subcontinent extending without end. Sitting in a luxurious litter with the 2 women Eunice and Cheyenne in his arms, Yang Feng looked at the huge Satsuma port. Gale-class merchant ships, those are the Great Cloud Dynasty's Gale-class merchant ships. 5 Gale-class merchant ships and 8 Taishan-class merchant ships. It seems that we can make a lot of money. What a huge fleet. Does it belong the top 10 sea merchant group of the Wei Sea City? When the fleet entered the Satsuma port, the warlocks in the port revealed excited smiles. The goods brought by such a large fleet could definitely bring benefits to a great part of the warlocks in the Satsuma port. As such, these warlocks liked very much when such giant fleets arrived. Step aside. Get out of the way. A group of about 200 people all wearing a black armor and a great sword at the waist led by a burly man with an ugly and fierce-looking face emanating a tyrannical aura was heading this way. Black Armor Division. It's the Black Armor Division's 3rd Brigade. When the surrounding warlocks who wanted to communicate with Yang Feng and his party saw this, their faces fell, and they quickly gave way. The ugly and fierce-looking man in the lead came to Yang Feng and his party and said arrogantly, I am the captain of the Black Armor Division's 3rd Brigade Kua Shinjiro. I suspect the origin of the goods on your merchant ship is dubious. Please leave this place immediately and let us investigate the ships. After we are done, we'll return you your goods. Yang Feng asked curiously, Black Armor Division? What's that? My lord, the Satsuma port belongs to the West Sea State, and the Black Armor Division is one of the 3 great armies of the West Sea State. The 3 armies are respectively the Red Armor Division, the White Armor Division, and the Black Armor Division. The Red Armor Division is equivalent to the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Guard, and the weakest soldiers possess advanced Great Warlock rank cultivation base. The White Armor Division is a class below, and each soldier must possess Junior Great Warlock rank cultivation base. The Black Armor Division is the lowest class, where each soldier must possess advanced level 3 Warlock rank cultivation base. There are 2 junior Moonlight Warlock rank experts in the West Sea State, the state's ruler Soma Shinichiro and the Imperial Tutor Kaimen Kumisaburo. Additionally, there are still the West Sea 10 warriors who are quasi-Moonlight Warlock powerhouses. The West Sea State is one of the Nishino State's 4 vassal states. As for the Nishino State, it has 8 Moonlight Warlocks as well as more than 30 quasi-Moonlight Warlocks. The Kahara State, the Black Snake State, and the Anto State are the other 3 vassal states of the Nishino State. These 3 vassal states each have a Moonlight Warlock standing guard. It is thanks to the tremendous cultivation resources the West Sea State gets thanks to the Satsuma port that it gave birth to 2 Moonlight Warlocks. This Black Armor Division's Kua Shinjiro wants to take our goods. My lord, if you let him detain our cargo, then he'll be able to use various methods to embezzle it. The easiest method is to set something else on fire, and then claim that all the goods have been burned. Many people have incurred great losses in the Satsuma port. The Shieling Sea Wolf King spoke calmly. There was a frigid glimmer in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said coldly, So he has designs on my things. What a reckless thing. I was going to behave and be a merchant, but since you've forced my hand, then I don't mind being your judge. Kill everyone. Leave their heads intact. Yes, my lord. There was a gleam of excitement in the Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes, and he reached with his finger and shot beams of blue light barreling towards the level 3 warlocks of the Black Armor Division. Chapter 474 Mighty Battlestar Artillery. Chapter 474 Mighty Battlestar Artillery. Translator, Zayamoj. The black armors of the Black Armor Division's level 3 warlocks burst out with black light, and black magic shields suddenly sprang up. The beams of blue light suddenly penetrated the black magic shields and blasted into the Black Armor Division's level 3 warlocks, easily freezing them into chunks of ice. You scoundrels! I am the captain of the Black Armor Division's 3rd Brigade. You dare attack me? The mighty Imperial Tutor Kaimen Kumisaburo will never forgive you. Both shocked and outraged, Kua Shinjiro took a step forward, erupted with advanced Starry Sky Warlock aura, unsheathed his sword, and turned into a black tyrannical blade ray slashing towards Yang Feng. Fuso Laijutsu, this is a unique offensive spell of the Fuso subcontinent. Within 10 meters, the abrupt blade strike can even injure an upreared Moonlight Warlock. However, as long as you're ready and have prepared the corresponding spell, then there is nothing to fear from the Fuso Laijutsu. Body-tempering Warlock path isn't the right path after all. The Mad Dog smiled ferociously, opened his mouth, and beams of blue light shot out and hit Kua Shinjiro in an instant. Kuwa Shinjiro was frozen by the beams of blue light into a chunk of ice in a flash, and fell from midair, a look of horror on his face. In less than a few breaths of time, the 200 Black Armor Division warlocks were suppressed by the two experts Shieling Sea Wolf King and Mad Dog. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the naval warfare-type mobile island rose from the bottom of the sea. The hatches on the stronghold opened, and starry sky rippers flew out and swept towards the Satsuma port like a locust swarm. Sitting on the litter, Yang Feng looked like a god overlooking the mortal world as he said frigidly, "From today on, the Satsuma port belongs to me. Anyone who resists shall be killed." Thanks to loudspeakers, Yang Feng's domineering voice sounded in the entire Satsuma port. The Battlestar positron artillery on the naval warfare-type mobile island flashed with light, and a resplendent pillar of light slammed towards a 6-story-tall warlock tower in the Satsuma port. Amid a heaven-shaking tremor, the 6-story-tall warlock tower that has just activated a magic shield was blasted by the Battlestar positron artillery beam and trembled slightly, and then countless cracks appeared on it. When he saw this scene, Yang Feng sighed in admiration. What a strong defense! To be able to withstand a Battlestar artillery, that's a 6-story-tall warlock tower for you. The power of the Battlestar positron artillery was tremendous. A single shot from it could blast apart a mountain range on Earth. When hit by it, a Glorious Dawn warlock would be seriously injured or even directly killed. Although the Battlestar artillery's might was enormous, but without being enchanted by various laws, it could be easily evaded by Glorious Dawn warlocks via various secret methods. Only when dealing with immovable objects could it display its true power. The charging of the Battlestar artillery was also a big problem. After it was fired once, it took 5 minutes to charge it again. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. The next moment, a rain of light shot out from the naval warfare-type mobile island and slammed into the warlock tower. Boom! 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 Countless stones splashed, and the already tattered warlock tower disintegrated, and the warlocks inside turned into streams of light and flew out. Many of the warlocks were torn to pieces under the bombardment. Destroyed. The divine warlock tower was destroyed. What's going on? How could a divine warlock tower be destroyed? How could this be? Has the great evil god abandoned us? When the warlocks in the Satsuma port saw the 6-story warlock tower crumble in front of their eyes, they were stunned and filled with shock, as if something has collapsed in their hearts. There were 6-story tall warlock towers in the Satsuma port, who were arranged in a hexagram, and protected the entire Satsuma port. With a Moonlight Warlock coupled with enough Starry Sky Warlocks and Great Warlocks, the Satsuma port could even contend against a Glorious Dawn Warlock. Once a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank sea monster has come to the Satsuma port to wreak havoc. As a result, it was seriously injured by the Imperial Tutor Kaiman Kumisaburo and driven away. In the hearts of the Satsuma port's warlocks, the 6-story tall warlock towers were virtually indestructible. Now, however, one such warlock tower collapsed, and a sense of despair gripped the hearts of these warlocks. The Satsuma port responded to the heavy damage at once. The remaining 5 6-story tall warlock towers in the port shone with light, and magic shields suddenly appeared and covered all the important buildings in the port. But because a warlock tower was destroyed, the remaining 5 warlock towers couldn't form a complete magic array, nor could the magic shields be integrated into one. From the Satsuma port came a plain voice. "I am the West Sea State's Imperial Tutor Kaimen Kumisaburo. Which senior has come to the Satsuma port?" As an important port that provided countless cultivation resources to the West Sea State, the West Sea State attached great importance to the Satsuma port and sent the Imperial Tutor Kaiman Kumisaburo to keep watch. Sitting still in the litter, Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered frigidly, "I am the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng. Kaiman Kumisaburo, you've got guts. You dare to send people to take my goods." Mechanical tentacles have already penetrated into the frozen Kuwa Shinjiro's head and extracted his memories. As the captain of the Black Armor Division's 3rd Brigade, Kuwa Shinjiro didn't dare to provoke a sea merchant group with 5 Gale-class merchant ships and 10 Taishan-class merchant ships. It was only after he received instructions from above that, He dared to try to embezzle Yang Feng's goods. But he never expected that Yang Feng's response would be this fierce. How does he know that I have instructed this? Within a 6-story tall warlock tower, the somewhat sinister-looking and ugly Kaiman Kumasaburo dressed in a white silk robe, with a medium build frowned, worried. Kaiman Kumasaburo looked at the various magic shields that were trembling under the endless bombardment of light rays, and he felt frightened. He shouted, "This is a misunderstanding. Sir Yang Feng, please stop. We can talk it over." Since Yang Feng destroyed a warlock tower, the remaining 5 warlock towers were no longer able to form the complete warlock tower array. Although Kaiman Kumasaburo still had several trumps up his sleeve, but he didn't know if it was enough to fight with Yang Feng. With the outcome being an uncertainty, he didn't dare to take the risk. There was a flash of cold light in Yang Feng's eyes. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he spoke gravely. "Give me a compensation of 2 billion magic crystals, and I can sweep this matter under the rug. Otherwise, I won't stop until I break this port." Kaiman Kumasaburo's heart was dripping blood, and he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine." For the West Sea State, 2 billion magic crystals was almost equivalent to the income of the state for half a year. But compared to the cash cow Satsuma port, the 2 billion magic crystals didn't count for much. Not long after, a beautiful warlock woman with long black hair and very beautiful and delicate features holding a storage ring came out of the warlock tower where Kaiman Kumasaburo was located and uttered loudly, "Sir Yang Feng, please stop. Here are the 2 billion magic crystals." Yang Feng raised his hand, and the artilleries of the naval warfare-type mobile island stopped their attack. But the Battlestar artillery was still charging. The beautiful warlock heaved a sigh of relief and held up the storage ring. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the storage ring flew into his hand. With a sweep of his tremendous spirit force, he detected 2 billion magic crystals inside the storage ring, and a smile appeared on his face. The semi-plane within Yang Feng's sea of knowledge was transforming and evolving continuously. In addition to heaven and earth precious materials of the 4 basic elements, it also required the consumption of millions of magic crystals every day. The semi-plane in his sea of knowledge was more powerful than a virtual world, but at the same time, it required the consumption of an astonishing amount of resources. The 2 billion magic crystals will last him for a while. Smiling coldly, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered chilly, and he lifted his hand. The huge fleet began to move and slowly steered away from the Satsuma port. This incident, I'll let it slide. The Fuso subcontinent was very large. It was several times larger than the Turandot subcontinent. There were more than 20 ports where giant fleets could be anchored in the Fuso subcontinent. So even if he didn't stay in the Satsuma port to do business, it wasn't a problem. When the warlocks in the Satsuma port saw Yang Feng's huge fleet move, their eyes flickered with disappointment. When the goods worth more than 3 billion magic crystals, this was their value in the Fuso subcontinent, left, they will lose the opportunity to make a lot of money. Treading on air, Kaiman Kumasaburo walked out of the warlock tower and said loudly, "Sir Yang Feng, please stay. It was a misunderstanding. Please stay and let me entertain you. The Fuso continent's Fuso charming girls are the best in the world. You won't be disappointed." Chapter 475, Fuso Kobe Anas. Chapter 475, Fuso Kobe Anas. Translator, Zayamoch. Fuso Kobe Anas were a specialty of the Fuso subcontinent. They were enchanting women who were born from the combination of the Fuso subcontinent's beautiful warlock women and the women from other planes. Using a secret method, Fuso Kobe Anas were cultivated by evil god warlocks since little to be obedient and charming. They were one of the Fuso subcontinent's most popular commodities. Yang Feng smiled faintly and raised his hand, and the huge fleet suddenly turned around and moved to the Satsuma port. Interesting. Since this is the case, then I'll stay and meet the famous Fuso Kobe Anas. Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes flashed with resentment, yet his face bloomed into a kind smile, and he mused, "Very good, you idiot. Today's humiliation must be repaid 100-fold. Read ADST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. As the fleet was changing directions, a streak of light shot out of the fleet and silently flew away. At nightfall, a luxurious magic chariot suddenly stopped before the Satsuma Port's top-notch brothel, the Lavender Manor. The door of the magic chariot opened, and the Moonlight Warlock expert Shieling Sea Wolf King alighted, and then respectfully opened a door. Yang Feng, wearing a white casual outfit, alighted the magic chariot and glanced at the Lavender Manor. In front of the Lavender Manor, there were 4 Great Warlock rank guards, and each one of them looked very capable and formidable. Yang Feng glanced at the guards and mused, "In the Great Cloud Dynasty, Great Warlocks are of little value. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, a Great Warlock was already a pinnacle existence who could become a leader of a powerful force. However, in the Great Cloud Dynasty and some formidable subcontinents around the Great Cloud Dynasty, Great Warlocks didn't count for much." A 27 or 28-year-old, flirtatious beautiful woman with a fiery figure and long black hair walked over with a smile on her exquisite face, a fragrance wafting from her. "Greetings, Lord Yang Feng. My name is Yamada Mieko." When Yamada Mieko arrived next to Yang Feng, an enticing fragrance wafted out from her tender body. The Shieling Sea Wolf King took a glance at Yamada Mieko, and his eyes lit up. "Good stuff." The Mad Dog's gaze fell on Yamada Mieko, and his eyes surged with greed. Yang Feng glanced at Yamada Mieko and nodded arrogantly, not saying a word. There was a queer glint in Yamada Mieko's beautiful eyes, and she became even more respectful, saying, "Please come with me." With Yamada Mieko taking the lead, Yang Feng and his party stepped into the Lavender Manor. Within the Lavender Manor, many precious and beautiful extraordinary plant flowers native to the Fuso subcontinent could be seen everywhere, forming a beautiful sea of flowers. Interspersed in the sea of flowers, there were beautiful lotus beds 3 meters in diameter with gorgeous girls dressed in clothes made from flowers just covering their private parts, reclining atop them. Complementing each other, the flowers and girls formed a beautiful scenery. The enticing aromas wafting out of the sea of flowers fanned people's carnal desires. Freebnovel.com. As someone with tons of experience with women, the Shieling Sea Wolf King fared fairly good. As for the Mad Dog, his eyes were bloodshot and his mouth was dry. If it wasn't for the liquid metal nano-robot's control over his body, then he would have already plunged into the sea of flowers and pushed down one girl down after another. Yang Feng glanced at the beautiful girls in the sea of flowers with praise in his eyes, yet he showed no abnormalities. Yamada Mieko stared at Yang Feng carefully. When she saw that he had no reaction, she couldn't help but to increase her evaluation of him once more. After passing through the sea of flowers, what met them was a hot spring emitting a dense mist. In the center of the hot spring there was a huge rockery. From inside the mist came the laughter of beautiful girls. Inside the dense mist, the girls with jade-white skin could be faintly discernible. And ordinary men wouldn't be able to resist the desire to peep. Eyes shot with blood, the Mad Dog wished he could rush into the hot spring. Yang Feng glanced at the hot spring, and then proceeded forward. As the uncrowned ruler of the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng had a taste of beautiful women in hot springs God knows how many times. The beautiful women in this hot spring were at most at Judy's level in terms of beauty. They paled in comparison with Eunice, Dephilia, Cheyenne, and Joanna. After passing through the hot spring, an alcohol pond exuding a rich aroma appeared in front of Yang Feng. Beside the alcohol pond, there was a dense forest, with beautiful warlock women hanging from each tree. Each beautiful warlock woman was attractive in her own way, although they weren't naked, but the clothes they wore were very revealing, oozing temptation. Alcohol pond and carnal forest? 1. Fuso people really know how to live it up. Yang Feng glanced at the scene, showed a faint smile, and directly passed through the area. Next, an elegant bamboo house located next to a pool and a bamboo forest appeared in front of Yang Feng's eyes. Inside the bamboo house, Kaiman Kumasaburo was kneel sitting on the floor. Besides Kaiman Kumasaburo, there was a 17 or 18-year-old beautiful girl in white clothing, devotedly performing the tea ceremony in the bamboo house, looking like she popped out from a picture scroll. Upon seeing Yang Feng, Kaiman Kumasaburo immediately got up, bowed at a 90 degrees angle and said, "I am Kaiman Kumasaburo. Well met, Sir Yang Feng." Yang Feng nodded, sat down unceremoniously in front of Kaiman Kumasaburo, and said carelessly like a rich man's son, "Where are the Fuso Kobianas? Please wait a moment, sir." Kaiman Kumasaburo took a deep look at Yang Feng and clapped his hands, a look of scorn in his eyes. Two little girls who were about 11 or 12 years old yet were quite plump in the chest, looking both ripe and immature, pure and sensual, with sparkling porcelain skin and a fragrance wafting from them, walked in from the side. Yang Feng frowned at this scene. With a light smile on his face, Kaiman Kumasaburo snapped his fingers. "Sir, don't misunderstand. They are descendants born from the combination of phantom cetras and humans, although they seem young, but they're actually 20 years old. Take a look." A dense pink gas shrouded the two little girls, and they transformed into two 16 or 17-year-old beautiful girls with sexy figures. Kaiman Kumasaburo snapped his finger again, and the two 16 or 17-year-old beautiful girls transformed again and changed into 26 or 27-year-old stunning beautiful women with hourglass figures and large breasts threatening to burst out of their clothing. Kaiman Kumasaburo spread his arms and spoke with a smile. "This is the racial trait of Phantom Cetra, who can set 9 periods of time to transform. As they possess Phantom Cetra bloodline, they have 3 transformations. It's very difficult to breed half-blood Phantom Cetras. In the past hundreds of years, the West Sea State only managed to cultivate 10 specimens. Now, only these 2 first-rate Fuso Kobianas remain in the West Sea State. Please accept them." The beautiful woman who appeared to be a little older and exuded a mature charm uttered respectfully to Yang Feng, "Kitazuki Kaori greets sir." The beautiful woman who appeared to be a little younger and exuded a pure aura also said respectfully, "Kitazuki Ayaka greets sir." Seeing the two beautiful women with different temperaments, the mad dog couldn't help but swallow, and his eyes filled with greed. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Come here." With a fragrance wafting from them, the Kitazuki sisters responded charmingly and walked up to Yang Feng. "Yes, master." Yang Feng drew the Kitazuki sisters into his arms, and his hands wandered about. The Kitazuki sisters blushed like 2 flowers. There was a look of disdain and scorn in Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes. A lustful idiot who doesn't know fear. A disciple of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Battle Demon Sect amounts only to this much. The Kahara State, thousands of kilometers away from the West Sea State, the capital Tsukamoto City, in the Imperial Palace, a short, capable-looking man was reclining in a hot spring, and several enchanting women dressed revealingly kneel sitting next to the man were massaging his back. This capable-looking man was the Kahara State's ruler Kahara Kai, the sole Moonlight Warlock of this state. A beautiful woman in a light muslin came to the hot spring and uttered deferentially, "Your Majesty, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's Sir Lei Jiangjiao wishes to see you." Kahara Kai opened his eyes, revealed a look of doubt, muttered irresolutely for a while and said, "Lei Jiangjiao? Take him to the fragrant hall to wait for me." The beautiful woman took her leave immediately. "Yes, Your Majesty." Kahara Kai frowned and got out of the hot spring, and the dozen beautiful women quickly helped him dry his body, and at the same time, picked up a set of clothing and carefully helped him get dressed. When Kahara Kai entered the fragrant hall, he saw Lei Jiangjiao dressed in white with an ashen face exuding fluctuations of life only at the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank. "Brother Lei, long time no see." Kahara Kai's eyes flickered. With a hearty smile, he clapped his hands, and 2 beautiful maids came in, walked up to Lei Jiangjiao, sat down next to him, and diligently attended to him, a fragrance wafting from them. 1. Alcohol Pond and Carnal Forest. Jo Chirolin means debauchery. Chapter 476. Assassination of Kahara Kai. Chapter 476. Assassination of Kahara Kai. Translator, Zayamoj. Lei Jiangjiao gave a long sigh and said, "Brother Kahara, I feel ashamed. In a moment of carelessness, I was played by that brat Yang Feng. Although I escaped by chance, but the whole fleet was seized by that kid. I am seriously injured and have lost all my secret treasures. As such, I could only come here to rely on you. Once I fully recover and return to the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, I will reward you generously." Kahara Kai's eyes flickered, and he suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Lei, what do you think of the Kahara state?" Lei Zhangjiao felt a little queer, but he still smiled and responded, "Kahara state? Naturally, it's an excellent state. Brother Kahara, you possess great talent and a bold vision, and you are a martial master of the Kahara state, seen once in a century. Under your leadership, the Kahara state grew until it became second only to the West Sea state in terms of power. As long as I support you from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, it's but a matter of time before the Kahara state surpasses the West Sea state." Kahara Kai finally got to the point with a smile on his face. "Brother Lei, why don't you join the Kahara state and serve me? With you, my state will be able to take the leap to surpass the West Sea state. Besides, you'll be able to use my state's resources to quickly recover from your injuries." Brother Lei. Lei Jiangjiao frowned and asked, "What if I don't agree?" Kahara Kai answered flatly, "Moonlight cores are rare treasures. Despite its thousands of years-long heritage, the Kahara state still only possesses a single moonlight core." Lei Jiangjiao spoke gravely. "Brother Kahara, could it be that our century-long friendship isn't even worth a moonlight core?" There was a cruel glint in Kahara Kai's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "What friendship? It's just a relationship based on shared interest. You need the Fuso subcontinent specialty products, and we need the Great Cloud Dynasty's cultivation resources. With the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion dominating the trade, God knows how much profit it obtained from the Fuso subcontinent. I'm just recovering a bit of interest right now. Brother Lei, your biggest mistake was to come here with a serious injury." Lei Jiangjiao's countenance changed several times before he eventually spoke unwillingly. "Okay, I'll surrender to you. Brother Lei, you're really sensible." Kahara Kai laughed loudly and clapped his hands, and a red wooden stick inscribed with numerous mysterious patterns and exuding a bloody and queer aura appeared in his hands. When he saw the red wooden stick, Lei Jiangjiao's face suddenly fell, and he exclaimed, "Evil god curse soul wood! You want to touch me with this evil wood? How dare you!" The wooden stick emitting a queer and sinister aura was the Fuso subcontinent's heinous evil god curse soul wood. Each evil god curse soul wood was a wicked object that the evil gods of another plane confer after receiving a sinister blood sacrifice of tens of millions of humans. Once your soul was touched by the evil god curse soul wood, then your soul and your life will be controlled by the evil god. With a though from the caster, the subject will suffer unbearable pain. The subject may even be transformed into a puppet-like evil god emissary and get reduced to a minion of an evil god. Of course, the evil god curse soul would also had its weaknesses. First, it was very difficult to refine. Second, it was extremely fragile and a fire level 3 spell could destroy it, making it practically useless in actual combat. With a taunting smile on his face, Kahara Kai spoke condescendingly, "Either die, or get touched by the evil god curse soul wood. Make your choice, Brother Lei." The fragrant hall was a part of the Kahara state's imperial palace. As such, the imperial palace's power could be mobilized to suppress any enemy. The seriously wounded Lei Jiangjiao wasn't Kahara Kai's opponent. Coupled with the imperial palace's power, it was very difficult for Lei Jiangjiao to escape. There was humiliation, unwillingness, and resentment in Lei Jiangjiao's eyes. At last, he sighed, closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and uttered with indignation, "Go ahead!" Kahara Kai showed a complacent smile, and his eyes seemed to be burning with a wicked flames. The evil god curse soul would release a dark, weird, and bloody aura, and wisps of bloody gas winded around it. Miniature faces of countless people formed black chains on the wooden stick and issued silent, anguished wails. Just before the evil god curse soul would hit Lei Jiangjiao's forehead, Lei Jiangjiao suddenly opened his eyes and sprayed a crimson flame from his mouth that landed on the evil god curse soul wood. The wooden stick ignited, and the miniature faces of countless people made strange noises and wailing sounds, and then turned into flying ashes in the flame. "Lei Jiangjiao, you're courting death. After I capture you, your life be utter misery." As if struck by lightning, Kahara Kai's eyes turned bloodshot, and he flew into a rage and shouted violently. His right hand radiated an eerie light, change a black hand with 30-centimeter long claws, and stab towards Lei Jiangjiao's heart. From the shadow behind Kahara Kai, a dark shadow suddenly erupted and a hand holding the god armament shadow dagger mercilessly stabbed towards Kahara Kai's back. A warning immediately flared up in Kahara Kai's mind, and a teleportation bead disintegrated and a spatial force emerged at once. The shadow dagger flashed with light, and the spatial force that enveloped Kahara Kai suddenly dissipated. Magic shields lit up on Kahara Kai's body, and then were easily penetrated by the shadow dagger. The shadow dagger pierced into Kahara Kai like a meteor, and 12 curses erupted and sealed his power in a flash. Kahara Kai immediately issued a scream. "Great God Krona, save me!" In the fragrant hall, the weird murals painted on the walls suddenly wriggled, and creepy blood flowed out from them and formed a strange, 3-meter-tall being with a bull head, tiger claws, and a scorpion tail covered in black scales. On the forehead of the bull head, there was a male face. The source of this scene tent is freewebnovel.com. This weird being with a male face exuding a queer and evil aura was the avatar of the evil god Krona from one of the 36 primary material planes, the evil god plane. The evil god plane was a chaotic plane filled with danger, where killing was as common as breathing. Apart from life forms native to the plane, there were many formidable life forms comparable to gods created by the Second Warlock Dynasty, the Taboo Dynasty, through various taboo experiments in the evil god plane. Krona was a true evil god of the evil god plane with a pinnacle glorious dawn warlock rank cultivation base. He was the primary god enshrined by the Kahara state. "Was it you who attacked my servant?" Krona turned his head and locked his gaze on Yang Feng. The male face on the bull head showed a malevolent smile, and he spoke in a strangely charming female voice. The wicked sound waves emitted by the male face had a strange cadence as they rolled out towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face changed drastically, and then his ears were closed tightly and his hearing was sealed. The wicked sound waves still penetrated Yang Feng's body, oscillated inside him, and eroded him. This was the evil god Krona's innate wicked spell, Krona's voice. This wicked spell could grow and evolve alongside the practitioner. It could influence the soul and body, and there weren't many spells that could withstand the wicked spell Krona's voice. When he was struck by Krona's voice, Yang Feng had a splitting headache, his spirit force was in disorder, and his life energy was in chaos. His body was almost beyond his control, and blood oozed out of the orifices on his face. Shadow assassins who comprehended the shadow domain could fully integrate it into the shadows, and even experts with higher cultivation bases had a hard time to find them. But shadow assassins had their flaws, that is, when they were merged with the shadows they couldn't use any defensive spells, which left them vulnerable. When Yang Feng shot out of the shadows and seriously injured Kahara, he was at his most vulnerable, and then he was hit by Krona's voice. With the splitting headache, he wasn't able to cast any spells. freewebnovel.com. On the other side, Lei Jiangjiao was seriously injured by Krona's voice in a flash, and he crumpled on the ground, bled from his facial orifices, and struggled in pain. When he was at his peak condition, Lei Jiangjiao could naturally withstand Krona's voice, but now that he was heavily wounded, and the 12 curses of the shadow dagger still pervaded his body, he was extremely vulnerable. With a dazzling light, the focused sea moon pendant hanging from Yang Feng's neck sent a cool stream into his sea of knowledge, making his headache stop for a split second. With a thought, there was black light, and the black battle demon suddenly appeared, possessed Yang Feng, and formed a set of black armor. When the black armor appeared, Yang Feng clearly felt the headache weaken by more than 70%. Krona's voice was no longer ear-piercing. When Krona saw the black armor, a dignified gleam appeared in his eyes, and he spoke, "Battle Demon's secret method. You're from the Battle Demon Sect." The Battle Demon Sect was one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 Great Sects, and 2 of its great elders were comparable to Infinity Warlocks in terms of battle prowess. There have been many disciples of the Battle Demon Sect traveling the 36 primary material planes. Yang Feng didn't answer. He pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and the mechanical ancient devil turned into a streak of black light and shot out. Virtually in the blink of an eye, the mechanical ancient devil exuding advanced Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power darted towards Krona. Ancient devil! Krona frowned. Then a bloodthirsty red glint appeared in his eyes, and he bellowed. Covered in an odd bloody light, he clashed with the mechanical ancient devil. Chapter 477 Myriad Curses Method. Chapter 477 Myriad Curses Method. Translator, Zayamoj. When Kahara Kai saw that Krona was blocked by the mechanical ancient devil, his face fell, and he roared, "Evil God Messenger!" Numerous wisps of a weird bloody aura rose in the area and formed a strange rune that entered the ground. A bloody coffin exuding a wicked aura frantically devoured the weird bloody aura like a huge vortex. Creak, with a hair-raising sound, the coffin cover slowly opened. Tremendous heartbeats echoed in the hall. And wizened claw covered in green fur abruptly extended from the bloody coffin and exuded a strange aura. Yang Feng frowned and reached out with his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared, and a terrific devouring force engulfed Kahara Kai. Kahara Kai's face changed dramatically, and he tried to stop Yang Feng, but his body couldn't budge. After resisting for less than a breath, Kahara Kai entered Yang Feng's hand. There was a ferocious gleam in Kahara Kai's eyes, and he laughed wildly. "You want to use me to control the evil god emissary? It's useless. I will never succumb to you. Just kill me." Among the Fuso subcontinent's upper echelon, many people were cowards who bullied the weak and cowed before the strong. But there were also many madmen unafraid of death. Kahara Kai was one such madman. Without saying any nonsense, Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and more than 100 syringes suddenly appeared, stabbed into Kahara Kai, and injected liquid metal nano-robot elixir into his body. After the 100-plus syringes were emptied, another 100 syringes emerged and stabbed into Kahara Kai. Kahara Kai's body trembled, and his eyes flickered with alarm. He could only watch as the liquid metal nano-robot elixir was injected into his body. Evil god emissary, sleep. To his surprise, Kahara Kai suddenly discovered that against his will, he recited an incantation and pointed at the bloody coffin. fgayebnovel.com. There was a bloody light, and an unreconciled scream came from the bloody coffin. The bloody coffin kept trembled as if a fearsome beast was struggling inside. Kahara Kai spurted a glob of blood essence from his mouth that turned into a bloody mist and entered the coffin. After the evil god emissary in the coffin absorbed the Moonlight Warlock blood essence, it regained its calm, and the coffin lid closed. The bloody coffin shuddered, turned into a bloody light, and sank back into the ground. Kahara Kai pointed at Krona and barked, "Krona, retreat!" Wisps of bloody aura exited Krona's body and sank back into the walls. As he lost the power source that was the bloody aura, Krona's avatar weakened, and his body disintegrated and dissipated slowly. Eyes shot with blood, Krona roared, "Kahara Kai, how dare you to play tricks on me? I won't let you off. I curse your Kahara family to only give birth to girls from generation to generation. After 3 generations, your family shall go extinct." Krona's body suddenly exploded, and the remaining power inside his body ignited and turned into a blood-colored curse rune, which shot towards Kahara Kai's forehead lightning fast. Curses were very strange. Once you were hit by a curse, the curse will plague your family and cause it untold suffering for generations. Sterilization was the simplest as well as the most troublesome curse. Because they weren't cautious enough and were hit by this curse, many powerful existences were doomed to have no offsprings. After their death, all their glory would go up in smoke, and they would have no chance at rebirth. When Kahara Kai saw the bloody curse rune, he turned pale from fright and screamed miserably, "Master, save me!" Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and a red glob of skyfire suddenly emerged, turned into a beam of fire, and crushed into the bloody curse mark. Wisps of black smoke rose as the bloody curse mark slowly crumbled inside the red skyfire, yet it still advanced towards the Kahara Kai. My comprehension of the law of fire is still insufficient. To be more precise, my cultivation base is still too low. Yang Feng frowned. He operated the secret method myriad curses method recorded in the taboo text and pointed with his finger, and a sphere of black light
containing endless darkness, suddenly appeared. When the sphere of black light emerged, a strange devouring force burst out and drew the bloody curse mark into the sphere. Myriad Curses Method. How can you possess this secret method? Hasn't it disappeared with the fall of the Taboo Lord? An alarmed voice came from within the sphere of black light. The Second Warlock Dynasty's Taboo Lord was one of the strongest warlock emperors in human history. Countless evil gods of the evil god plane were experimental bodies made by the Taboo Lord. As the evil gods of the evil god plane were proficient in various curses, even beings far stronger than them didn't dare to easily provoke them. Even the 8th Warlock Dynasty's the Dawn Lord hasn't entered the evil god plane. Only the warlock emperors of the other 7 warlock dynasties dared to unbridledly attack the evil gods in the evil god plane and arbitrarily enslave them. Of the 7 warlock dynasties, the evil gods feared the Taboo Lord's secret method, Myriad Curses Method, recorded in the taboo text the most. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. The Myriad Curses Method could dispel virtually all curses, and at the same time, it could absorb the cursing power of the evil gods. It was the secret method that evil gods hated the most. After the collapse of the Second Warlock Dynasty, the numerous evil gods of the evil god plane colluded with Hellions and joined forces with other races to hunt down human warlocks who have cultivated the taboo text and destroy the taboo text. Therefore, in the modern age, there were only a few remnants of the taboo text, while the peerless secret treasure Myriad Curses Method has disappeared in the long river of history. I wonder when I can create my own unique secret methods just like the 8 warlock emperors did. Yang Feng looked at the Myriad Curses Method sphere in his hand. With a thought, the sphere of black light shrank and entered his hand. Yang Feng glanced at Kahara Kai with a peculiar gleam in his eyes. Evil God Avatar, Evil God Emissary. Who could have expected that this lesser Kahara state would conceal these 2 trump cards? If I hadn't made ample preparations and seriously injured Kahara Kai in the first moment, then it would have been dangerous. The Kahara state was much weaker than the West Sea state. For this small state to be so troublesome and concealing that many trump cards, the strength of the West Sea state could be imagined. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the god armament shadow dagger flew into his hand. He asked flatly, "Do you know who I am?" Kahara Kai smiled bitterly and responded, "Master, you are the Battle Demon Sect's true disciple Yang Feng." Yang Feng said, "Did you hear it from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion?" The Kahara state and the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion were on friendly terms. Lei Jiangjiao has often gone to do business with the Kahara state. He had a friendly relationship with Kahara Kai for more than a century, which was how he was able to see Kahara Kai so easily. Kahara Kai immediately expressed his loyalty and spilled the beans. "No, it was the Nishino state. Master, the Nishino state wants to get rid of you. The rulers of the Nishino state's ancillary states have received the order. If you come to our state, we have to find a way to poison you." Yang Feng frowned. "The Nishino state? This is my first visit to the Fuso subcontinent. So how did I provoke the Nishino state? The Nishino state, the Azumano state, Minamino state, and Kitano state were the Fuso subcontinent's 4 major states, and they were surrounded by many lesser ancillary states. The 4 major states, in turn, were the ancillary states of the Holy Glory state. The Holy Glory state was originally the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent. It commanded the 4 major states, and the 4 major states ruled numerous lesser states, forming a strange governing system in the Fuso subcontinent. Without the permission from the Holy Glory state, the rulers of the 4 major states could not ascend the throne and become true rulers. However, the Holy Glory state governing the Fuso subcontinent was already a thing of tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the Holy Glory state has summoned an evil god to the Fuso subcontinent. But the summoning ritual went wrong, and the evil god lost control and killed almost all experts in the Holy Glory state. This was a very famous incident in the Fuso subcontinent known as the upheaval of an evil god. After the upheaval of an evil god, all of the Holy Glory state's glorious dawn warlocks died, and its strength declined greatly. Under the curse of the evil god, the Holy Glory state's ruler of every generation only had a single offspring. As they could hardly reproduce, they could no longer dominate the entire Fuso subcontinent. The originally devoted four major states began to only pay lip service to the Holy Glory State. With the Holy Glory State as a mere figurehead, the four major states locked in an endless struggle for territory. The Nishino state possessed 8 Moonlight Warlocks. Coupled with the state's secret treasures passed through the generations, the Nishino state might even be able to suppress a glorious Dawn Warlock rank experts. The battle prowess of human warlocks was divided into cultivation base, secret methods, and secret treasures. With strong enough secret treasures, several Moonlight Warlocks could suppress a glorious Dawn Warlock. Of course, such treasures need to consume a tremendous amount of power, so the Nishino state didn't dare to lightly offend glorious Dawn Warlocks. Even so, the power of the Nishino state could already be imagined. If it wasn't not necessary, Yang Feng wasn't willing to offend such an overlord of the Fuso subcontinent. Kahara Kai spoke respectfully. I actually know a little bit about it. Reportedly, the Xuanhuan Sea Pavilion's Xuanhuan Xiongtian took out many precious secret treasures and bribed Minamata Shinichi. In turn, Minamata Shinichi persuaded the ruler of the Nishino state Seijo Yorawa to let him use the power of the Nishino state to deal with you. Chapter 478 Void Random Teleportation Bead. Chapter 478 Void Random Teleportation Bead. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng frowned and said, "To want to deal with me, how bold. Aren't they afraid that my teacher will come in person and level the entire Nishino state?" Yang Feng was a disciple of Huang Yihe. Huang Yihe was one of the Battle Demon Sect's 4 great elders. He was a peerless powerhouse who has cultivated a virtual world, and his fighting strength was comparable to that of an infinity warlock. Even when the strength of the Fuso subcontinent was at its peak, when the strength of the Holy Glory State was intact, it still couldn't contend against an existence with infinity warlock rank battle prowess. Once Huang Yihe went to the Fuso subcontinent, he could suppress all resistance by himself. Kahara Kai responded. For them to do this, they naturally have something to rely on. Reportedly, there's an expert with infinite warlock rank battle prowess standing behind the Nishino state right now. Yang Feng was surprised. Infinity warlock. Regardless of the plane, infinity warlocks were formidable beings at the apex of the plane. They were comparable to strong divine force rank gods in terms of strength. The Battle Demon Sect was one of the 10 Great Sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, yet it only had 4 bright world warlocks. As for the 2 great elders Huang Yihe and Yi Yuanyang, thanks to the virtual world as well as the Battle Demon Sect's inheritance secret treasures, they were able to contend against infinity warlock rank experts. In the Fuso subcontinent, only during the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties did the subcontinent give birth to infinity warlocks. Now, however, the strongest existences in the Fuso subcontinent were only quasi-glorious Dawn warlocks. An infinity warlock wasn't an existence with whom Yang Feng could contend against at the moment. Yang Feng frowned and uttered unhurriedly, "It seems that I have to leave the Fuso subcontinent immediately." Now that there was an infinity warlock standing behind the Fuso subcontinent, no matter how confident Yang Feng was, he didn't think that he had what it took to contend against them. Kahara Kai spoke, "Master, why don't you ask your teacher for advice?" The Battle Demon Sect's great elder Huang Yihe is also an unparalleled expert who has run amok in the world and has defeated multiple infinity warlock rank existences. That's right. Unlike those poor destitute souls, I have a powerful background. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved. With a smile on his face, he took out a crystal ball, silently chanted an incantation, and pointed at the crystal ball, and a streak of black light suddenly flashed and entered the crystal ball. A fog broke out from inside the crystal ball and formed into Huang Yihe's projection. Huang Yihe asked, "Yang Feng, what's the matter?" Yang Feng quickly recounted Huang Yihe everything that happened in the Fuso subcontinent. Huang Yihe frowned and sank into his thoughts. Soon after, he said lightly, "What do you plan to do?" Yang Feng responded resolutely, "Disciple intends to withdraw from the Fuso subcontinent immediately and avoid all their schemes. Even if the other party only sent 1 bright world warlock, it would be already enough to wipe Yang Feng and his forces out, let alone an infinity warlock. In front of absolute strength, all tricks were useless." Huang Yihe spoke unhurriedly. "What if other forces could not interfere?" Yang Feng smiled and answered, "If there are no glorious dawn warlock experts and above interfering, then disciple plans to have fun in the Fuso plane." Huang Yihe revealed an unrestrained smile. "Yes, as expected of my disciple. I already have a general idea about the one who stands behind the Fuso subcontinent. You don't have to worry. I won't let anyone above the Moonlight Warlock rank mess with you. Go ahead and make a scene." Yang Feng was overjoyed. "Thank you, teacher," Huang Yihe said. "However, you'll have to give the sect 40% of your yield in the Fuso plane. You can think it through." Yang Feng responded with a smile. "No problem." Once the Battle Demon Sect stepped in, it had to spend a lot of manpower and resources. The huge warlock group, the Battle Demon Sect, couldn't fight for Yang Feng without getting anything in return. Black light suddenly glowed in front of the crystal ball. Then a fist-sized hole was torn open in the space, and two rays flew out of the hole and landed in front of Yang Feng. The two rays revealed to be two beads, one red and the other black. There was a gleam of kindness in Huang Yihe's eyes, and he exhorted. The red bead is called Void Random Teleportation Bead. It's a disposable level 7 secret treasure. It can instantly break the barrier of the void and teleport you to a random place 100,000 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. As for the black bead, I sealed the spell Great Space Fisher inside. The power of Great Space Fisher is comparable to that of an attack of a Bright World Warlock. These two secret treasures are to be used to save your life. Pay attention to safety, don't die casually. If things don't look good, you should run away at once. Failure isn't something to be feared. As long as you live, everything is possible. Yang Feng looked at the two treasures in his hands. Moved, he uttered sincerely, "Thank you, teacher." The Void Random Teleportation Bead was a disposable life-saving Level 7 secret treasure. Level 7 secret treasures were very scarce. In the Battle Demon Sect, there were no more than 3 alchemists who could refine Level 7 secret treasures. As for alchemists who were proficient in the law of space, they were even rarer. The Void Random Teleportation Bead was extremely precious. Unless it was the god armament like the Shadow Dagger that was the culmination of the Shadow Prince Mecha's wealth and essence, even Space Lock of a Bright World Warlock proficient in the law of space couldn't block the Void Random Teleportation Bead. For such a treasure, even Bright World Warlocks would bow their heads to those powerful alchemists. The black bead was equally precious. There were a lot of secret treasures in the Zhangji plane that could hold a warlock spell. But the higher the warlock's cultivation base was, the fewer secret treasures could hold said warlock spells. If the secret treasure with Huang Yihe's spell Great Space Fisher was placed in an auction, it could be sold for more than 3 billion magic crystals. For Huang Yihe to give Yang Feng these two precious life-saving secret treasures, he clearly regarded Yang Feng as a most important personal disciple. There was no such thing as love nor hate without reason. Prior to this, Huang Yihe accepted Yang Feng as a personal disciple because of Yang Feng's willpower on one hand, and to give the unequal genius Shui face on the other hand. He wanted to sow good karma with the future peerless powerhouse Shui. In fact, he has always paid the talentless Yang Feng little attention. It wasn't until Yang Feng defeated the Tai Yi Sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang in the Battle Demon Sect that Huang Yihe really viewed Yang Feng as his personal disciple, carefully nurtured him, and even gave these two precious secret treasures to him. After warning Yang Feng some more, Huang Yihe cut the connection. Yang Feng said, "Kaharakai, the Black Snake State, the Anto State, and the West Sea State, can you think of a way to lure the rules of these 3 states into coming here?" If he could take care of the Nishino states for ancillary states in one fell swoop, then that would be equivalent to cutting off one of the Nishino states' arms. In addition to the 4 ancillary states, were still numerous lesser states that were attached to the Nishino state. However, among those lesser states, the strongest experts were Starry Sky Warlocks, and the number of Starry Sky Warlocks was 2 at most. These lesser states couldn't influence the big picture. A look of embarrassment emerged on Kahara Kai's face. "Master, in the Fuso subcontinent, except for the Holy Glory State, we dare not enter the palaces of other states at will. Otherwise, we'll be in danger of being suppressed." At this time, the Fuso subcontinent's 4 major states were locked in a power struggle. There was also endless infighting between the 4 major states' ancillary states.
As such, the rulers of the numerous states didn't dare to go to the capital of another state. Because of the worship of evil gods, betrayal, killing, plots, blood sacrifices, chaos, and fighting were a common thing in the Fuso subcontinent. Although Kihara Kai was the ruler of an ancillary state of the Nishino state, but he has never been to the capital of the Nishino state. He was worried that once he went to the Nishino state, he would be suppressed, and his territory would be annexed by the Nishino state. Kihara Kai turned his eyes in thought and put forward an idea. Master, I have a proposal. The Nishino state's ruler Seijo Yorawa has a daughter called Seijo Yatsuki, whom he treasures dearly. We can abduct her and use her to coerce Seijo Yorawa to sit quiet, and then use various methods to drive a wedge between the three states and smash them one by one. Yang Feng was curious. Will this method work? After all, Seijo Yorawa is the ruler of the Nishino state. Because of their exceedingly long lifespans, many human warlocks didn't value family ties. As the ruler of the Nishino state, Seijo Yorawa had tremendous power, and his harem was 3,000 strong. He should have countless children by now. To him, a daughter was just a token. Kihara Kai said, when Seijo Yorawa fought with another prince over the throne, although he was lucky enough to win, but he lost his children, and was still cursed by an evil god, unable to sire children. Seijo Yatsuki is his only living child. As such, he loves her dearly. Yang Feng suddenly realized, so that's how it is. FREOWebnovel.com. The warlocks who have hundreds or thousands of children didn't care much about family ties, but that wasn't true for warlocks who just have one or two children. Yang Feng muttered irresolutely for a while, and then showed a smile. There's no need to use such a method. Since the Nishino state wants to deal with me, then I'll use my strength to clash with it. Updat.dfrmfgewebnovel.com. Yang Feng spoke indifferently. Take me to your treasury. There was a look of struggle in Kihara Kai's eyes before he finally uttered helplessly, yes, master. Yang Feng has come to the Fuso subcontinent in order to obtain cultivation resources to begin with. Since Kihara Kai was now under his control, he naturally wanted to collect the other party's treasures, because he was well aware that if it wasn't for the liquid metal nano-robots merging with Kihara Kai's soul, the other party would strike at him, so he didn't hesitate. Chapter 479 Flesh Golem. Chapter 479 Flesh Golem. Translator, Zayamoj. Element crystals. Do you want to form a virtual world? How ambitious. After he searched the Kihara state's treasury, a look of surprise emerged in Yang Feng's eyes. He took 4 small crystal boxes and saw that there were several element crystals of the 4 basic elements of different sizes inside. Kihara Kai gave a sigh of frustration and took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes filled with jealousy. If I can form a virtual world, then glorious Dawn warlocks may not be my match. There are countless geniuses in the Fuso plane who want to form a virtual world. Yet in the end, no one has succeeded. Within the Great Cloud Dynasty, all warlocks knew that experts who transplanted a semi-plane seed or formed a virtual world were far stronger than other experts of the same rank. Yet the number of experts who were able to form a virtual world could be counted on one's fingers. There were countless experts within the Battle Demon Sect, but despite that, only the 2 unmatched experts Huang Iha and Yu Wuxin managed to form a virtual world. The difficulty involved in forming a virtual world could thus be imagined. When Yi Yuanyang has exposed his virtual world in the Battle Demon Sect, countless people were startled and shocked. Yang Feng looked at the treasury, and the corners of his mouth curved. The Kihara state's treasury is really full of riches, but now, everything is mine. Arad latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. Kihara Kai could only watch helplessly and smile wryly. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. With these resources, I can smoothly promote to a starry sky warlock. Yang Feng has implanted a semi-plane in his sea of knowledge, which grew and evolved alongside him. Although the semi-plane provided him with a terrifying power and allowed him to compete with Moonlight warlocks. However, the resources he needed to practice cultivation have increased exponentially. In order for a semi-plane to evolve into a true world, it required the consumption of countless resources. Were it not for this fact, Yang Feng wouldn't have been forced to come to the Fuso subcontinent to open up trade channels. Yang Feng came to a secret chamber rich in life magic energy in the Kahara state. With his eyes shut, he operated a secret method, and his body turned into a huge vortex. In the secret chamber, countless low-grade magic crystals immediately flew up and flew into Yang Feng's forehead. Many small black holes appeared on Yang Feng's forehead, and the countless low-grade magic crystals sank into the black holes, and then emerged in his sea of knowledge. When the countless low-grade magic crystals flew into his sea of knowledge, they crumbled at once, and wisps of life magic energy rushed out and entered the semi-plane. As if it had a life of its own, the semi-plane devoured the large number of low-grade magic crystals, became more solid, and expanded slowly. After devouring about 4 billion magic crystals, from the place where the semi-plane's plane source was located, a core that was the mixture of the semi-plane's plane source and Yang Feng's soul slowly emerged, and all kinds of laws were slowly engraved on the core. After the core was formed, the body that was embracing the Kitazuki sisters in the Satsuma port froze for a split second. Yang Feng's clone who was working on his divine country in the Feisua plain frowned and, as if his gaze has crossed the void, he looked in the direction of his true body. "It looks like I have to step in." Yang Feng's clone stopped expending divine force and energy to work on his divine country. Instead, he closed his eyes, sank his mind into the level 2 optical computer, and began to manipulate the body far away in the Satsuma port. In the Satsuma port, Yang Feng's dull eyes immediately regained their spirit. Yang Feng, embracing the Kitazuki sisters, revealed a frivolous smile and said, "Kaimen Kumasaburo, I'm very satisfied with your present. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll fulfill you a wish." Kaimen Kumasaburo was immediately overjoyed. The goods that Yang Feng has brought were worth at least 3 billion magic crystals. If he could earn hundreds of millions of magic crystals from Yang Feng, then he could make up for his losses. As for the Kitazuki sisters, they were just high-grade playthings in his eyes. They were worth over 100,000 magic crystals at most, which was mostly thanks to the Phantom Cetra bloodline inside them. Yang Feng showed a playful smile and uttered, "I heard that the Black Snake State's ruler Kurihibiko has humiliated you before you have promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Not only did he steal your beloved concubine, but he also killed your parents and son." Kaimen Kumasaburo's face suddenly froze and his eyes shimmered with resentment. He drained the cup of tea before him, crushed the cup in his hand, and said solemnly, "Yes, that dog did indeed kill my parents and son. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood. All right, I'll help you wipe out the Black Snake State. Let's go." Yang Feng stood up. With the Kitazuki sister in his embrace, he strode out. Kaimen Kumasaburo was taken aback. There was a flash of struggle in his eyes. He has prepared numerous methods and various Fuso Kobianas in order to lure Yang Feng into a honey trap, to use the beauties to erode Yang his body and will. Finally, while Yang Feng had his guard down, he was going to poison him and take control of him. Now, Yang Feng wanted to leave, making Kaimen Kumasaburo's schemes come to nothing. Moreover, although Kaimen Kumasaburo deeply hated the Black Snake State's ruler Kurihibiko, but the Black Snake State was one of the 4 subsidiary states of the Nishino state and was under its protection after all. As such, the West Sea State's ruler would never agree to let Kaimen Kumasaburo to act against the Black Snake State. "Sir Yang Feng, I must keep watch over the Satsuma port, so I can't leave here easily. Allow me to send an avatar to follow you into battle." With a wave of Kaimen Kumasaburo's hand, there was a glow of black light, and an endearing-looking handsome young man appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. "Is this a flesh golem made from Fuso wood?" Fuso wood came from a divine tree, Fuso ancient tree consecrated in the Fuso subcontinent's holy glory state. The Fuso ancient tree has existed ever since the ancient god era. It was more than 1 million years old. The reason why the Holy Glory State still hasn't been supplanted by the 4 major powers was because of the protection from the divine tree Fuso ancient tree they worshipped. Even Infinity Warlocks didn't dare to underestimate the Fuso ancient tree. It was basically impossible to forcibly seize its branches and leaves. However, the Fuso ancient tree would drop some dead branches and leaves every year, which could be refined into various precious treasures. The flesh golem was a golem avatar made from fuso wood. After going through a sacrifice refinement, the golem avatar will become lifelike in appearance as if it possessed a soul of its own. It was virtually impossible to discern that it was just a golem. As for the mechanical avatar Yang Feng was using right now because it was masked by the Moonlight Warlock, the Shieling Sea Wolf King, and Kaiman Kumasaburo didn't dare to use spells to inspect it, the mechanical avatar was barely able to fool him. If Kaiman Kumasaburo has used a detection spell, the fact that the Yang Feng in front of him wasn't a human would be exposed. Many Moonlight Warlock experts and above like to make flesh golems from fuso wood, and then sent them to some low-grade plane to conquer the plane. Planes were divided into 9 grades. Planes of different grades could hold life forms of different ranks. A grade 9 plane could only contain Great Warlock rank life forms at most. Once a Moonlight Warlock entered a grade 9 plane, they will be restricted by the plane source and suppressed to the Great Warlock rank in terms of strength. Although Infinity Warlock rank expert could destroy a grade 9 plane, but if they didn't restrain their power, they still wouldn't be able to enter a grade 9 plane. This was the law of the universe. Only if you practice cultivation until the Warlock Emperor realm, would you be able to reverse the laws of the universe in an area and arrive at a grade 9 plane while possessing your full strength. Kaiman Kumasaburo said with pride, "Yes. It's a flesh golem made from fuso wood. To exchange for the precious fuso wood, the Fuso continent's 4 major states sent a lot of precious treasures to the Holy Glory State, which they then sold to the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks. The amount of fuso wood needed to refine Kaiman Kumasaburo's flesh golem was equivalent to the sum that the 4 major states could obtain within a period of 10 years. It was only by chance that he obtained this much fuso wood. Yang Feng took a deep look at the flesh golem. Then with a thought, he cast several detection spells on it. The information that he got back from the detection spells indicated that the flesh golem really was a human. There was a flash of admiration in Yang Feng's eyes. Amazing! The flesh golem was definitely a top treasure for concealing one's identity. If used properly, it was equivalent to the most frightening spy. Many powerful beings like to use flesh golems as their avatars and turn them into humans, and they enter the world of humans to learn various powerful secret methods. Kaiman Kumasaburo showed a complacent smile and closed his eyes. There was a strange fluctuation, and then the flesh golem, whose eyes seemed to have a soul in them, gave a 90 degrees bow towards Yang Feng and said, "I, Sonata Hai, greet you, Sir Yang Feng." Yang Feng scanned the flesh golem that went by the name Sonata Hai with his spirit, and discovered that whether it was voice, appearance, or soul fluctuations, all were different from Kaiman Kumasaburo's. Yang Feng spoke. "Let's go." Sonata Hai uttered respectfully, "Yes, sir." When they exited the Lavender Manor, Yang Feng snapped his fingers. In the sky, a dark cloud suddenly parted, and a dazzling beam of light fell from the sky and shone on Yang and company, and then they disappeared from their spot. Chapter 480, Attacking the Kurohibi State. Chapter 480, Attacking the Kurohibi State. Translator, Zayamoj. Tach most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewabove.com. When he saw the bridge full of sci-fi flair, Kaiman Kumasaburo was stunned, and then exclaimed, "What is this place?" The Kitazuki sisters looked around curiously as well, and their bright eyes turned again and again. A cold gleam flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a smile, "This is my secret treasure battleship. Now let's go destroy the Kurohibi State." 4 arc battlestars hidden in the clouds flashed, and then flew towards the Kurohibi State. The 4 arc battlestars abruptly stopped 500 kilometers above the Black Snake State's capital, the Giant Snake City, and then opened numerous hatches, and a dense crowd of starry sky rippers flew out. The primary artilleries of the 4 arc battlestars began to charge. After a few minutes, dazzling beams of light descended from the sky like lights of divine punishment and barreled towards the 9 6-story tall Warlock towers inside the Black Snake State's capital. A beam of light crashed into a 6-story tall Warlock tower in a flash and triggered the Warlock tower's magic shields. After the magic shields burst like bubbles, the weakened beam of light slammed into the Warlock tower heavily and engulfed it. A terrifying shock wave rolled out in all directions and smashed numerous buildings around the Warlock Tower. After the beam of light disappeared, The 6-story tall Warlock Tower was cracked everywhere. The next moment, another beam of light bombarded the Warlock Tower and swallowed it completely, and all the warlocks inside were insta-killed. In less than 10 seconds, the 4 arc battlestars destroyed 2 6-story tall Warlock Towers of the Black Snake State. The Black Snake State's 9-star evil snake troll array was destroyed just like this. When he saw this scene, Kaiman Kumasaburo immediately felt a chill in his heart, and fear bubbled up inside him. When the 9 6-story tall Warlock Towers within the Black Snake State's capital combined their forces and exerted their full strength, they could form a 9-star evil snake troll array. With the power of the 9 Warlock Towers, a projection of the evil god plane's evil god 9-star evil snake troll could be summoned to this plane. The 9-star evil snake troll was an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Drawing support from the 9 Warlock Towers, its projection could somewhat contend against a glorious Dawn Warlock. The 9-star evil snake troll array was the strongest defense of the Black Snake State, yet it was now destroyed by Yang Feng's battleships. Kaiman Kumasaburo suddenly felt fear of the power held by Yang Feng. After the 4 beams bombarded the Black Snake State's capital, the capital's Warlock Towers lit up, and defensive spells immediately rose in the city. From the 4 arc battlestars, a dense array of beams barreled towards the Black Snake State. Some warlocks flew out from the city from time to time. As soon as they emerged, the warlocks were immediately punched full of holes by the rain of light. Flying at Mach 10 speed, a dense swarm of starry sky rippers frantically flew towards the city. Who dares to act presumptuously in the Black Snake State? A roar filled with anger shook the capital. Looking like a flood dragon, covered in black scales that were inlaid with human faces, a single horn on its head, a pair of black wings on its back, a 300-meter-tall evil troll snake with beast-like teeth suddenly appeared. The evil troll snake sprayed a roiling black mist from its mouth that extended for tens of kilometers. In the black mist's wake, the starry sky rippers' energy shields crumbled, and the robots themselves turned into black liquid that rained on the ground. The evil troll snake was an extraordinary life form from the evil god plane. It was a descendant of the Infinity Warlock rank evil god 9-star evil snake troll. In total, there were only 9 pure-blood evil troll snakes in the evil god plane, and they were all powerful existences of the glorious Dawn Warlock rank and above. The evil troll snake's strongest innate ability was the snake troll poison. In the wake of the snake troll poison, all living things will die out and life will wither, and even machinery will be eroded into pools of black water. A lot of weird-looking snake-like extraordinary life forms flew out around the evil troll snake and unleashed all kinds of incredible innate abilities to fight with the starry sky rippers. On the other side, the Black Snake State's ruler Kurihibiko ignored the surrounding killings. His snake-like eyes radiated gloomy demonic light and transformed into 4 eyeballs each. The palpitation-inducing 8 eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through the netherworld, looked in the direction from where the 4 primary artillery beams came. The evil troll snake eyes was a very formidable and remarkable innate ability of the evil troll snake. If practiced to the pinnacle, this innate ability would enable your sight to pierce through the netherworld and cross into another plane. Found you! 500 kilometers away. They're attacking from 500 kilometers away. At a glance, Kurihibiko found the 4 arc battlestars hidden in the clouds recharging. Suddenly, a storm was set off in his heart. Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses were formidable existences comparable to gods. From hundreds of kilometers away, they could kill a level 3 warlock they locked on, but the same wasn't necessarily true for a Great Warlock. freewebnovel.com. The Arc Battlestars were able to launch glorious Dawn Warlock rank attacks from hundreds of kilometers away, which was shocking to say the least. In fact, in vacuum, these Arc Battlestars could carry out artillery bombardment from tens of thousands of kilometers away. In the Zhangji Plain, however, 500 kilometers was already their limit. Any further than that, and the power of the primary artilleries will be greatly reduced, and they won't be able to destroy the 6-story tall Warlock Towers. There was a downcast look in Kurihibiko's eyes. What do I do? They're outside the 10-kilometer mark. Kurihibiko's strongest secret methods, snake troll poison and evil troll snake eyes, were at their strongest within an area of 10 kilometers in diameter. Beyond that, the power of the 2 secret methods will gradually decrease. From 500 kilometers away, snake troll poison could kill an ordinary person, but it could not destroy the starry sky rippers. A 100-meter-long serpent exuding quasi-moonlight warlock rank aura slithered towards Kurihibiko and asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do? Do we send people to destroy those secret treasures?" This serpent was the Black Snake State's Prime Minister Kamita Omu, one of the state's 3 quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. With a cold shimmer in his eyes, Kurihibiko shook his head and said, "No, the other party came prepared. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng. He defeated the Tai Yi Sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang, subdued the Shilling Sea Wolf King, and assassinated Lei Zhangjiao. Without the support of the city's warlock towers, we aren't his match. Go to the Nishino state and ask for help. I will summon the evil god emissary." "Yes, Your Majesty," Kamita Omu responded respectfully, then changed back into human form and turned into a streak of light shooting towards a warlock tower. Kurihibiko blurred and recovered his human form, and then disappeared in a flash of black light. The remaining 7 warlock towers suddenly shone, and beams of red light reeking of blood suddenly shot out and formed a bloody hexagram in midair. A blood-red giant egg slowly rose from within the hexagram, and an evil and sinister aura spread from it. Suddenly, weird heartbeat sounds that resounded in the entire capital came from the giant bloody egg. In an instant, all the people below the official warlock rank in the capital who weren't enveloped by the barriers from the warlock towers bled from their facial orifices, and then spurted out their hearts. In a split second, 3 million people in the Black Snake State's capital all died, and their hearts and blood essence merged into the bloody egg from all directions. When he saw this scene, Yang Feng's face flickered, and he uttered, "What a cruel method!" When the Kitazuki Kaori sisters saw this scene, their faces turned ashen, and they tightly hugged Yang Feng's arms. Kaiman Kumasaburo smiled and said, "This is something very normal. Aren't those lowly ordinary people there to be used by us? It's their honor to die for the mighty warlocks." Yang Feng frowned silently. Moonlight warlocks were comparable to gods in terms of strength, and they possessed a lifespan of at least 4,000 years. In the eyes of many moonlight warlocks, ordinary people were nothing but ants. No matter how many ordinary people died, they wouldn't care. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the Breast Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Cater Dynasty imposed strict restrictions on warlocks and formulated strict laws. Even moonlight warlocks couldn't kill ordinary people on a large scale. Otherwise, they will be directly suppressed and killed. As for the people of the Fuso subcontinent believed in evil gods, they had no scruples, and treated ordinary people like ants and used them unbridledly. In the Zhangji Plain, many cruel secret treasures like soul stones that required the slaughter of large numbers of humans to be refined came from subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.